behavior on the part of any of them.
Your response, General?
Sure. First of all, the jury should disregard the remark about content, because we've all made the case this is about metadata. And again, we can argue about metadata, but it's not about content. It's about fact of call. And again, I repeat, the controlling legal authority is Smith versus Maryland, 1979. There is not a reasonable expectation of privacy that you or I have about the bill that your telecommunications carrier has about you. Now, with regard to reasonable articulable suspicion or probable cause, the judge wants us to go to a judge. Keep in mind what I said in my narrative here, all right? This is not reasonable articulable suspicion about the number in the Bronx that I referred to. This is reasonable articulable suspicion that the phone we just stashed in Yemen is affiliated with terrorism. By the way, the macro collection of the metadata since 2006 has been authorized by a court. And over the last 2 years, NSA doesn't get to yell through the transom unless it does go to a FISA judge about the specific phone number in Yemen before they make the inquiry.
Satisfied?
I'm satisfied that the general believes what he said. I'm not satisfied that it's even remotely consistent with the Constitution.
Let me turn to another aspect. After Edward Snowden, the Edward Snowden affair broke.
You know, this is supposed to be a happy occasion. Now you mention Snowden.
Well, it is a happy occasion, and it's going to get happier. The reality is this, that we learned from General Keith Alexander, who was running the NSA upon inquiry as to his revelations, when asked about the number of conspiracies and planned attacks that were thwarted. The number given by General Alexander initially was 57. And we'll go with that number rather than the adjustments later. 57. What I wonder is why in the world the oversight committees, intelligence oversight committees of the House and the Senate, why they didn't know that number themselves, and two, why that number has not been in some way incorporated into analysis of the strategy of what we're doing, its cost, and its arguably intrusions into American society.
Yeah, and that's a great question. And it gets to the reasonableness argument in the front half of the Fourth Amendment. The judge is emphasizing the back half, that no warrant shall be issued except upon probable cause. But you realize, certainly any of you who came here by airplane realize, that not all searches are prompted or legitimated by a warrant. All right? That is, the overall standard has to do with reasonableness. And Lou, you're right. The judgment on reasonableness has to include the factor whether or not it's worth doing. Do you get anything out of the other end? I mean, I understand the offense. If you got your phone bills up at Fort Meade or somewhere and no good comes from it, that you can't stand that argument. That doesn't go anywhere. Keith, when he said 54, was referring to significant events where we were able to intervene for not just the 215 program, but the 702 program. It was the totality of things that Snowden revealed with regard to American privacy. This is going to offend
telephonic and digital.
Digital, exactly right. This is going to offend the judge even more. Remember I said we go to a court to get a warrant since 2006. I didn't go to a court to get a warrant for 4 years at NSA. We were doing the ancestor of this program under raw executive authority, which, by the way, the FISA appellate court has upheld, saying that we take as a given that the executive has inherent constitutional authority to conduct electronic surveillance without a warrant for foreign intelligence purposes. So we're still basing this on a body of law. We have learned a lot from this program. I went and looked at some notes of the things we were able to show when I was doing it through my time at the agency, which was 2005. About 18 months ago, the president ordered the closure of about 36 American consulates and embassies throughout the Middle East. And as a matter of record, the president then says to Jim Clapper, we got a North American nexus to this threat? I mean, is this only about the Middle East? And Jim because of this program, because we were tracking the program through phone numbers, was able to jam those phone numbers up against the metadata program, came up empty, and said, no, Mr. President, we have no evidence that there's a North American nexus here, which is, one, very useful for security, but you realize it's also very useful for liberty. Because if the president was genuinely concerned that it had a North American nexus, what were his other options to give him confidence that he could keep you safe?
A couple of comments. You only talked about the first half of General Alexander's testimony, in which he testified under oath in response to the either House or Senate Intelligence Committee, I don't remember which, that it was 54 or 57 plots that were stopped as a result of NSA spying. The next day, General Alexander wrote to amend his testimony to say it wasn't 54, it was 3. And when asked to identify the 3, he declined to identify them. I could list a half a dozen plots that have gotten through. The shoe bomber, the Boston Marathon bombers, the Copenhagen bombers, the revolution in Yemen, the revolution in Ukraine. Well, you guys knew about that because you fomented it. The NSA's problem is it has too much information. It's listening to innocent people rather than focusing on those as to whom there is evidence of wrongdoing. I don't care, and the Constitution doesn't care who you listen to in a foreign country. I care who you listen to in the United States, and the Constitution says the prerequisite is probable cause.
We're talking about the 215 program, which has to do with metadata and phone bills. That is the high watermark of NSA with regard to domestic communications in the United States. Once again, the judge has used the verb listen. I challenge any of you to take your phone bill when you go back at home and put it up to your ear and listen. See what you can learn.
And I think for the record, we should also point out that there are other agencies that have some responsibility, for example, in the Boston Marathon bombing, and amongst them the FBI, which had direct information from the Russians as to their concerns about those two brothers and some of their associates. It's always, I don't know if it's comforting to say that there are more agencies who are not adequate to a given task, but anyway, there it is. I'd also like to get some idea of privacy as it exists and the national security interests as it exists in a nexus between the private sector and the public. And that is, we have two plaintiffs right now suing the federal government, Twitter and Google, insisting that they have a higher standing and responsibility for privacy than even the government itself, is the effect of that suit in my judgment. But where we have private companies, Google, Facebook, Microsoft, they are cooperating, it seems, to greater degrees with the government, for example, of China than they are with the government of the United States. It is a peculiar moment in our history, whereas we would once have expected these companies to be very, very cooperative with our agencies. They are in fact resisting. And doing so to what end, I don't think it's entirely clear to most of us. And I'd like to get your idea as to this conflict between private interest and public.
I don't like any more than anybody else if Google or Verizon or AT&T shares my email with you, with the government of China or the government of the United States. If I'm a Google or AT&T customer, they have a duty under our contractual relationship to respect my privacy. However, the Fourth Amendment only governs the government. It does not govern private entities.
Correct.
And if Google wants to disseminate my emails to Lou Dobbs or General Hayden, they can do so, and it's my obligation then to find another carrier. The problem is that the federal government of the United States, through General Hayden's former colleagues, have pretty much said to Google, open everything up for us. let us in there. We don't want to go to a judge. We don't want to have to come to you. We want to be there, present in your facilities, so that when we need to read an email or listen to a phone call or learn the metadata, we're right there and we can get it. And they all caved.
Your response?
Wait for the applause.
Okay. Come on, you can do better than that.
Again, if NSA were doing the things the judge just outlined, we would not be having a debate. All right? He kind of echoed what's called the 702 program, which allows the National Security Agency to approach ISPs, internet service providers, email providers, with specific foreign email accounts that have been warranted by a judge in a general way, admittedly, foreign email accounts that the agency can then access for foreign intelligence purposes. You mentioned the Boston Marathon 2 or 3 times. Let me come back to that as kind of a little morality play for what we're talking about here. The judge mentioned it as a failure.
Can it be a one-act play?
I can be very quick. The judge mentioned it as a failure, right? And the NSA and other agencies have been criticized. These 2 kids, the Tsarnaevis, they were out there surfing the web for jihadist websites. In God's name, what are you people doing? How didn't you know this? Well, the reason we didn't know this is that we do not look at the web activity of American citizens or legal permanent residents in the United States. This isn't this open-ended activity that's been suggested up here. This is actually very narrow. And the National Security Agency and other elements of the security structure actually have chosen not to do things for your privacy that unarguably would actually make you a bit safer.
May I ask the general a question?
No. Yes.
Does the head of the NSA have the constitutional and legal authority to move the line between privacy and surveillance?
There's a clue how they would like you to
The
answer.
plebiscite going on here.
It's a trick question because I know how he answered it last month at a law school.
At Washington and Lee.
Yes.
All right, you want the rest of the story?
Yes.
All right, this may be a 2-act play. All right, but I'll give you the executive summary. I'll be efficient. What I did the afternoon of 9/11 had to do with something called minimization. You know, the accusations fit on a bumper sticker. The reality takes a little longer, and I'm sorry. But minimization is what NSA does when it inadvertently, incidentally collects information about you. I mean, the NSA could be targeting a foreigner. That foreigner talks to you. NSA is still targeting the foreigner. In the routine conduct of its business, it gathers information to, from, or about what we call protected persons, which is actually a bigger group than U.S. citizens. Right? When NSA does that, NSA is required to suppress the U.S. identity. So in other words, foreign terrorist Abu Ahmed bin Bad Guy was talking to a known U.S. person. We won't say the judge, just a known U.S. person. And we minimize the U.S. identity to protect your privacy, unless, of course, the identity of the U.S. person is absolutely essential to the intelligence value of the intercept in the first place. And so I've got a bad guy talking to that phone number in the Bronx and says, brother, the attack tomorrow is at noon. I think the U.S. person identity is pretty important to the intelligence value of that report. So that on the afternoon of September 11th, 2001, with 3,000 of my countrymen dead and smoking holes in 2 cities and in countryside in my native western Pennsylvania, I told the NSA analysts when they were making the judgment, based upon the reasonableness standard of the Fourth Amendment, when they were making the judgment as to whether or not the U.S. identity for calls from Afghanistan, whether or not the U.S. identity was essential to understanding the intelligence value, they should use a different standard than they used at 8 o'clock that morning. That's the line I moved, Judge.
You asked.
Somehow, I didn't hear you use the word Constitution.
So then,
That document
I
to which
told-
you swore an oath of fidelity.
So then I told George Tenet what I was doing, and George told the president and vice president, and then I called up the chair and ranking members of the House and Senate Intelligence Committees and told them what I was doing. I offered to come down to explain it to them in detail. The Senate said, fine, you're cool. The House said, come on down, and I did, and explained it in detail to our oversight bodies. By the way, talking about oversight and secret law and so on, you know, the strongest defenders of what NSA has been doing have been the chair and ranking of the two oversight committees, have been the chair and ranking of the people most knowledgeable, most responsible for what they do. And we talk about Ron Wyden, who has certainly opposition to all of these programs. The reason Senator Wyden has been so public is that, and again, you may agree with him and not me, but in the committee, which knew fully of these programs, he consistently lost the vote 13-2.
If I may, I'd like to go to the short time we have available here. I'd like to go to what I think is implicit in this discussion, and that is a lack of trust in our government on the part of the American people. I would like to go further and say to you, I believe personally that that lack of trust is one of the healthiest aspects of our society today. That skepticism, that challenge, and that insistence again, in my judgment, on a strict interpretation of the Constitution will, I think, help to preserve, God willing, this constitutional republic. I think it is also important that we understand that that trust, you mentioned the heads and ranking members of the Senate and House Intelligence Committees, who, in my view, and I would ask you both to give us your assessment, they have not provided vigorous and broad intelligence oversight. There is not that perception. Congress has one of the lowest approval ratings in history right now. The President of the United States, the same may be said of him. The openness and transparency has certainly not devolved from this presidency. We know that there are great and good public servants like General Hayden, but we need far more in the way of assurances that that Constitution is being observed, that we share national values and the national interest. And I truly believe the American people right now have profound, persistent doubts about that reality.
Can I comment?
Sure.
Yeah, Lou's absolutely right. And one of the challenges that people like me have had is that this discussion is taking place in a perfect storm of both governmental and executive overreach. Right? And so how well or often I might argue the appropriateness of this, I know it's happening in a broader context of the IRS, and I've got a pen and a phone, and we can't wait, and the president deciding whether or not the Senate was or was not in session for recess appointments. It poisons this entire discussion. And that's why I go out of my way to say, but let's talk about the specifics on this one, so that we can make that judgment.
But what also poisons all of this is the lack of accountability and lack of transparency because of passion for secrecy with which the government has argued. You see, what the general did not tell you is, when he goes to these committee members and reveals what they're doing, and the committee members say yes, the committee members are sworn to secrecy and cannot tell their fellow members of the House, and cannot tell their fellow members of the Senate, and cannot tell the voters who sent them there. So the government has intentionally created a secret, deep government, if you will, and sworn everybody in there to secrecy, including the judges who've been complicit in this. The essence of democracy and freedom is that the government works for us. We don't work for it. And so we have to know what it is doing.
So the judge brings up an incredibly important point, and he and I probably agree that my old community needs to be more transparent. all right? But let's be real about this, okay? You don't conduct espionage by plebiscite. Espionage is an activity that succeeds only because of secrecy. Now, the grand compromise, and by the way, we're still the only Western democracy that does what I'm going to describe for you now. The grand compromise of the mid to late 1970s is that something, espionage, which previously was the province only of the executive, will now have oversight from the other branches of government. Out of the 70s come the oversight committees, by the way, which don't exist in other democracies. We have the House and the Senate oversight committees. I am legally and morally responsible to keep them fully and currently informed of what it is we're doing. And then, and no one else does this, we brought the court in. Now, I understand it's the FISA court, and the judge says the FISA court is weird because it's secret. I'm telling you it's weird because it exists. No other Western democracy goes to a court to conduct espionage. And so when we're looking at this from NSA, with the balance between secrecy needed for success and transparency needed for approval, we're saying this was authorized by the president, legislated by Congress, overseen by the court. I'm sorry, folks, that is the Madisonian trifecta.
Thank you. Thank you. I want to say thank you, first of all, and what a pleasure and honor it is to be with Judge Napolitano. General Hayden, great to be with you.
Thanks.
It's an honor. And I would say, if I may, General Hayden, so long as we have men like yourselves and the judge contesting big issues and big ideas in talking about this nation's interest and our great Constitution, all men and women who appear here will be playing at home before CPAC. Thanks so much. Thank you, John.
The Daily Signal is the multimedia news organization of the Heritage Foundation.
It's a place where busy Americans can come, find out what the important issues of the day are,
To cut through the clutter and communicate directly to the American people.
and be exposed to conservative policy solutions. The American people are a lot smarter than the news gives them credit for. They know the difference between spin and news.
We work with 100 policy experts here at the Heritage Foundation who cover a range of issues.
What makes the Daily Signal unique is our commitment to delivering the news in a fair, accurate, and trustworthy manner.
Since the Daily Signal began, we have gone where the action is. That meant sending a team to the U.S.-Mexico border.
Reporting from Encina, Texas, this is Josh Siegel with the Daily Signal.
It meant going to the steps of the Supreme Court as decisions were being handed down.
Right now, we're here at the Supreme Court, where it's just decided whether...
And we've worked with veteran investigative reporter Cheryl Atkinson.
I have far more editorial freedom contributing the stories that I do to Daily Signal than I had the last couple of years in my professional job at what most people consider a fair organization.
Why did we start the Daily Signal? The media landscape is constantly changing, and we want to be on the cutting edge.
They've been willing to let the stories tell themselves and go in whatever direction the stories go.
It's not a question of whether we can drive the media narrative. It's only a question of whether we have the courage to capitalize on the opportunity that's right in front of us. That is what the Daily Signal is.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, Senator Rand Paul has been delayed due to a vote in the Senate. He is expected to speak midday. We will keep you posted.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, it's a great pleasure to be here today and to see all of you here at CPAC at the beginning of a critical election cycle. You know, I said in 2008 and still believe that Barack Obama was not and is not qualified to be President of the United States on national security grounds. And we have 2 more years of peril to go, 2 very dangerous years. This is why national security issues must be at the center of the 2016 presidential debate. We must have a robust debate among the various Republican candidates for the nomination. And I fully expect to play a role in that debate, one way or another. But of necessity, we must look past the Republican nomination process to prepare for the 2016 general election. The conventional wisdom is depressingly clear that Hillary Clinton will be the Democratic nominee. Now, let me just say, Hillary and her husband were a year ahead of me in law school. I have been burdened with them 20 years longer, 20 years longer than the rest of the country. I feel that I have a civic obligation to help escort them to the exit door of American politics. So in short, I am ready for Hillary. Now, she will run on the basis of her record as Secretary of State, hard as that is to believe. So let me say it clearly. Her 4 years at the State Department demonstrate that she is not fit to be President of the United States. And if it's not Hillary, the alternatives are hardly better. Joe Biden, John Kerry, Elizabeth Warren. Here's the key point. On national security issues, Hillary's record is indistinguishable from Barack Obama's. Let's consider the evidence. On international terrorism, she supported Obama's withdrawal of American forces from Iraq in 2011. That is the single most significant decision to explain the chaos in the Middle East, the rise of ISIS, the creation of a new state out of what used to be Syria and Iraq. That was her policy, not just Barack Obama's. She is responsible for the State Department's consistent mishandling of the Arab Spring, misunderstanding that this was not a new flowering of democracy, but the onset of a new wave of international terrorism, the fruits of which we're seeing right now. She failed to see that ISIS would rise not only in Iraq and Syria, but also in Libya, where they've just beheaded 21 Coptic Christians. She advocated the overthrow of Muammar Gaddafi. She leaked it to the press. It was published everywhere, and then she failed to follow up. Gaddafi was overthrown, and chaos descended across Libya. She is the one who has said that America must devote more attention to Africa, and yet Boko Haram is now sweeping across the African continent, killing thousands of people and enslaving many others. She is the one who said recently, even after leaving the State Department, that the swap of Bowie Bergdahl for 5 al-Qaeda terrorists at Gitmo was a positive step. She said in a public interview about those 5 terrorists, she said, "Oh, those 5 guys. Oh, they're no threat to us, those 5 guys." Well, Mrs. Clinton, I beg to differ. And let's not ever forget Benghazi. Now that may be what Hillary would like, but let's just examine it one more time. She says in her memoir, which I have read every painful page of, and I don't recommend it. She says in the memoir that it was the fog of war, that things were confused, that they didn't know what had happened. But she knew quickly enough to blame the famous Mohammed video. And she stuck with that story despite contrary evidence that emerged as the attack was going on. She is the one who so callously testified in the United States Senate. She said, "What difference at this point does it make what the cause of that attack is?" That is the demonstration of her fundamental inability to understand what's at stake in the war on terrorism. She left her desk at the State Department the evening while the attack was still underway in Benghazi, when American embassies and consulates all across North Africa and the Middle East were under threat. She left the State Department to go home. Now, I've worked for 6 different secretaries of state, very different people, different backgrounds, different personalities, different priorities. Not one of my bosses would have left the State Department where their people were still in trouble. During that entire evening and day, she never once called the Secretary of Defense, Leon Panetta. Every boss I had at the State Department would have been on that phone every 15 minutes. And the fundamental reality is she didn't prepare for the attack. She didn't anticipate it. She wasn't doing her job to protect Americans who are sent to dangerous posts overseas. We knew as far back as February 2011 that Libya had descended into chaos. We had to evacuate our personnel then. How? Through the United States Navy? No, we had to rent a Greek ferry boat to come to Tripoli to get the people out. And even after that lesson, we didn't take adequate steps to protect against what happened on September the 11th. Our people were left to die in a terrorist attack, and we had no way of getting to rescue them. And there was no effort on that day to worry about what other steps might be taken. But even worse, under her tenure, in the time since September the 11th, 2012, the entire administration response has been to arrest one person, to bring them to the United States for a full due process criminal trial. No retribution, no retaliation. The terrorists and their state sponsors around the world have learned that under Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton, you can kill an American ambassador and do it with impunity. That's Hillary Clinton's lesson. She has pursued a policy in the Middle East against our staunchest ally, Israel, as if it's an adversary, thinking that it's Israel's actions that are the cause of peace and the threats to peace and insecurity in the Middle East. It was, with Russia, it was Hillary Clinton's reset button that wasn't even translated correctly when she gave it to the Russian foreign minister. She is the one who advocated collapsing our national missile defense program just at the point we will need it to protect ourselves against North Korean and Iranian ballistic missiles. She is the one who negotiated the New START arms control agreement that has allowed Russia to rebuild its nuclear capacity as ours has been drawn down. Under her watch, Russia committed massive unanswered violations of the INF Treaty while we stood by. She is the one who allowed Ukraine to remain vulnerable and allowed Vladimir Putin to use military force on the continent of Europe to change international boundaries, something that we said in 1945 we would never allow to happen again. And what's next? What awaits President Clinton? The Baltics? What other NATO members are we going to see in threat? In the Far East, she faced China with making massive territorial claims in the East and South China Sea, and her policy in response was to call for a peaceful negotiation of disputed territorial claims. Tell that to the Philippines and Vietnam when they see China building installations in the South China Sea. Hillary Clinton has negotiated treaties that threaten American sovereignty, the UN Arms Trade Treaty, which is a backhand way of getting around the Second Amendment. She has said she wants to sign the International Criminal Court Treaty, which is a dagger aimed at the heart of America's defense capability. And the deal with Iran, the nuclear deal that Barack Obama is about to sign, those negotiations were launched while she was Secretary of State. This deal will be the biggest act of American appeasement in contemporary history. It will enable Iran to move to nuclear weapons capabilities at a time of their choosing. It will legitimize this terrorist regime, which has been the largest financer of international terrorism for the last 35 years. All of this occurred under Hillary's watch. And then we come to issues like North Korea and its nuclear weapons program, which is basically a memory lapse under Hillary Clinton. I come back to the central point. With that record, and being the third Obama term, it has to be the case that national security is at the core of the 2016 presidential campaign. The conventional wisdom that the American people do not care about foreign policy is wrong. The American people are ahead of their leaders in Washington on that point. They want a president who will defend the country. We made a grave mistake in 2008 and 2012 by electing someone who was unqualified and unwilling to do what was necessary to protect our country from foreign threats. We cannot afford to make that mistake a third time in a row. The people in this room can and must make that difference in November of 2016. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Bolton.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Bolton. We have just a few questions. The Twitter questions are coming in, hashtag CPACQ. First one, what do you think are going to be the real adverse effects of Obama's immigration program on the security of this country?
Well, I think it's a mistake to begin with even to talk about comprehensive immigration reform. I think that we made that mistake under President Reagan in 1986. Despite his best efforts, the problem went from 3 million illegal immigrants to 11 million. I think what the president's trying to do is very similar to what he does across the board. This is not about governance. This is about politics. This is about fundamentally transforming America. And I think the fact that the borders are still not secure, it's not just a problem for illegal immigration. It's a problem of drug trafficking. It's a problem of human trafficking. It's a problem of threats to our national security. Even the Obama administration indicted high officials of the Iranian Revolutionary Guards Corps a few years ago for plotting to kill the ambassador of Saudi Arabia in the streets of Washington. This has, the control of the border has incredibly important implications for our national security. And I think, as with most other national security issues, the president is simply indifferent.
Thank you. Let's talk a little more about the expansion of ISIS, the recruiting of ISIS, for ISIS here in this country, the lack of strategy to deal with that, and what spot that puts the next commander-in-chief in.
Well, I think the president's been completely negligent in his duty. He doesn't believe we're engaged in a war with terrorism. He has said repeatedly this is a law enforcement matter. It's sort of like a jumped-up version of robbing the local Starbucks. And if you don't understand you're in a war, if you don't understand that there's an ideology that hates our country, hates our way of life, and is determined to destroy it, you can't possibly react against it. I believe there are terrorists in this country. I believe more are coming. I think they're coming from ISIS. I think they're coming from many other places around the world. They're going to wait for the opportunity. We've seen what happened in Paris, in Copenhagen, on Parliament Hill, in Ottawa, in Sydney, Australia. And we've seen it in this country, too. We haven't had examples of workplace violence. We've had terrorist attacks at Fort Hood. We've had the Boston Marathon. Ladies and gentlemen, nobody wants to be at war. We didn't start this war, the terrorists did, and ignoring it doesn't mean it will go away.
One last question, Ambassador. The visit that's coming up very soon by Prime Minister Netanyahu, let's talk about the president's relationship with Israel, the on and off relationship with Israel, and its effect on the negotiations in Iran.
President Obama has the worst relationship with Israel since the State of Israel was created in 1948. He views Israel as an extension of the West into the Middle East, as an intrusion, as the problem. We've had 6 years of threats from the Middle East, and what is Barack Obama focused on, along with Hillary Clinton? That the single gravest threat to peace and security in the region, according to the Obama-Clinton view, is Israel building apartments in East Jerusalem. Now we have the leader of our closest ally in the region who faces an existential threat from Iranian nuclear weapons, the threat of what some have called a nuclear holocaust. A half a dozen nuclear weapons on a small country like Israel. There is no Israel. Prime Minister Netanyahu is entirely correct in seeing this deal as a sellout. And I congratulate Speaker Boehner for inviting this ally to come and speak to a joint session of Congress. I think Barack Obama's behavior is reprehensible. And I think if Hillary Clinton really wants to be president of the United States, if she is ever to break from Barack Obama, if she is ever to show any daylight between her policies and Barack Obama's, she should welcome Bibi Netanyahu, she should meet with him, she should work with him, and show that she really has America's interest first. That won't happen, but that's what she should do. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Matt, it's Wayne LaPierre. Congratulations on your new role with CPAC, and I join everyone else in celebrating that role. We've known each other a long time, and I know you're a leader, I know you have great values, and I know you're going to accomplish great things. You're also one of the real good guys in town, and that means a lot. So congratulations, you're going to do great things for our country.
Well, I'm a chairman that was born after the creation of the organization, so there's a real generational change. The reason I've been involved in politics is to get the right policy outcomes, to try to make a difference with the country. And I do think that the country is looking for new voices.
Well, he was always what I call a good kid, but that's a mother's perspective. Responsible, hardworking, seemed to love his family. But most of all, Matt was determined and still is extremely determined. If he believes in something, he's going to defend it to the end. I think as a family, we all learned that wherever you are, whatever trials you have, you pick up your stuff and you go. Put your faith in the Lord, turn it over, and move on.
My first kind of intellectual framework on what it meant to be a conservative had a lot to do with William F. Buckley. It was in college, sitting through class after class with sometimes very liberal professors and hearing their strange perspective on the world. And I was realizing what it really took to get by, what it took to make ends meet, and what really made sense. And it just seemed crystal clear to me.
First got to meet Matt when he was working over at the White House. Matt's a good chairman for the ACU because he understands how integrated the conservative message is.
Chris, you know, he's kind of doing a different thing right now.
You can get that one from anybody.
Okay, good.
And don't knock me. You'll never be back.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Matt Schlapp has impeccable conservative instincts, and he's also a public servant at heart. So taking on the ACU chairmanship, I think, was a perfect opportunity for him to continue to advance conservative causes. If you took the values of somebody like Mercy, who grows up as a Cuban American in Florida, and match that with somebody from the Midwest, from Kansas, you almost have the perfect match.
Out of September 11th, which was just a terrible day for our country, terrible day for the world, people woke up and people grew up. I think our country grew up. I know for me, it changed my life in an instant.
On 9/11, Matt and I were both working at the White House. The Secret Service came in and basically said, you need to leave as quickly as you can.
She ran her way, I ran my way. It was pretty much melee in the White House. And I remember thinking there was only two things I wanted to do. I wanted to call my family and tell them I was okay, and I wanted to figure out where Mercy was. And finally tracked her down, and I realized at that moment that she was awfully special to me, and I wanted to spend the rest of my life with her.
And I remember that evening, I said to him, like, what are we gonna do? He said, we're gonna get up tomorrow morning and go back to the White House and go back to work. And I remember at that moment, I was like, this is a man that just is strong, he's brave. And, you know, I just knew at that moment I wanted to be with him for the rest of my life.
Favorite things to do every Christmas is to take all the Christmas cards that we get from friends and family and look at all the children that all of our friends have had, and then we rank them. But the thing that was amazing is that every other year there was another child, and now there are 2 dogs. And instead of being burdened with all these responsibilities, they are so joyous about having a big family.
You know, there's something American about just finding their own unique way to move forward. And I look at the country today and I realize who we need to win. We can't have a third Obama term. If the center-right can be pulled together, doesn't mean everybody's going to agree with each other. But if they can be pulled together in a political coalition, we actually could win a presidential election with a conservative. It's time for those folks that want to take their country back to work constructively together in order to get that goal accomplished.
Hello, my name is Viana Schlapp, and these are my sisters. So, my dad told, okay. So my dad told me that CPAC was heading in a new direction, but I thought he was gonna buy me concert tickets to go see my favorite boy band, One Direction. That's a big difference. But anyways, I'm honored to be here in front of such a wonderful and conservative audience. Everyone has a superhero in their lives. Mine is my dad. He is such a great inspiration in my life. He has taught me the importance of loving God, loving others, and loving our great nation. He has also taught me that it is more important to give than to receive, and to always stand up for what I believe in. He has taught me that if I work hard, I can achieve my dreams. He reminds me that America is the greatest nation in the world, and that I should never take my freedoms for granted. But lastly, my dad has shown me that guys can watch endless reruns of Princess and Barbie movies too. When I grow up, I would be blessed to be as committed to serving our nation as my dad. And now, introducing my superhero, my dad, Matt Schlapp.
Okay, all you dads out there, I have to say, I'm scared to watch them grow up a little bit. You're beautiful girls, and Vianna, great job. I'm really proud of all of you, and thanks for being here. Thank you. As you can see, my wife, Mercy, and I are committed to erasing the gender gap, one daughter at a time. CPAC 2015 is an important moment for all of us. And I want to thank my partners on this journey. Dan Schneider, our executive director. Yes. And Carly Fiorina, our foundation chair. As you heard yesterday, Carly is an inspirational conservative leader who brings real-world experience and a touch of class to everything she does. And I'm honored to call her a friend. And Dan Schneider, he's a sterling example of Midwest know-how and determination. Now, I do want to say publicly also to Dan's wife, Gisela, that we give her a public apology for taking so much of Dan's time as we prepared for this great event. Carly, Dan, our CPAC director, Karin Walters, and the rest of the whole team have worked really hard to make the American Conservative Union, and this, our marquee event, CPAC, a place where conservatives can unite, plot, organize, fight, and eventually celebrate. That's right. But not yet. I'm humbled to stand before you as the new chairman of the American Conservative Union. And don't let this white hair fool you. I'm actually younger than the ACU, which is our nation's oldest grassroots conservative organization. Yes, I have to tell you, it's your worst nightmare. The kids are in charge. We may be a new generation of conservative leadership, but don't worry. We still know how important it is that we cling to our religion and our guns. And our heroes, they're your heroes too. And now it's the time for all of us to get to work together. Because as it says above me, conservative action starts here. And just 2 days ago, that action started. Many of you participated in it. All of you have read about it. We started our first ever activism boot camp, led by two of our board members, Ned Ryan of American Majority and Morton Blackwell of the Leadership Institute. They trained almost 500 new activists who will take what they learned here and bring it home to their communities. And look, we all know politics is a lot of talk, but I assure you, at the American Conservative Union, we will insist on action. Look, much of this conference will be focused and has been focused on the issues leading up to the 2016 election. But let's just take a step back. Take a breath. Do you remember how good you felt on Election Day just a couple of months ago? Think about it. Yes. All those great victories. When you turned on the television and saw all those victories across the country, you made that happen. And thank you for all the work you did to make that happen. And because of that work, and because of your membership in the American Conservative Union and your commitment to the cause, the ACU was able to play a key role in adding 4 new conservative members to the House of Representatives. You know who they are. I'm going to mention their names. Rod Blum of Iowa. Come on, Iowa. Barbara Comstock of the Commonwealth of Virginia. There we go. Bruce Westerman of Arkansas. And of course, Alex Mooney of West Virginia. There we go. Okay, West Virginia, when you see Alex, tell him you're a member of the ACU. He's going to give you a big Cuban hug of thanks. Look, Congress not only needs more thoughtful conservatives, but they need help in determining which conservative policies to push and how to better reach the country. And our new ACU policy centers will do just that. We intend to light a spark to provide fresh, conservative perspective that links smart politics with sound policy that can be made relevant to your lives. And I'll tell you one thing that's true. Haven't the last 6 years seemed like an eternity? Even President Obama's speeches go on and on and on. And I hate to inform you, he has 2 years left. And you can just see President Obama worrying that time is slipping away. It's almost as if we could read his mind. So little time and so many golf courses. You just met my 5 girls, and you've heard the story of our family. Nothing is more important than our families. And this may come as a shock to you, but like all big families, we don't always disagree. Come over to our family and sit around our dinner table. You'll hear a lot of interesting discussion. And I want you to look around. Look around this big room, the biggest room in this big town. This conservative family that fills this room and surrounds this stage is made up of activists who approach politics with different priorities. For some, the priority is free markets, free trade, smaller government and lower taxes, and those are important things. For others, they look overseas and they're concerned about Islamic radicals and terrorists, and they worry about our security. Finally, others are guided by their faith and believe that our future can only be bright when we value all life, encourage strong families, and hold fast to our cultural traditions. This, my friends, all of you, we're a unique political coalition. And let me tell you, we're a winning coalition. We're a winning coalition. And let me tell you, if you're new to this movement and have joined us today, or you're watching from across the country, you're hearing about the debate we're having nationwide and also as a movement. If any of this is appealing to you, come join us, because we are going to be a winning coalition, and we're going to grow our numbers. And the fact is, we all know this, it's time for all of us to get the math right. We can't succeed if it's about subtraction, which leads to our division. It's got to be about addition. It's got to be about adding so that our numbers can multiply. And for just a moment, as hard as it is, use everything you can muster. Let's forget about the occupant of the White House for just a moment. And let's think about our fellow Americans who are struggling every day, who consistently and courageously Just make it work for their families. And for me, there's one person who personifies what is good and decent and reliable in the American spirit, and that's my mom, and she's with us today. Like many kids, I had my struggles in my childhood, but my mom was always there. Mom, you were my rock. She held down a job, she took care of the home, she helped us with our homework, she drove us to endless after-school activities, and she was always there at the end of the day to give us counsel. And she did this all mostly on her own. You know, raising 4 kids wasn't easy for your mom, especially with me being there. And it isn't easy today for folks who are in that situation. But Mom taught me some critical lessons, and I raised this because these lessons are important to us as we face what we're facing as a country. But one more thing about Mom. She was born in Brooklyn, and she's going to expect, somebody is here from Brooklyn? Oh, my Lord, we are going to win. And I just tell you, you better listen up or you're going to have her to deal with. I'd like to share these lessons with you now because I think they can help our country. The first lesson my mom taught me was to never give up. No matter the obstacle you're faced with, no matter how discouraged you find yourself, move forward and never give up. Conservatives, I urge you, now is not the time to give up. And stand up for yourselves and stand up for the country, even when it means taking on the rich and the powerful and the well-connected. Push back, give them hell, never be bullied, even when the bully is big government. And most importantly, remember that God has a plan, and no matter how bad things get, for you or for our country, God's going to get us through it. You see, He loves us, and He's blessed this great nation. And boy, does that message differ from the message the president has given us. You remember, he says, you didn't build it. They are too big to fail. And his policies make you feel like you're too small to matter. Now pay your taxes, pipe down, and go get in line to buy Obamacare. But conservatives, guess what? The time of the Obama political machine is drawing to a close. And help is on the way. And I can make you 2 promises straight from my heart. You're going to hear from the next president of the United States right here from this stage during this CPAC. And one thing more, that president will respect your voice, respect the Constitution, and begin to make America great again. God bless you all, and thank you very much. Thanks.
In difficult times, even more than in easy ones, the voice of conservatism must make itself heard in the media. It isn't always easy, but of this we can be sure. While the Washington Times is alive and well, conservative views will never be drowned out. And if they are heard, they will prevail.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome board member of NRA, ACU, ACUF, Carolyn Meadows.
Good morning, CPAC. I have the great honor to introduce a friend of many years. He's had a great influence on my life as yours. Before Sean Hannity was a rock star at Fox, he was actually a rock star in Atlanta. Yay for Atlanta. When Fox was a startup company and they wisely asked Sean to come on board, they were just getting started. And Sean came to me and said, what should I do? Should I leave security and go to this startup company? My advice to him was, go for it. You and Jill don't even have children yet. And if you go bust, what'll happen? You can go back to Alabama and paint houses. He has done a phenomenal job. And for the cause of conservatism, I think we owe Sean a great deal. And if he retires ever from Fox, he can go to some high school, throw out footballs, and do practice with them. So please welcome my hero, Sean Hannity.
Hello, CPAC. All right, I got something. How y'all doing? Yes. All right, we got plenty more footballs. How y'all doing? Why don't you all get closer and I'll hand you the football. Everyone come on in. Y'all have been sitting, everyone's tired. Look at these gorgeous, great American girls. I wish we could get them on shot there. Look at these three girls in the green here, how cute and adorable, and their bigger sister in purple. I'm just guessing. That is the future of America right there, and that's why we're gonna fight so hard. Let me start with some good news. Thank you. Don't worry, all you that get closer and come closer, the odds of you getting a football are much higher. I have some good news to start. America, we will fundamentally transform it back to the great country it was. Our long nightmare of lawlessness and Obamacare and weakness as it relates to foreign policy, an economic nightmare, is coming to an end. And it's going to take every single solitary one of you in this room to make that happen. You all with me to join in and do that? You know, one of the things, let me ask, because we have so many candidates, I am probably the perfect person to be here in one sense, because I'm like all of you. I have not decided who should be our nominee yet. All right, hang on, we can play. All right, who wants Marco Rubio, Senator Rubio? Senator Ted Cruz? Senator Rand Paul? I'm going to forget somebody's name and they're going to be really mad. Who likes Governor Bobby Jindal? Former Governor Rick Perry? How many people like former Senator Rick Santorum? He's going to be speaking today. Who likes Ben Carson? Right? We got a deep bench. Who likes Governor Scott Walker? Wow. Very impressive. As my dear friend Matt Schlapp just told you, I am optimistic. There's my friend Matt. And I believe that this process now starts. You remember how you felt the day after Mitt Romney lost? Okay, I know how you all feel because my TV ratings, the second day after he lost, you all abandoned me for like 6 months. Because why? We were all depressed, right? But the process starts now, right now, and I am convinced that somebody that you will hear from this stage during this conference, which I'm so honored to be a part of, with its rich history of advancing the conservative movement in America, are going to be right on this stage, and you are going to make everybody in this room, watching on C-SPAN and Fox News, you are going to make that happen. I applaud all of you for your hard work and your efforts. You are the grassroots. Isn't it getting a little old? We're at the point where, you know, I talked about this with Marco Rubio today. I'm going to be back on stage with Donald Trump and Jeb Bush later. You all staying? Okay. Okay. By the way, have Jeb Bush any supporters? Any Chris Christie supporters? Who did I forget that's running? Who? Carly Fiorina supporters? You know, Ralph Nader, security, can you get this guy out of here? What's that? Hannity's not running in 2016. Donald Trump, I didn't mention any Trump supporters? Okay. All right. You know what though? Think of how these years have been. If every single thing, we're in the 7th year of the Obama presidency, and he's blaming Fox News, Karl Rove, Rush Limbaugh, Mark Levin, Glenn Beck, Sean Hannity, and when all else fails, who does he blame? Right? You know, it's sort of like if the dog bites, if the bee stings, if you're feeling sad, whose fault is it? Knick-knack, paddywhack, you give your dog a bone, and then you're a stupid liberal, and you try to take the bone back from the dog after you give the dog a bone. The dog bites you. It's not your fault. It's not the dog's fault. Whose fault is it? Right? Some of you were drinking heavily last night. You woke up with a headache this morning. It's not your fault. It's not Jack Daniel's fault either. It's not Budweiser's fault. Whose fault is it? If you're stupid enough, let's say I had a bee's nest at my house. If I was stupid like a liberal, and I took a baseball bat and I knocked down the wasp nest, and the bees sting me, it wouldn't have been my fault, wouldn't have been the wasp's fault. All right, so we have a young, good-looking crowd here at CPAC, right? By the way, I am so glad you young people are here. You are the future, and we are going to make this country good for you. We are going to do it. I can look out in the crowd. I kind of have X-ray Fox vision, and I can see some of you women, you don't even know it yet, but you're pregnant. It's not your fault. It's not his fault. Whose fault is it? No! Hannity's my old friend Bill Clinton. I can't blame Bush for that one. Yeah. All right. I want to get serious in this sense. We all have a similar story. It's the American story. All 4 of my grandparents, God bless their soul, they came to America. They had no money. They had a hope that they could build a better life for their children and their grandchildren. My father grew up really, really poor in Bedford-Stuy in Brooklyn, New York. And my grandmother, his mother, died a couple of months after childbirth, complications from childbirth. My dad had a tough life. He fought in World War II for 4 years. And it was a really big deal when he got that 50 by 100 lot. How many of you grew up in that kind of neighborhood, right? A lot of us. And it was a Cape Cod house, and 3 older sisters, 1 bathroom, definition of hell on earth. Spent a lot of times running out to the back, but I did, in the bushes. It was bad. It's the Bush's fault. All right. Hang on. You deserve a football for that. Anybody that gives the speaker a joke, that's good. We got to laugh. You get a football. But the way I look at my life, I have been blessed to live in this country, blessed by God, that I really feel that I stand on the shoulders of these people that were risk takers, that were willing to leave their country behind in the hope of what this dream of America is. And I stand on my father's shoulders. I think my father, he died 6 months after I started at Fox. If he were here today, I don't think he would feel so successful, because his dream wasn't for himself, it was for his children. They sacrificed to send us all to Catholic schools. They didn't have a lot of money. It was a big deal that they sacrificed that money. How many of you have similar stories, right? So many of us in this room, even you guys in the back, hello, right? Here's what I want to tell you. I want to give you a little bit of bad news, and then I want to give you a little bit of good news. What do you want first, the good news or the bad news? All right, I'm going to give you the bad news. I look at this audience, and I'm looking right around this stage, and I see one young face after another. I'm looking all out in this crowd, which gives me hope for the future. Here's the problem. I never thought there'd be a time in America where 50 million of our fellow citizens, just shy of 50 million, live in poverty in America today. They're struggling to feed their kids. I never thought that we would have nearly 50 million Americans on food stamps in America. This is the land of opportunity. This is the land of plenty. It's almost 20 million more people than when Barack Obama became the President of the United States. We can do better. Now, I never thought there'd be a time in American history. Remember when Obama was running in 2007 and 2008? By the way, I hate to say I told you so, but I told you so to some of, not this crowd, obviously, all the liberals that are going to be writing about this speech and don't like me. I never thought, he said about $9 trillion in debt, that it was irresponsible and it was unpatriotic, right? He is now, by the time he leaves office, he will accumulate almost as much debt as every other president before him combined. Add to that $100 trillion in unfunded liabilities. The American people are needlessly suffering because of bad politics in Washington and bad governance. Now, the other bad news I have to say to you young people, I feel bad because this may become the first time in American history where our generation leaves this country in worse shape than that which we found it, which was the antithesis of what our grandfathers, our grandmothers, our fathers and mothers wanted for us. They wanted us to do better than they did. My hope for my children is that they live in America that has more opportunity, more prosperity, more success, more wealth. Jack Kemp used to always say it's not a zero-sum game, that a rising tide lifts all boats. You know, I look at right now, I never thought in my lifetime that the world would be battling Al-Qaeda, Boko Haram, ISIS, Islamic Jihad, Hezbollah, Hamas, radical Islamists, that, you know, Newt Gingrich made a great line. He said, they have been at war with us since 1979 and the Iranian hostage crisis, all right? The 9/11 Commission report said they were at war with us. We were not at war with them. I never thought in my lifetime that I admire the king of Jordan. After one pilot was burned to death, he opened up the gates of hell and fury on the radical Islamists that killed that poor innocent pilot. I never thought I would admire the president of Egypt who went before imams and said, you have got to take back this religion from radicals that are hijacking it. And that when 21 Coptic Christians martyred and assassinated in cold blood, that he would unleash hell and fury on radical Islamists that he identified. And this is the sad part. The day that the president gave a statement about a fellow American by the name of James Foley, how many of you saw the video? I saw it. Who was beheaded by these radical, modern-day, frankly, Nazis, brutally. It's a level of evil, unprecedented, that the president would give a statement, turn around, and 30 seconds later be on a golf course. Unbelievable. Shameful. Yes, sir, shameful. I never thought I'd have a president that would try and tell the American people and convince them the Islamic State is not Islamic. I never thought I'd have a president that, when 21 Christians were murdered, didn't identify them as Christians. I never thought that I'd have a president with his radical background and associations, which you all know where I feel on that, I won't go into greater detail. The world right now is craving answers, solutions. The answers and solutions I have always believed as a conservative are going to come from us. I started the Conservative Solution Caucus in 2014. I wanted the Republicans to run on ideas. Everybody in America has made up their mind about Barack Obama, okay? He's gone, thankfully, in 2 years. I want, as somebody who's not made up their mind who is going to be president, I wanted to just give you a few points on what I am looking for in the next president of the United States. There's one of my favorite movies is Braveheart. You like Braveheart? Freedom! Okay. There's a moment in that movie, William Wallace and Sir Robert the Bruce. William Wallace turns to the elites, the nobles, and he says, they're outside there, I see strength in you. I see strength in you. Unite us. Unite us. Now, I know there are some people in this room that identify themselves as Tea Party conservatives. I identify myself as a Reagan Tea Party conservative. That's where I stand. I know there are people that maybe we view as establishment Republicans. So what I am proposing is this. We are in such a tough position as a country. These problems are so great, and I want to make sure that we live up to our responsibility to leave a country better than we found it. I propose the following things. I want to make sure, I would like to see the establishment and the Tea Party unite. Okay? You're skeptical. I'm going to change your skepticism. If the Republican Party is honest, if you are establishment or you are Tea Party, do you not agree it is immoral to accumulate $18 trillion in debt and rob future generations of their inheritance? We all agree? Okay? I like the penny plan. I like a balanced budget amendment. Instead of baseline budgeting, cut 1 penny out of every dollar every year for 6 years. We balance the budget. We do it because it's morally right for our children and future generations. That's something I think the Tea Party, conservatives, and establishment, we all ought to agree on. I want the next president of the United States to commit to eradicating radical Islamists, not degrade. I think Republicans, Tea Party, conservative establishment ought to agree that radical Islamists equal they are a modern day version of the 100 million souls we lost in the last century, Stalinism, fascism, communism, Nazism, and we all ought to agree that this cancer, we must rid the world of this evil. Do we all agree? I think as conservatives, establishment, Tea Party, conservatives, I think we can all agree on another thing. I am tired of America being dependent on countries that hate our guts, right, for our energy. We have more energy coupled with new technology, for hydrofracking, horizontal drilling. We have more resources than the entire Middle East combined. We all ought to agree, establishment, Tea Party, let us break this monopoly Let America commit to being energy independent in 5 years. Ought to be a goal. We have some of the best and brightest minds. We send them to some of the worst schools that America has ever seen. How about especially inner city America? I say that establishment, conservative, Tea Party, unite on this principle. Let you, the parents, choose the school that you want to send your children to. Right? I know there's a lot of issues involving immigration. Some people want comprehensive immigration reform. Some people want, like me, I prefer to secure the borders first. It's like tax increases and spending cuts. You always get the tax increase, you never get the spending cut. You're going to get amnesty, you're never going to get the border secure. I would think that we can agree on one thing first. Let's secure America's borders for the safety and security of the American people. I just want to say this. We have 92 million Americans out of the workforce, 50 million Americans in poverty, nearly 50 million Americans on food stamps. We have evil in our time that needs to be defeated. This is my pledge to you, as somebody who's undecided. On both my radio and television program on the Fox News channel, I promise you this. As somebody who has not made up his mind, I am going to give access to every single solitary candidate as often as I can, as often as they'll come. By the end of the process, I will ask them every question I can possibly think of, and then I am putting this all in your hands. And what I'm saying to you and I'm challenging you is to dig deep, find the person that absolutely understands that it is the destiny of this country to stand as a beacon of hope and freedom for the entire world. No country has given more to the world to advance the cause of freedom than this country, the United States of America. And I am just saying that I believe somebody at this conference will be the next president of the United States of America, and you're going to make that decision. And I want to just say one last thing and wrap up now. Okay. Sorry, Matt. I want to say one last thing. We owe it to the young people in this room. We owe them that we are going to work day and night, blood, sweat, tears. We owe it to the soldiers who have sacrificed their lives, their limbs in the defense of liberty and freedom. We owe it to them that when God calls us home, sooner for me than a lot of you young people, when that happens, that we leave them with what President Reagan described as that shining beacon city on a hill. There's nothing America can't do, and it begins in this room, and I pledge this to you. We will work day and night, if you all commit in your hearts, that you are going to fight for your country, fight for the cause of liberty, fight for your Constitution, fight against lawlessness, stand up and defend our troops, fight for the principles that we outline here today. If we start on the points of agreement, we can make this once more the great, and I believe America is God-destined. And we'll make America once again the greatest country God has ever given man. I'm proud to be a part of this fight with you all. God bless you. Thank you very much.
Well, I think we just found a new addition to the Republican platform for 2016. What do you guys think?
Thank you.
Thank you, Sean.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. God
Chairman
bless.
Reince Priebus, give it up for him.
Thank
Let's
you,
go.
buddy.
Thank you, CPAC. God bless
Well,
you.
good morning, CPAC. I'm having so much fun with you all. I'm losing my voice, but, you know, by my calculations, we've got just over 690 days until the end of the Obama administration. And that day can't come soon enough. But ladies and gentlemen, we've got work to do right now. 2014 was a great year for Republicans in America. We took back the Senate and we fired Harry Reid. We won the largest majority in the House since 1928. And we now have 31 Republican governors in America, including the governor of the president's home state of Illinois, Elizabeth Warren's state of Massachusetts, and how about right here in Maryland with Larry Hogan? It was a great year for our party. But you know, we can't get comfortable. Winning in 2016 is going to be a lot of work, winning a big cultural vote in this country. But if we do that hard work, we will win the White House. We'll have a Republican president, and 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue will never be home to the Clintons again. Now, here's what the Democrats don't want you to admit. It's not just conservatives at CPAC who are tired of the Obama-Clinton agenda. Polls show that over 70% of the country want the next president to take a different direction than Barack Obama. That's bad news for Hillary Clinton, because I can guarantee you, America, you're not going to get something different than Obama with a member of the Obama administration. You're going to get a third term of Barack Obama. I don't think our country will accept that. I don't think our Constitution can handle that. And I don't think our kids can afford that. The good news for us is Republicans have a great field of candidates that are running for president. And I'd much rather have that than what the Democrats have. They've got one candidate ready to coronate herself. And they have a sitting vice president who can't control his mouth or his hands, who's been running for president since before I could vote. Republican voters are going to have a real choice. That means real debates about new ideas. And speaking of debates, I'm proud to tell you that the days of the media calling the shots in our primary debates are over. You know, in the past, you know, the media got to decide when and where and how many debates there were. Not anymore. At the RNC, we created a new system for a reasonable number of debates. By the way, how many people here think it's a good idea for us to have 23 debates in front of people like Chris Matthews? This time, we're going to assist in choosing debate partners and panelists, not the other way around. Conservative media will have a voice in the process. For example, we just announced that Salem Radio, the home of Hugh Hewitt and Bill Bennett, will partner for the debates with CNN. So the field day for the liberal media is over. At the RNC, we've also reformed the primary process so that more Republicans have a chance to cast their ballots and have a say in the selection of our nominee. It's going to be different this time. And let me be clear. This is the voters, the delegates who choose the nominee. Unlike the Democrats, there will be no coronation in the Republican Party. If you want to win the nomination, you're going to have to earn the nomination. But when we have a nominee, we'll have to come together stronger and more united than ever to defeat Hillary Clinton. You know, the funny thing about Hillary Clinton is that the more people that hear from her, the less they like her. In fact, in the last 6 years, her approval rating was the highest when she was out of the country and off the campaign trail. True fact. That's probably why Hillary barely comes out in public these days. If there's not a private luxury jet and a $250,000 speaking fee waiting for her, you can forget about it. The truth is, she doesn't have much to say. If you ask her press people anything, they'll just say, no comment. I'm sure Obama wishes Biden would follow that example. Really, this is what you would get if you asked the Clinton people a question. Do you support Keystone? No comment. Do you have a plan for ISIS? No comment. How are you different than Barack Obama? No comment. Where were you on the night of the Benghazi attacks? What difference at this point does it make? It makes a lot of difference. If you want to lead the American people, it's time to face the American people. Oh, and by the way, if I was Hillary Clinton, this speech would have already cost you $20,000. But Hillary would never speak here. You've seen her speaking contracts and her Hollywood-style backstage demands. Well, you know, I checked backstage. There was insufficient crudité. The water temperature was off by a few degrees, and I don't think the lemon wedges were cut quite at the right angle. You know, did I mention that I think Hillary Clinton's lost touch with America? Even I, and I'm sure most of you and everyone else watching this would have to Google how to spell crudité. And that, by the way, is coming from a guy whose name is Reince Priebus. By the way, my kids are named Jack and Grace, so some family traditions are worth killing off, and my name's one of them. Of course, now, if you ask Joe Biden what crudité is, he'd probably say this. Oh yeah, I had a great relationship with that community. There's an awful lot of them driving cabs in Delaware. For real, man, they're friends of mine. And that's his words, not mine. And then, of course, then he'd rub your neck without permission. But seriously, when Hillary's making $300,000 for a speech and $8 million on a book and owns 2 homes, she's not dead broke. She's dead wrong and out of touch with reality. We don't have a problem. We don't have a problem with financial success. We just think you ought to work for it. The problem for America is not just Hillary, who's out of touch, it's her whole party. They tell us they're for the middle class, but they veto the Keystone Pipeline, good-paying jobs. They tell us they're for Main Street, not Wall Street, but they pass Dodd-Frank, making the big banks bigger and the small banks disappear. They tell us they're for good health care, but they raised our premiums, canceled our plans, and denied access to our doctors. They tell us they're for education, but they caved to the teachers' unions and blocked school choice and forced kids to be stuck in failing schools. A good school shouldn't be a privilege reserved for the rich and well-connected. It should be an option for all parents in this country, regardless of what your zip code is. Now, I don't even know where to start on national security. Democrats tell us they understand the world, but then they call climate change, not radical Islamic terrorism, the greatest threat to national security. Look, I think we all care about our planet, but melting icebergs aren't beheading Christians in the Middle East. If you look at the ruthless slaughtering of innocents of all faiths in the Middle East and Europe and call that our greatest strength, greatest threat, then you know what? It's time to get a different profession. But that's how the Democrats see the world. And by the way, don't you agree they ought to show up and welcome Prime Minister Netanyahu and listen to what our greatest ally, Israel, has to say? And as for us, we need to make the case against Hillary Clinton and her party. And if you really want to stump a liberal, ask them to name Hillary Clinton's greatest accomplishment. She is known for Hillary Care, which was a failed attempt to force Obamacare on us 15 years earlier. And after all that foreign travel, as Secretary of State, she didn't raise much goodwill for our country. But now we see that she did manage to raise a lot of foreign money for the Clinton Foundation, taking money from countries like Algeria and Oman while she was Secretary of State, which makes you wonder, how will those donations affect her answer on that 3 a.m. phone call? I can hear it now. Don't worry, Sultan. Just send $10 million to the foundation and it'll all work out. Reports say that Hillary Clinton has over 200 advisors figuring out her reason for running. And maybe they'll figure it out, but I can't. I do know the reason we need a Republican president, and to borrow the words of Joe Biden, quote, "The last 6 years have been really, really hard for this country," end quote. We know what we stand for, and maybe Hillary Clinton's focus groups will figure out what she stands for. But still, I want to say this one more time. And you all know I'm a Wisconsin guy and a big Green Bay Packers fan. And as the great coach Vince Lombardi is quoted as saying, the only place where success comes before work is in a dictionary. We're going to continue to build the mechanics, the infrastructure across America. You know, I'm in charge of a lot of the boring stuff. The ground game, the registration, the data, the process. But we have to do that so that when we have a nominee, no matter who that is, no matter who it is that you're really wanting to get behind and help, we've got to have a national party that's got its act together and is competent in the mechanics so that our nominee can plug into the best machine possible. So let's get to work and make sure there's no third term of Barack Obama and his policies. Let's defeat the Clintons once and for all, and let's elect a conservative Republican president who will fight for working Americans each and every day. Thank you. The work begins here at CPAC. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome to CPAC 2015, everybody. This is a packed room. We've had a number of amazing speakers, and our next speaker is no different. You know, there are very few people in the United States who have made it to the point where they can be known by one name. Cher, Beyonce, and Trump. Our next speaker has been able to marry business, politics, and pop culture. That's a rare feat. You've seen him referenced everywhere. Very successful business owner, very successful in real estate, very successful entrepreneur. And he's got a hit television show. I've even had trivia questions where his name was an answer. That says a lot. And regardless of what people think about where someone comes from as they enter the political sphere, I love the fact that in a big tent, you can have multiple impresarios. So without further ado, our next guest, love him or hate him, you watching, Donald Trump.
Well, thank you very much. It's such an honor to be here at CPAC. We've done this before. The response has been so great. I love you people. You're really my kind of people. You're conservative, you work, you love the country. It's very simple. So, a lot of people, you're fired. A lot of people think I'm doing this for fun. They think it's good for my brand, and I'm here, and I'm doing that, and I'm a big successful guy. I'm not doing this for fun. I'm doing it because we have to take our country back. Our country is in serious, serious problem. We have a president who's either incompetent, which I think he could be, or he's got his own agenda, which I know he does. I mean, he does definitely have the agenda. Washington is totally broken, and it's not going to get fixed unless we put the right person in that top position. It's just not going to happen. Now, the problem I have, I'm not a politician, thank goodness. Politicians are all talk, no action. I've dealt with them all my life. The king of zoning, the king of I deal with politicians, that's what I do. I deal with foreign leaders. I deal with people. In this country, our politicians are all talk, no action. Now, I'm a conservative, I'm a Republican, but I look at what's going on with the Republicans. I'm almost more disappointed with the Republicans because, and you can go right now. I mean, right now, they're sitting over there and they're going to make a decision on whether or not to fund. And I guarantee the answer is we're going to fund, we're going to fund, we're going to keep doing it. Our president broke the law when he did what he did. And you're going to have to take a tremendously strong action, or you're going to have people just flowing into this country worse than it's ever been. They're coming in now by the thousands, and it's going to only get worse. So the Republicans have to toughen up. They have to toughen up on the IRS. They have to toughen up on Benghazi. They have to toughen up on everything. And most importantly, perhaps other than immigration, they have to toughen up on Obamacare, which is a total lie and which is a total and complete disaster. And when it kicks in, because it really kicks in 2016, when it kicks in, you are going to see some catastrophic results. People are getting out of business, companies are closing, all because of Obamacare. So they have to do something about that, and they have to do it now. Now, when was the last time you heard something good about our country? Well, we won. We beat China. We beat Mexico. We beat somebody. We never win. You don't hear good news about this country. We are in a position where we just never win. And that's because of our leadership. you need somebody perhaps that wrote The Art of the Deal, one of the great business books of all time, I might add. Now, you know, a little example. Somebody said, I can't believe you got the old post office. You know, right down the road, meaning on Pennsylvania Avenue. I wish it were right down the road. Right down the road, Pennsylvania Avenue, I got a building, the old post office. Great building. Everybody wanted it. GSA gave it out. We are doing an amazing job with it. It's under construction now for 6 months. The GSA gave it out. Obama gave it out. Trump got it. Now, is that good negotiating? It was, in the history of the GSA, one of the most sought-after properties ever. And Trump got it. And people said to me, how the hell did you ever get it when Obama's in charge of the GSA? But that's the way it goes, folks. And maybe that's what we need some of. So it's really, really important that we have people at that top position that know, because the country has such tremendous potential, unbelievable potential, and we just are not using it. Now, on ISIS, nobody, if I decide to run and win, nobody would be tougher than Donald Trump. Nobody. I would hit them so hard and so fast that they wouldn't know what happened. I would find a general. Remember the old days of General MacArthur and General Patton and these great generals. Now, we must have somebody in there. But I laugh as I say, and it's laugh through tears, as you say, look, they're announcing when they're going to attack the other side. How often do you see that? In 2 weeks from now, we're sending soldiers over here, we're going to attack this. General MacArthur is spinning in his grave when he sees what we do. So you got to hit him hard, you got to hit him firm, and you can't play games. You got to go hard and fast and firm. And there's somebody there that's going to do the job. Now, we have a thinking, Bo Bergdahl. We all know we make a deal, Bo Bergdahl, for 5 killers, 5 terrorists who are right now out there trying to kill us. This is the kind of thinking, and you don't even hear anything about it anymore. People forget. It's like the 1-week schedule. They forget. The Bo Bergdahl deal is emblematic of what's going on in this country. All our deals are like that. And we can't let it continue to happen. Now, Iran, they cannot have a nuclear weapon. And we must protect Israel. We must protect Israel. As far as our borders are concerned, we need strong borders. We need a wall. If I run, I will tell you, the king of building buildings, the king of building walls, nobody can build them like Trump. That I can promise you. I can promise you that. Executive order. We've got to knock it out. We've got to knock it out fast. Common Core is bad. Bad. Second Amendment is good. Now, really good. Now they want to take away your bullets, folks. I don't know if you've been seeing what's going on. They can't get the guns. Now they want to go after the bullets. But the Common Core, look, I came down very hard on Mitt Romney because he let us down. He really let us down. That should have been an election that was won. That was an easy election to win. I actually think probably easier than the next one coming up. There was no excuse for not winning that. I came down very strong. Likewise, Jeb Bush, he's in favor. He's in favor of Common Core. He's weak on immigration. Now think of it for a second. In favor of Common Core, he's weak on immigration. You remember his statement with they come over for love? That was his stance on immigration. I don't see him winning. I don't see there's any way. You people are going to have to make your own choice. Who knows? We have to rebuild our infrastructure. I go throughout the world, I'm all over the world, and I see China, and I see Abu Dhabi. I see places that you wouldn't believe. You go to Qatar, you go to Saudi Arabia, you see bridges and tunnels and airports and just roadways that are so magnificent. They're paved in gold. And then you come home and you land at LaGuardia, or you land at LAX in Los Angeles, or you land at Kennedy Airport in New York, and they're like third world places. Our roads are crumbling, everything's crumbling, and we're rebuilding China. It's got to stop, and we have the cards. Remember that. We have the cards. Social Security, I'm the only Republican that's going to say this, and I don't know if people are going to love it or not, but I think we've got to make this country rich again. We can do it with smart leadership. And when we make it rich, we can save Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid, and not cut it like almost every Republican wants to do. Let's cut Social Security, cut Medicare, cut Medicaid. Now, you go after the fraud and abuse, but you don't cut it. We make the country rich again. We take back the jobs from China and other nations, and you're not going to have to cut Social Security, Medicare, etc. And nobody else is going to tell you that. We're at $18 trillion in debt. We're very soon going to be a lot more than that, and we're going to reach $24 trillion. When we do that, that's a sacred number, because that's a number from which there's almost no recovery. So we better get going, and we better get going fast. I just want to leave this with you. To be a winner, you have to think like a winner. Our country hasn't been thinking like a winner. We're totally on the defense. We're being laughed at all over the world for our stupidity. We're giving things away. ISIS, you know where they have their military? They take it from, we leave it for Iraq, and ISIS comes in and takes it. I see these trucks and these beautiful tanks. They're all American tanks. They have our, we have to use our head. We need brilliant leadership. We can make America great again. There's tremendous potential in this country, and my whole concept is make America great again. We can do it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. And now we have Sean Hannity. Where's Sean? Come on, Sean. Get out here, Sean.
Hey, here I am. Give it up for Mr. Donald Trump. You all doing
Thank
okay?
you, everybody. Thank you.
They have chairs. You want to stand?
We'll stand. Let's stand.
He likes to stand. Okay, first question. By the way, it's great to see you.
Nice to see you.
Don't read into this. This is a Donald Trump
wow.
tie. Do not take that as an indication that I'm committed. I still haven't made up my mind yet,
They do very well.
Mr.
Buy 'em
Trump.
at Macy's. That's right.
I'm going to get fired here in a minute. All right, you know what? The first question, many of my friends ask, okay, you've kind of flirted with running before, but then
Last time, primarily.
Yeah,
I did. And I thought Romney could do it, and he let us down. I did. I love what I'm doing. I mean, look, I love building. I'm building all over the world. I love it. More than anything else, I love it. But I love this country. My children now have grown, Ivanka, Don, Eric. They're very, very ensconced in the company. I have great executives. I can now let them run things, and I have no problem. But, you know, when you're building, it's very hard for a person like me to run because I have a lot of things happening. A politician, they run. What do? They run, they lose, they win, they run. With me, I give up a lot when I do this. I already told the Apprentice people, you know, NBC wanted to renew, and I said, I'm doing something else. It's very important to me. I'm doing something very important. So I'm looking at it very seriously. I don't want what happened to Mitt Romney to happen again, because that was a tremendous blow for this country.
Okay. If I had to ask you on a scale of 1 to 100, where are you on this scale in terms of where you think you are in deciding to run?
1 to 100, I would say 75 and 80. I am really inclined. I want to do it so badly. You know, I have the theme. It's my theme. It's Make America Great Again. That's what I want to do. We can do that in this country if we had people that know what they're doing, if we had people that are competent.
All right, let's talk about, I just had an opportunity to speak to this great crowd, and I talked about the economic problems we have. You're known for being a businessman.
Correct.
50 million Americans in poverty, 50 million, close to it, 50 million Americans on food stamps, 92 million Americans not working. We don't count them, but they're not working.
As I said, right. We don't count them. I mean, we have, they say 5.3 and 5.6%. I think it's over 20%. During the speech, I said 20%.
How do we get them, how would Donald Trump as president get these people back to work?
You have to take the jobs back from China. You have to take the jobs back from Mexico. Mexico, in Iowa, companies are leaving for Mexico. You have to take, they're given incentive to leave our country and go to places like Mexico. And by the way, Mexico is the next China. Mexico, folks, is not our friend. I hate to tell you this, but Mexico, and I'm not just talking about the border, Mexico is ripping off the United States big, big league, and we better do something. But jobs going to China, to Mexico, to Brazil, they're going everywhere but here. And we've lost our manufacturing, and we've lost our manufacturing base. Sean, you hear about, as an example, Apple. Sure, it's based here, but they do all their work. They make all their product in China. It's a wonderful place, wonderful. And I have tremendous experience with China. I've made a lot of money with China. And I had some pretty hard times with China, and I was the one that came out on top. Believe me, this country can come out on top.
Okay. Let me ask, I think everybody's got to have a vision. If I were to ask you that you become president, your top 5 agenda items, okay, what are they?
Well, let's start with ISIS. You have to just hit them and hit them hard. You got to get rid of that whole situation. And you know, if you were going to ask me that question 2 years ago, 3 years ago, probably it wouldn't have been the first thing on the agenda, but right now it's become so severe, so bad. And I always said, take the oil, they have the oil. ISIS first. Obamacare, I would repeal it, and I would get something that would be so much better than Obamacare. So important. You look at every aspect of government. You look at regulation, EPA. You can't move. You can't do anything. Everything you want to do is stopped. You have to do that. I would build a tremendously strong military. Our military has been let go, and it's been let go badly. And you know, being in the real estate business, all the time I get these listings for Army bases that are for sale, and they're selling everything. I said, aren't we going to have any Army bases left? All the time. So many bases are for sale. I say, what are we going to do about it? The vets, I would straighten out that whole mess. These vets are great people, amazing people. And I would straighten out that mess like you wouldn't believe, and I'd be in there really fast, and I would be working on Iran, and I would be helping Israel big league. There wouldn't be speeches made behind my back. I would be helping out Israel big league because they deserve the help, and Iran has very, very bad intentions. When you look at, this is negotiating 101, you look at a president who's negotiating and he drops the sanctions. Now, I would have said triple up the sanctions. So now they're not doing anything. They're not coming to a good conclusion, and I hear the deal is terrible. So when Bibi comes here, it's going to be very interesting what happens. But we have a president that truly doesn't know what he's doing.
With ICE, let me go back to ISIS for a second. Let's get to specifics here. We see what the Jordanians are doing. We see what the Egyptians are doing. What would specifically you do to, A, stop Iran's nuclear program, and B, to defeat ISIS? Because I don't hear you saying degrade them. I hear you saying defeat them.
Defeat. Well, with ISIS, I just hit them really hard. And that would probably, and you know, a year ago you wouldn't have said it and nobody would have liked it. Now everybody likes it. You may have to have some boots on the ground for a period of time until you get rid of the cancer. That's number one. You may have to have that. Look, they're cutting off the heads of people. They're burning people at the stake. It's like we're living in medieval times. You have to do something. As far as Iran is concerned, if they respected our leadership, they'd negotiate. If we put sanctions all over the place, they would negotiate. They were being very badly hurt by sanctions. Now, they're not, all of a sudden, it's like they're not taking us seriously. With Iran, sanctions all over the place, believe me, you can make a right deal. If you have the right negotiator. You know, part of the problem we have, Sean, we have people that are diplomats doing our negotiating. They know nothing about negotiating. All they know how to do is keep their job. They know nothing about negotiating. If we had the right people, we could solve the ISIS problem and we could solve the Iran problem, and a lot more quickly than you think.
You made a statement about immigration where you said, I'm great at building things. I'm great at building fences.
Well, I would build a wall. It all starts with a wall. You have to build, you have to stop. And first of all, it also has to go with Mexico having some respect for our country. They don't respect us whatsoever. People are flowing through Mexico. And what a lot of people don't realize, the hardest country, one of the hardest countries to become a citizen of, you probably couldn't do it, is Mexico. The people flow right through Mexico. They shove them through our borders, and we have no idea. And by the way, you don't know where those people are coming from. They could have very, very bad intentions, and they don't necessarily have to be from the areas that you think they are.
Well, Mexico puts them in jail, or they tell them to go home immediately.
Mexico is one of the hardest countries in this world to become a citizen of, but they just flow them right through our border. And I see it the other night on television, I'm watching, and thousands of people, they're just walking across the border. No, you have guards just standing there, they just walk right across. What are we, stupid? It's just hard to believe that this can happen.
There's so many young people in this room. Obama has, well, by the time he leaves office, will have accumulated more debt than every other president combined. What do you say to them about how a President Trump could balance the budget?
I understand debt. I understand business better than anybody that's ever run, in my opinion, for office. Nobody's had the success in a business sense that I've had. I know how to get rid of debt. I would get rid of that debt, and I would do it quickly because it's sitting out there, and it is a time bomb for this country.
Specifically, though, because this is important, I like the penny plan. Cut a penny out of every dollar.
It's fine, but I like two plans. I like making the country rich again, taking in tremendous amounts of money, stopping China from ripping us, et cetera, and also cutting costs, but not cutting them when it comes to the military, and not cutting them when it comes to Social Security either.
All right, I see they keep telling, every time I'm up here it says wrap up now. I don't know why. Yeah. Real quick, lightning round, real quick answers, abortion.
Okay, well, I'm very pro-life and feel strongly about it, and with exceptions, life of the mother, et cetera, but I am pro-life.
Rape and incest, life and the mother.
Yes.
Those three exceptions.
Life of the mother,
okay.
Rape, incest.
Gay marriage.
I'm for traditional marriage. I think it's a states' rights issue, not a judge issue, it's a voter issue, but it's a states' rights, but I am for traditional marriage.
Colorado, marijuana, good or bad experiment?
I'd say it's bad. Medical marijuana is another thing, but I think it's bad, and I feel strongly about that.
Well, hang on. What about the states' right aspect of it if the people of Colorado decide?
If they vote for it, they vote for it. But, you know, they've got a lot of problems going on right now in Colorado, some big problems. But I think medical marijuana, 100%.
Okay, let me mention some names to you and just get a quick response. Hillary Clinton.
Like a one-word response. I sort of think of Benghazi. I think of a failed Secretary of State, but Benghazi was a disaster, and amazingly, I don't think it resonated like it should have, but Benghazi was a total disaster.
We learned today that, in fact, they knew from the first minutes of that attack that it was a terror attack, which I think will become a bigger issue. Bill Clinton.
Nice guy. Got a lot of problems coming up, in my opinion, with the famous island with Jeffrey Epstein. A lot of problems.
Barack Obama.
Incompetent president.
Okay. You obviously, the American dream has worked in your life and your father's life, your family's life. I know a lot about your background. We're now talking a lot about American exceptionalism. In Donald Trump's mind, what makes America exceptional, and why do you so love this country that you want to be its commander-in-chief?
It's got a great fabric. They have phenomenal people like the people in this room. We have so much going. We need the incentives. We can't take away those incentives, but we have a country that can be so great again. We have a country that will be absolutely admired by everybody. Right now, it's not admired by other countries, and I deal with these countries. They talk to me, Sean, and they say, I can't believe, Chinese, they say, they're friends of mine. They say, I can't believe we're getting away with this. In Saudi Arabia, they say, I can't believe we get away with this. They don't put up the money. We're fighting wars for them. They don't put up the money. I know these people. I have nothing against China. Their leaders are just much smarter than us. So if we bring our country back to the grassroots, if we keep the incentives going, I'm telling you, the potential of the United States is so incredible if we do it properly and if we have smart, really smart leadership.
One last question. You almost single-handedly were out there questioning President Obama's background. You said, how can you not show a birth certificate?
Right.
I'm not bringing up that issue as much. You also wanted to see his college records.
Right.
Some people have criticized you for asking those questions. What is your response?
Well, I did want to say, I still would like to see his college records. I mean, I'd like to see a couple of things. And I'm not looking at his marks. I'd like to see where he put on. Hey, look, he wrote a book when he was a young man, and it said born in Kenya, blah, blah, blah. I don't know where he was born. I would like to see his college records. I think it's important. Now, as far as the birth certificate, Hillary Clinton wanted his birth certificate. Hillary is a birther. She wanted it, but she was unable to get it. John McCain fought really hard and really viciously to get his birth certificate. John McCain failed, couldn't get it. Trump comes along, and I'm not a sitting senator, I'm not a sitting anything else. I'm a good businessman. But Trump comes along and said, birth certificate. He gave a birth certificate. Whether or not that was a real certificate, because a lot of people question it, I certainly question it, but Hillary Clinton wanted it, McCain wanted it, and I wanted it. He didn't do it for them, he did it for me. So in one sense, I'm proud of it. Now all we have to do is find out whether or not it was real. All right.
CPAC, give it up. Donald Trump.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. There comes a time in the history of nations when fear and forgetfulness cause a nation to hesitate, to waver, and perhaps even to succumb. When that time comes, those who love liberty must rise to the occasion. Will you, lovers of liberty, will you rise to the occasion? When politicians accept censorship, when politicians accept imprisonment without trial, when politicians accept torture, even of the innocent, as necessary, then lovers of liberty must rise. We must rise and stand with our forefathers who stared down the king. We must rise as free men and women and reclaim our birthright. We must protect and defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Our freedom is at risk from a Supreme Court that fails to protect liberty. In the mistake of the century, Justice Roberts affirmed the power of the government to force you to buy insurance. Justice Roberts argued that we must presume Obamacare constitutional. I've got a better idea. Why don't we presume liberty? Just as we are presumed innocent, so too we should be presumed free. President Obama's fundamental promise that if you like your doctor, that you can keep them, was a lie. Obamacare, at its very core, takes away a patient's right to choose. I promise you this, as a doctor, I will take it and make it my mission to heal the nation, reverse the course of Obamacare, and repeal every last bit of it.
We must remember that our rights are unlimited, unenumerated, and given to us by God. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. The Ninth Amendment says that those rights not listed are not to be disparaged. You do have a right to privacy. Your rights are who you are. Your rights are what you are. Your rights are in your DNA, and the government can, quite frankly, get over it. To defend our country, we need to gather intelligence on the enemy. But when the intelligence director lies to Congress, how are we to trust them? Are we to trust them to collect and hold every American's phone records? I say that your phone records are yours. I say that the phone records of law-abiding citizens are none of their damn business. From within, our freedom is threatened by debt and by a government that regulates everything that moves. We borrow $1 million a minute. The president says he doesn't know where to cut. How about we start with the $2.4 million they spent on origami condoms? Don't tell me there's no place to cut. Our freedom is also threatened from outside our borders. We must protect ourselves from jihadists without losing who we are as a people in the process. We must think before we act. We should promote stability, not chaos. In the Middle East, one form of tyranny often replaces another. When secular despots are overthrown, chaos ensues and radical Islam grows stronger. Hillary's war in Libya is a perfect example. Hillary's war made us less safe. Libya is less stable, and radical jihadists run amok. They swim in our swimming pool. Hillary's war in Libya allowed thousands of surface-to-air missiles to fall into the hands of radical Islamists. As Hillary was declaring victory in Libya, Ambassador Stevens was pleading for more security. When I asked Secretary Clinton if she read Ambassador Stevens' cables pleading for help, she answered curtly no, as if she had more important things to do. I believe Hillary Clinton's abdication of responsibility, her refusal to provide an adequate defense for Benghazi, her dereliction of duty should forever preclude her from higher office. It's time for Hillary Clinton to permanently retire. In the Middle East, a dangerous and barbaric cult has arisen. ISIS has become a threat to our embassy in Baghdad and our consulate in Erbil. ISIS, though, grew in a safe haven created by arming Islamic rebels in the Syrian civil war. When I voted against arming the Islamic rebels in Syria, I warned that these arms might end up in the hands of jihadists and that one day we might be forced to go back to fight against our own weapons. Within a year, that prediction came true. Without question, we must now defend ourselves and American interests from this barbarous aberration. But it troubles me that we must now fight against our own weapons. We need a national defense robust enough to defend against all attacks, modern enough to deter all enemies, and nimble enough to defend our vital interests. But we also need a foreign policy that encourages stability, not chaos. At home, conservatives understand that the government is the problem, not the solution. But as conservatives, we should not succumb to the notion that a government inept at home will somehow become
successful abroad. That a government that can't even deliver the mail will somehow be able to create nations abroad. Without question, we must be strong. Without question, we must defend ourselves. I envision an America with a national defense unparalleled, undefeatable, and unencumbered by nation building. I envision a national defense that promotes, as Reagan put it, peace through strength. We must realize, though, that we do not project strength by borrowing money from China to send it to Pakistan. It angers me to see mobs burning our flag and chanting "Death to America" in countries that receive our foreign aid. I say it must end. I say not one penny more to these haters of America. At home, our nation needs new ideas and new answers to old problems. Martin Luther King spoke of two Americas. He described them as two starkly different American experiences that exist side by side. In one America, people experience the opportunity of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. In the other America, people experience a daily ugliness that dashes hope and leaves only the fatigue of despair. I was born into the America that experiences and believes in opportunity, but my trips to Ferguson and Detroit and Atlanta and Chicago have revealed what I consider to be an undercurrent of unease in our country. Liberal policies have failed our inner cities. Liberal policies have failed our poor communities. Our schools are not equal, and the poverty gap continues to widen. It's time for a new way, a way predicated on opportunity and freedom. Those of us who have enjoyed the American dream must break down the wall that separates us from the other America. The president's answer is to raise taxes again. I believe we should do the opposite. I propose we cut everyone's taxes from the richest to the poorest. In the coming weeks, I will propose the largest tax cut in American history. A tax cut that will leave more money in the paychecks of every worker in America. My tax plan will get the IRS out of your life and out of the way of every job creator in America. My plan will also cut spending and balance the budget in just 5 years. To fix Washington, we can't have business as usual. Often bills are plopped on our desk with only a few hours to review. No one, and I mean no one, is able to read what is in the bill. I propose something truly outrageous. Congress should read every bill. Congress should also live under the laws they pass. I have a constitutional amendment that says Congress shall pass no law that exempts themselves. And finally, if they won't listen, we should limit all their terms and send the career politicians packing.
And while we're at it, maybe we ought to limit the terms of out-of-control federal judges as well. We need to return to our founding principles, stand up for the entire Bill of Rights. Our future can include a road back to prosperity, back to respect at home and abroad. It should include a balanced budget and a simple, fair tax system. It should include a government that protects your rights and your security. It should include a stronger, better, more agile military. It's time for a new way, a new set of ideas, a new leader, one you can trust, one who works for you, and above all, it's time for a new president. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I believe that America has much greatness left, but we must believe in ourselves, believe in our founding documents, believe in the economic system that creates more stuff for more people than at any time in recorded history. American innovations have changed the world for the better. America is an idea factory, and there are ideas yet to be born. You and your friends create those ideas. You are America's greatest hope, America's dream. Our best days are ahead of us. It is not the desire for wealth that drives us. What drives us is the desire for freedom. The history of man is the history of men and women striving to restrain the power of government and expand the realm of freedom. Will you stand with me? Will you fight for freedom? Will you vote for freedom? Let us rise as one and shout from the top of our lungs for freedom now, for our God-given liberty. Let us stand together to make America once again the leading light for freedom and prosperity for all. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America. Thanks.
Senator?
Thank you. Thank you.
Senator?
Thank you. Thanks, guys. Thank you. Thank you.
Senator, I'm Charlie Giroux, and I'm actually here standing with Rand to ask you a couple of questions which have come from the audience here in the hall and from others throughout the building. And we're delighted to have you here, and we appreciate the fact that you're taking the time to answer these questions from a live audience. First of all, what do you think Republicans have to do in order to win over libertarians, moderates, and independent voters?
Good answer. Good answer. I think as Republicans, we do a great job defending the Second Amendment. And everybody knows that. It's good. And I'm a great defender of the Second Amendment. But we have to defend the whole Bill of Rights. To defend the Second Amendment, you have to defend the Fourth Amendment. If the government can come in your house willy-nilly without an appropriate or a constitutional warrant, then we don't have protection of the Second Amendment. You need the First Amendment to protect the Second Amendment. But if you want to talk about people who haven't been concerned about being a Republican or listening to a Republican, the Fifth, the Sixth, we should have speedy trials in our country. Khalif Browder was a 16-year-old boy accused of a crime. He's from the Bronx. He's an African-American kid from the Bronx. Accused of a crime, he was sent to Rikers. He spent 3 years in Rikers. He was never tried. He tried to commit suicide 4 times. If you ask Khalif Browder, you ask his mom, or you ask anybody that lives around him in the Bronx, whether or not the Bill of Rights is being defended, he lives in that other America that Martin Luther King talked about. If we want to get new people into our party and get libertarians and others who believe in privacy, what we have to do is we have to say to people like Khalif Browder that big government's not only a problem as far as regulations and taxes, big government's a problem with sometimes not giving justice to those who deserve it.
Somebody knew the answer you were going to give, Senator, and they sent us this follow-up question. If you could have just one constitutional amendment, what would it be?
Term limits.
Senator, what is your biggest criticism of Congress right now?
That they're dysfunctional. That even when we agree on things, we can't get anything done. I had a bill last year with the majority leader and couldn't get it done. With the Democrat majority leader, couldn't even get a vote on it. There's a dysfunctionality to the place. We go week after week after week and we don't get things done. One of the biggest problems we have in our country is the debt. We're borrowing $1 million a minute, and the debt continues to grow and grow by leaps and bounds because Congress doesn't do their job. We're supposed to have 12 individual spending bills. We don't. We lump them all together. We lurch from one deadline to the next deadline, and then when it comes, it's like, hurry up. Either the government's going to shut down or you have to pass all the spending grouped together in one package. So what I've been saying is, why don't we just do our job? Why don't we pass each individual spending bill on its own and control the power of the purse?
Time for one quick one and then a quick follow-up, Senator. How do you respond to some conservatives and Republicans who say you aren't tough enough in your stand on foreign policy?
You know, I think the question of foreign policy is a valid one and a very important one. When I look at government, I think that the most important thing we do at the federal government level is defend our country. Without question, bar none, national defense is a constitutional function. It's the most important function we have. When I look at spending, when I look at what we should spend money on, this or national defense, or this or that or national defense, for me the priority always is national defense. When we get to foreign policy, though, we're not all the same. Not all Republicans are the same on foreign policy. There is a spectrum. On one end, there are people who believe we should never be anywhere outside our borders. On the other end, there are people who believe we should be everywhere all the time. I think really, in the end, what we should do is obey the Constitution. The Constitution says that war, when we go to war, should be declared and should be initiated by Congress.
Final question, Senator. And we appreciate your being with us in the time limits that you've kept. Is naturally curly hair the greatest attribute the good Lord could give anyone?
My only comment on that is people keep saying, is that really his hair? Can it be that bad? So one time I was at a rally in Litchfield, Kentucky, and a woman came up to me and she grabbed me by the hair and she said, oh, I just wanted to see if it was real or not.
Thank you, Senator.
Thanks, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It is great to be back here in CPAC. Let me first do what I always do, which is introduce my family who has joined me here today, my co-author in life, and our newest book, Bella's Gift, my wife Karen, who's down here, and the rest of our 7 children, everybody here but Bella, are here today. So thank you so much for welcoming us and welcoming them. Thank you. 3 years ago, I stood on this stage and my family was behind me. We had just come from a few days before having swept Missouri, Minnesota, and Colorado in the 2012 primary election cycle. After that sweep, the Wall Street Journal editorialized about my economic plan, saying it was a supply-side economic plan for the working men and women of this country. I talked about in this speech that we needed to unite America with someone who is pro-freedom, pro-family, pro-growth, and also pro-worker. We have seen that wages over time have stagnated. The economy, median income, is declining in America. We need someone who can unite this country around a vision, an economic vision that can pull us together. A vision that's focused on working men and women who are struggling in America today. A vision that says we can restore our manufacturing base. We can improve our infrastructure. We can increase our energy development. All to help the people in this country who are lagging behind and feeling like neither party really cares about them or talks about them. I talked about the 70% of Americans who don't have a college education and what we need to do to restore vocational education in our high schools, to put parents back in charge, not the government. Back in 2012, I wasn't for Common Core, and today, I'm still not for Common Core. After the campaign, I wrote a book called Blue Collar Conservative, laying out the vision for how we can unite America around helping those who are struggling in our society. I was doing a book signing in Des Moines at the Republican State Committee. I just happened to be in Iowa, passing through, and a woman dropped the book in front of me, and I said, well, who'd you like to take this out to? And she said, Janice. I said, well, it's nice to meet you, Janice. And she said, oh, that's not my name. I said, well, who's Janice? She said, that's my hairdresser. And I said, your hairdresser? She said, yeah, we don't agree on anything, but she loves you. I said, really? I got to ask you. I said, why would your liberal hairdresser love me? And without missing a beat, she says, oh, because you're for the little guy. Of all the workers in America, only 10% own their own business. 90% are little guys. Pundits have often wondered how I was able to win 11 states, even though I was outspent 4 and 5 to 1. They posited it was because I was simply the last man standing. They were wrong. I won because I stood for someone. The little guy, the American worker. And if we're going to win in 2016, we need to stand for the little guy too. 2016 is going to be a different election, though. The world has changed. We don't need just someone with a strong economic plan. Thanks to the Obama-Clinton foreign policy team, we have gone from a policy of peace through strength to a policy of lead from behind, and it has been disastrous for the American people and for the world. In fact, the president's popularity is so bad around the world today that I heard this report from a source that the Kenyan government is actually developing proof that Barack Obama was actually born in America. The fact of the matter is, we're in a very serious time. I was in Israel 6 months ago, and I spoke with Prime Minister Netanyahu's senior advisors. And he pulled me aside, and he soberly said, in 2016, America needs to elect a wartime president. The world is a dangerous place. It's more complex. We need someone with real experience to be able to rebuild our military. The likelihood that we're going to face a former Secretary of State means that we need someone who has a long and deep understanding of the threats that confront us, particularly the threat of radical Islam. To be clear, it wasn't just the president's liberal outlook, but his profound lack of experience that has created the problems for us here in America. Commander-in-Chief is not an entry-level position. And the Oval Office is no place for on-the-job training, not in times like this. You see, unlike the president, I have 8 years of service on the Senate Armed Services Committee, where I was a subcommittee chairman overseeing science, technology, all of our land and ground forces. Before and after 9/11, I worked to retool our military to something we called asymmetric threats, we now call terrorism. After 9/11, I took a deep dive to try to understand this new enemy of Al-Qaeda, and I found out it wasn't a new enemy. This is an enemy that has been attacking the West for over 1,000 years. 1,000 years trying to expand their territory in the West. We need someone who understands that and understands that the radicals today are simply working out of the playbook of over 1,000 years ago. Over the past few months, we've seen the American public rightly question the president about his refusal to identify the enemy. They're asking the question, how can we defeat what we refuse to understand? We can't. We can't defeat somebody unless we understand them and fashion a plan to defeat them. But refusing to embrace the reality of evil is nothing new. In the 1930s, Winston Churchill warned the world about the gathering storm, and the world sat quietly by until it was almost too late. In 2006 through 2009, I traveled the country. In fact, I gave my farewell address to the United States Senate about what I call the gathering storm of the 21st century, the rise of militant radical Islam. I was called everything from Chicken Little to a warmonger. The first speech I gave was in the summer of 2006, after I had worked to try to pass a sanctions bill on the Iranian nuclear program that I had authored. We failed by a few votes. Barack Obama, Joe Biden, Hillary Clinton, John Kerry all voted against Iranian sanctions at the beginning of the understanding of the development of the Iranian nuclear program. I said in that speech that defining this war as a war on terror was like defining World War II as a war on blitzkrieg. Terror is a tactic. It is not an ideology. We had the moral clarity and the courage back in World War II to call Nazi Germany, Nazi Germany, even though only 7% of Germans were Nazis. Some have suggested that only a small percentage of Islam is radical or militant. Even if 1/10 of 1%, 1 in 1,000 Muslims are radical, violent Islamists, that number is larger than the active duty military of our country. This is not a JV team. This is not a threat to be passed off. In the 1930s, we should have known, we could have known what the threat was. All we needed to do was read the book. Hitler told us what he was going to do. We chose to ignore him. Al-Qaeda, ISIS, Iran, the Muslim Brotherhood. All we need to do is read their books, and we will know what they want to do to the West. ISIS wants to establish a 7th century caliphate. They want to behead, crucify, burn, torture, enslave. In response, the Obama-Clinton foreign policy team refused not only to acknowledge it, but they insist that the greatest threat to American security is global climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, We don't need a weatherman-in-chief. We need a commander-in-chief to run this country. We need to start by crushing ISIS now. We must start in Iraq. We need to get ISIS out of Iraq. The first thing we need to do is arm the Kurds. Instead of sending them bandages and body bags, we need to send them weapons to drive ISIS out of Mosul and out of Iraq. We need to increase aid to Jordan, Egypt. They want to fight. They're warning us of this problem. And America needs to engage. We need to engage with a two-pronged strategy. Number one, we need to put boots on the ground. 10,000 is what General Jack Keane testified to. 10,000 to coordinate airstrikes, to provide advice, training, and intelligence. And yes, we need to do airstrikes, not 5 or 10 a day, not a public relations stunt that the president is doing today, but we need to take serious destroying ISIS. We need to hit ISIS to defeat them. If ISIS wants to establish a 7th century caliphate, well, let's oblige them by bombing them back to the 7th century. Finally, I agree with Prime Minister Netanyahu. Even if the world bands together to defeat ISIS, if Iran gains a nuclear weapon, we will have failed our time. In the end, Prime Minister Netanyahu would not be coming to America. He would not be risking the most important national security arrangement that Israel has if it wasn't for the fact that he believed in his heart that Iran's and the United States nuclear negotiation is going to end up being an existential threat to his country. This is a dangerous time. But here's the good news. Elections matter. 2016 is an opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, just like 1980 was. In 1980, it took one election and one president to return America's standing and to defeat evil in the world. In 2016, we need another president prepared to make America, again, that shining city on a hill for all to see. Thank you, and God bless you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Santorum. We're great to have you this afternoon.
Thank you.
And at this time, we are taking questions from conservatives all across the country. They've been tweeting their questions. Guys, it's the hashtag CPACQ. And the first question, and also the media who considers any of the speakers a presidential candidate is being subjected to this question and answer period, just so you know, being fair to everyone. So my question to you is, given the world's current events, would you strengthen our military?
I think that the most important job of the federal government is national security. I mean, I just listened to Rand Paul, and it's one thing that Senator Paul and I agree with. We just disagree on how we do that. I think we need a robust military to defend ourselves, and to protect our security interests, and to make sure that we can be a reliable ally. We need to lead the world. If America doesn't lead the world, someone else will. Look to what's going on in Russia. Look to what's going on in China. Look to what's going on in the Middle East. Look what's happening down in Central and South America. Other leaders are rising as we recede, and the world is not a better and safer place. So America must be strong, and it must lead.
Thank you. The second question is, do you think your strong religious beliefs will intimidate some of the more moderate voters?
You know, one of the great things about this country is we're a country that is passionate about freedom. They're passionate about people being able to live their lives. I find it somewhat disturbing that sometimes that's okay unless you're someone who happens to be religious in the world today. That somehow or another you're not allowed to be passionate about that. You're not allowed to stand up and articulate that. I will fight, and I have fought, for everybody to be able to come into the public square and make their case. Whether I agree with it or not, I will fight to my dying day to make sure you have the right to do that. And increasingly, we're finding that unless you have a particular point of view, you're not welcome anymore. That is a dangerous thing. That is a dangerous thing for America. Separation of church and state is not in the Constitution. Freedom of religion is, and that's what I will stand for.
Thank you. Next question is, what is the best way to dismantle Common Core?
Well, I think we're starting at it. I think we have a bill that I've been supportive that Senator David Vitter has introduced in the Senate that from the federal level would put the brakes on Common Core. I think it's important that since the federal government, through all of the Obama administration's programs to provide all sorts of money for states to adopt Common Core, that we should cut off that money and give the states the flexibility to use that money as they see fit, not how Arne Duncan sees fit.
Thank you, Senator. We really appreciate you being here today. We wish you the best of luck, and God bless.
Thank you very much. God bless you all. You going down here?
I'm American made. I got American parts. I got American faith in America's heart. They say our reputation needs a new coat of paint and a delicate melody. But I say I like the bruises, 'cause a melody don't mean a thing if we don't have the strength to sing. And I won't be made to ever feel ashamed that I'm American made. I got American parts. I got American faith in America's heart.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Zach Dasher, Larry Solov, and David Bossie.
No, we'll go out here a little bit. Let's be awkward, right, Dave?
You guys are going to be awkward behind me? Mm-hmm. Well, here we are all the way from the banks of the Ouachita River in West Monroe, Louisiana, to CPAC outside of our nation's capital. You may not know me, but you probably do know some of my famous family members. They're down here somewhere. I got Al and Lisa Robertson here from Duck Dynasty. Just came out with their new book, Season of Hope. You need to look at it. And also Willie Robertson as well. You know Willie, right? And my wife Jill's here as well, my beautiful bride. And backstage we got somebody else that you might meet in a second here. So why are we here? Well, I ran for Congress this last time around and barely lost, but along the way I asked Phil to help me out in my campaign. And so I would take him to these different events with me where our supporters were at, and Phil would always begin with the same speech. He would point his thumb at me and he would say, "I've vetted this one for 37 years, since the day he burst forth from my sister's loins." If you're running for Congress, let me just tell you, that's not the image that you want the constituents to think of you. And he would do this every time we went to speak somewhere. So the night before the election, we're about to go on Sean Hannity's show, and Phil says, "Zach, is there anything you want me to stay clear of?" I said, "Yeah, that whole bit about your sister's loins, let's cut that." He said, "No sister's loins, got it." So we weren't 5 seconds into the interview, and guess what he did? He said, "Sean, I tell you, this one here, we've vetted him for 37 years since the day he burst forth from my sister's loins." So now we're outside the 5th District of Louisiana. We have 3 million people across the United States, and this is their view of me. I learned something that night about Phil, and I'm going to use a Southern term here. Ain't nobody going to tell Phil what to say. This is a man who speaks his mind, and how appropriate. Sometimes it is embarrassing for me, but he always speaks with passion. And I think it's important in this culture today. We live in America where we are bound by the chains of political correctness. But that's not how this country was founded. We were founded by men like Thomas Jefferson. And what did he say when he made that famous argument for why we should be free from the tyranny of a king over in England? He said, "We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are" what? Created equal and endowed by who? Not your senator, not your governor, not King George, and certainly not King Obama. We were endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and as Phil would say, the pursuit of happiness. We can clap at that. I think the original conservative Edmund Burke said it best when he said, "The only thing necessary for evil to triumph," he said it, "for good men to do nothing." It's appropriate that this award be given to Phil, a man who is doing something, by groups and organizations like Breitbart and Citizens United, who are doing something to advance the conservative movement. So it's my honor to bring Larry Solov to the stage right now.
Thanks, Zach. Thanks very much. Hi, all. I'm Larry Solov. I'm president and CEO of Breitbart News Network. Thank you. Thank you. 3 years ago this Sunday, we lost a great man, a great patriot, a loving father and husband and friend, and a giant in this movement, Andrew Breitbart. Andrew Breitbart was a fighter. He loved nothing more than to stand up to bullies, especially ones in the media. I was there when he told his oldest son, and his oldest son at the time was in elementary school, "If you ever see another kid being picked on, you go over and you stand up for that kid. And if you get in a fight, and if you get in trouble with your principal, that's okay, because you're not in trouble with me." Andrew would love that this award is being given to Phil. a guy who speaks his own mind, who will not compromise his conservative principles, and who won't be bullied by the mainstream media or the politically correct police. You know, Andrew would also love that this award's being given to Phil because from Andrew's perspective, the fight was primarily about the culture more than politics. You know, he used to always say, politics is downstream from culture, and he would call himself a reluctant cultural warrior. Well, $80 million a year in advertising sales and over $400 million a year in merchandising sales is a pretty good sign that Duck Dynasty is helping win the culture war. You see, they just don't get why Duck Dynasty is a success. They don't get why this deeply American, you know, profoundly religious Christian family is warmly welcomed into so many millions of homes every week. So the media will try to destroy them and try to deny their voice. But like Andrew, they don't care. Doesn't change them, and they don't take crap from anyone. You know, last year we gave this award to Mark Levin, who's certainly a fighter in his own style. Absolutely. And this year we give it to Phil, a fighter in his own style. And I think Phil is a very, very, very fitting recipient of the Citizens United Andrew Breitbart Defender of the First Amendment Award. And we'd like to thank David Bossie and Citizens United for partnering with us and giving out this award. Thank you very much.
Hey, Larry. Well, thank you all. First, I want to thank Matt Schlapp and the ACU for making the Andrew Breitbart Award part of the CPAC official schedule. This is a very big honor for us, and it's a big step for the Andrew Breitbart Award. My name is David Bossie. I'm president of Citizens United, and we are proud of sponsoring the Citizens United Theater here at CPAC for the 7th year in a row to show some of our terrific documentaries, and I know a lot of you have been in there over the last few days. I'm really just tickled. I needed to get a little bit pinched this morning because I knew that folks that we see on television, the Robertson clan was coming to town, and getting a chance to visit with them today has been truly an honor. First, before I get to the award presentation, I just want to take a few minutes and talk about our conservative values and our principles and what they mean for the 21st century and how we need to rededicate ourselves to educating younger generations about our beliefs, especially in the coming post-Obama era. America is at a crossroads today, and consequential decisions need to be made about America's next steps. These are critical decisions that will impact all of our futures. We must reverse the malaise of the Obama era. We must return to the principles and ideals that America is the greatest nation on earth. And doing so will not be easy, but we are an exceptional nation, and we can once again be that shining city on the hill that President Reagan used to talk about. We must defend the freedoms laid out in our Bill of Rights, and that's what brings us here to today's ceremony. The First Amendment. The First Amendment is an enormous part of what makes us who we are as a nation and as a people. Freedom of speech, religious liberty, the right to petition our government for a redress of grievances. Thankfully, we have leaders willing to live out that example and stand up for our sacred First Amendment rights. The great Andrew Breitbart was one of those people. His tireless and fearless defense of the First Amendment made him a hero amongst all conservative movement leaders and a new media icon. Andrew was my dear friend, and I miss him greatly, and I know many of you do as well. He was a true fighter for the Constitution and the values that made America great. He weighed Breitbart News, Steve Bannon, Larry Soloff, Alex Marlowe, and John Kahn developed this award and are proud to present the second annual Andrew Breitbart Award this year. And those who have received it, those who will receive it, have demonstrated a fearlessness to take on the media, a fearlessness to speak truth to power. As we said, we gave it last year to Mark Levin, a wonderful recipient. And this year is no different. A recipient of the Breitbart Award must face down the forces of secularism and political correctness in our society. They must be someone who refuses to back down in the face of withering personal, professional, and very public attacks. Phil Robertson is such a man. He is... Phil Robertson's an entrepreneur, building a multi-million-dollar business out of the shed of his rural Louisiana home before sparking a cultural phenomenon with their hit series, Duck Dynasty, along with his lovely wife, Miss Kay, and his sons, Willie, Jeb, Chase, and Alan. The Robertson clan have taken the nation by storm with their humor and their unwavering faith. It has been so refreshing to have people who openly love God, this country, and put their family first on our televisions every week. Phil and his family knew to be true, that traditional American values are popular, and that given the chance, the American people will embrace them every time. Duck Dynasty's success proves that and Phil's strength in standing up for those values prove that he is a defender of the First Amendment. When he spoke up for traditional Christian values, he was mercilessly attacked by the cultural Marxists. But Phil stood strong and refused to back down. With the support of his family, he has continued to speak out in favor of the Bible and traditional values, and Duck Dynasty is going strong. The First Amendment guarantees Americans the right to speak freely and practice the religion of their choice without fear of government intervention. And there's nothing the liberals can do about it. I, for one, am thankful that Phil Robertson took his stand. By standing up and defending his right to speak to his faith, Phil struck a blow for all Americans of faith, ensuring that religious values and conservative ideals will not be erased from American discourse. Phil Robertson is not alone in this fight. Everyone in this room, everyone across America during that crisis took forward and stood with Phil Robertson. And I know that all of us will continue. Andrew Breitbart knew how to fight the good fight. Andrew Breitbart was an expert at taking on the corrupt media culture. And I know he'd be proud today to stand here by Phil Robertson and his family on that battlefield. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor in welcoming the 2015 Andrew Breitbart Defender of the First Amendment Award winner, the Duck Commander himself, Phil Robertson, joined by his incredible wife, Miss Kay. Don't back down. That's your piece of hardware. You want to go?
All of us ought to be able to speak freely where we didn't have to be awarded for it, right? Miss Kay, hold my award. For you potential candidates, now look, to keep you out of trouble and to keep the scandals down, let me give you a little word of advice. You carry two things with you wherever you go. In case one of you gets to be the President of the United States, make sure you carry your Bible with you and your woman. I'm just saying, safety, safety. The good news is I'm not running for anything. And as far as I know, I'm not running from anything. I'm going to give you three little words that rarely, if ever, I'm trying to think of the last time I heard a politician utter these three words was Scott Walker. But I spoke before him at the same event, and I reminded the people of the three words, and he got up behind me and he said, I'm fixing to move on to what that old dude said. The three words that you've never heard from a politician. I love you. You ever heard that? Think about it. When's the last time you heard a politician say, I love you? I racked my brain. If they keep this up and they don't start telling us, at least every once in a while, that they love us, I'm going to begin to conclude maybe they don't. I sincerely love you, and by the way, my love for you is not contingent on how you feel about me. You say, well, what if we hate your guts? Do you still love us? Sure. You say, you love us, and you're not worried about how we feel about you, not one bit. Don't forget that. If you're ever, let me word it this way. If you ever invite me, some Christian people, you invite me to a prayer breakfast. You know what I'm going to do as soon as I get there? Pray. Offer a prayer. I'm going to shut up and sit down. It's a safer course of action. If you're wondering who I am, by the way, these are my church clothes. I never got around to buying a suit, not yet. I'm 68, you say, Phil, are you going to make it through this thing without a suit? Irregardless of me not being able to go on the floor of the House of Representatives without a suit on, according to old John Boehner. Hey, John, I have my best clothes on. Boehner, here's a news flash. Just make sure you pass good and Sampanero. You said, Sampanero? Who's that? In case two things erupt, heart trouble or gunfire, you hear a guy or a gal ad infinitum attack the results of capitalism, which is capital, and you have a steady attack on those people who receive the capital. That's what you get from capitalism. You get capital. When you hear someone bad-mouthing them, ad infinitum, you can be sure of one thing. He's not a capitalist. I've never heard a capitalist badmouth the result of capitalism. Have you? Not one. When I got the news that I didn't build Duck Commander down there, I'm like, Miss Kay and I and my 4 boys down on the riverbank, and some dude's telling me, you didn't build that business. I'm like, yes, I did. And I will add, we built that business with no government assistance. I can guarantee you that. Now, some of you are going to think, as much as I love you, you're going to say, Phil, our problem with a guy like you is, dude, you're just a little too religious. Just a little too much. So for you, I'm going to give you a few quotes. The general most earnestly requires and expects due observance of those articles of war which forbid profane cursing, swearing, and drunkenness, and in like manner requires and expects of all officers and all soldiers not engaged on actual duty a punctual attendance of divine services to implore the blessings of heaven upon the means used for our safety and defense. No cursing in the American Army and nobody getting drunk either. George Washington said that. He's the father of your nation, for crying out loud. I have a question for you here, GOP. No cussing and nobody getting drunk in the Army. I would say George Washington was pretty religious. What do you think? The time is now near at hand, which must probably determine whether Americans ought to be free men or slaves, whether they ought to have any property they can call their own, whether their houses and farms ought to be pillaged and destroyed and themselves consigned to a state of wretchedness from which no human effort will deliver them. The fate, he said this in 1776, July the 2nd. The fate of unborn millions, that'd be us, down the line. The fate of us will now depend under God on the courage and conduct of this army. Our cruel and relenting enemy, the Brits, leaves us no choice but a brave resistance or the most abject submission. We have therefore to resolve to conquer or die. Our own country's honor calls upon us for a vigorous and manly exertion, and if we now shamefully fail, we shall become infamous to the whole world. Let us rely on the goodness of the cause and the aid of the Supreme Being in whose hands victory is, to animate and encourage us to a great and noble actions. Oh, was he godly? Was he ever godly? Almighty God, we make our earnest prayer that thou wilt keep the United States in thy holy protection, and thou wilt incline the hearts of the citizens. I'm reading you, grand old party, what the founding father of your nation said. That the citizens will cultivate a spirit of subordination and obedience to government and entertain a brotherly affection and love for one another and for their fellow citizens of the United States at large. and particularly for their brethren who have served in the field, the veterans. Finally, thou wilt most graciously be pleased to dispose us all to do justice, to love mercy, to demean ourselves with that charity, humility, and pacific temper of mind, which were the characteristics of the divine author, he's talking about Jesus, of our blessed religion. And without a humble imitation of whose example in these things, we can never hope to be a happy nation. You must be godly and you must have Jesus. Grant our supplication, we beseech thee, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. That's the kind of prayer the guy at the prayer breakfast should have said. If I could have entertained, are y'all listening? If I could have entertained the slightest apprehension that the Constitution framed by the convention where I had the honor to preside, the Constitution might possibly endanger the religious rights of any of our society, certainly I never would have placed my signature on it. He said, if I'd have read that Constitution and it infringed on our religion, I would have never signed that thing. I have often expressed my sentiments that any man, conducting himself as a good citizen and being accountable to God Almighty alone for his religious opinions, ought to be protected and worshiping the deity according to the dictates of his own conscience. Don't get in the way of religion, according to the founder of your country. There is no room for government to attack it for any reason, according to George Washington. President number 2, John Adams. Suppose a nation in some distant region. Your second president is speaking. Suppose a nation in some distant region, he wrote this in his diary, should take the Bible for their only law book, and every member should regulate his conduct by the precepts there exhibited. Every member would be obliged in conscience to temperance, frugality, industry, to justice, kindness, and charity towards his fellow men, and to piety, love, and reverence toward Almighty God. What a utopia! What a paradise this region would be. Look at us now. Statesmen, my dear sir, I'm still quoting what your second president said. I'm just giving you a picture of the ones who founded your country if you think I'm just a little too religious for your blood. Statesmen, my dear sir, may plan and speculate for liberty, and I mean, is there a lot of them? But it is religion and morality alone which can establish the principles upon which freedom can securely stand. The only foundation of a free constitution is pure virtue. And if this cannot be inspired into our people in a greater measure than they have now, they may change their rulers and the forms of government, but they will not obtain a lasting liberty. You lose your religion, according to John Adams, and there goes your morality. We're almost there. In fact, I hate to admit, since I'm giving you the State of the Union address, I hate to admit, I got my facts from the CDC day before yesterday. 110 million 110 million Americans now have a sexually transmitted illness. 110 million? I'm looking at it and I said, I don't want you, America, to get sick. I don't want you to become ill. I don't want you to come down with a debilitating disease. I don't want you to die early. You're disease-free, and she's disease-free. You marry. You keep your sex right there. You won't get sick from a sexually transmitted disease. Come on. There is a penalty to be paid. From what the beatniks and it morphed into the hippies. You say, what do you call the 110 million people who have sexually transmitted illnesses? It's the revenge of the hippies. Sex, drugs, and rock and roll have come back to haunt us in a bad way. I report, you decide. I mean, I'm reading this stuff from the CDC, and it says, how many sexual encounters does one have to catch a sexually transmitted illness? It said 1. I'm like, figure out the odds on that one. How many seconds does it take to get genital herpes? It said 30 seconds. I'm like, whoa, that's pretty quick. You want a godly, biblical, medically safe option? One man, one woman, married for life. And if you hate me because I told you that, I told you my love for you is not contingent on how you feel about me. I love you anyway. I don't want you to see you die early or get sick. I'm trying to help you, for crying out loud. America, if I didn't care about you, why would I bring this up? I wouldn't care. Two minutes and 55 seconds left. I'm not even through with my introduction. This is a warm-up. With a humble confidence in the mercies of the supreme and impartial God and ruler of the universe, we must devoutly implore his divine goodness to protect us. Thomas Jefferson. Father of the Declaration of Independence, George Washington, father of our country. Now we've moved to James Madison, father of the Constitution of the United States. This Constitution was written for a religious and moral people. It is wholly inadequate for any other. You know what's happened, GOP? We got too many any others in the White House. It wasn't written for them. Some people study the Constitution to uphold it. But there are some who study it so that they can circumvent it. Right? Stand on the Bible. Stand on the Constitution. Don't budge. Hold on to your weapons. That's what brought us here. We had to have all three to run the Brits to back where they came from. We had to have all three when the Nazis reared their head. You say, the Nazis. World domination is what Hitler had on his mind. Territorial conquest. There was no Jesus. None. And they were famous for murder. Right? The Shintoists decided they'd start in on us. They went up to the Chinese. They started running over China, Manchuria. They started conquering all the islands around them. You say, what was their game plan? Territorial conquest. Was there any Jesus with any of the Shintoists? Zero. Not a man. And they were famous for murder, just like the Nazis. Joseph Stalin with the communists. Here they come. What were they into? Territorial conquest. Was there any Jesus among the communists? None. What were they famous for? Murder. Look at the blood we shed with just those three groups, stopping them. And we look up and everybody starts wringing their hands on about this ISIS thing and these Muslims. You say, what are they into? Territorial conquest. They took over half of Iraq and half of Syria. They're worldwide over there in Africa. You say, what in the world are they doing? Territorial conquest. Sound familiar? Any Jesus with them? No, sir. What are they famous for? I don't see a dime's worth of difference in any of them. You have to stop them. I believe Jesus came down from heaven in flesh 2,015 years ago. I believe he paid for all of my rotten sins, and I have a lot. But I'm not the only one. Every one of you seated in this audience has sinned a lot. Right? That's what I thought. I didn't think I was the Lone Ranger here. So you have a sin problem. You say, what happened, Phil, when I got old enough to know right from wrong and I chose sin? You sinned and you died spiritually. You're a walking dead person. You say, what's next for me? A 6-foot hole. It's not if. Oh, you've got a 6-foot hole coming up. So you admit, I'm a sinner, yeah, and I'm going 6 feet deep, yeah. God became flesh 2015 years ago. Your calendar documents it. When an atheist says he writes a check out and puts the date down, he's saying Jesus was here. You're counting time by Jesus of Galilee, including you atheists in the crowd. We're all counting time by him. You know what he did? And he's the one through whom the cosmos was created, Jesus. Died on a cross to take all your sins. 3 days later, raised from the dead. That solves your grave problem. So the blood takes care of your sin, and the resurrection takes care of your fear of dying. And you say, there's a way off planet Earth alive. You got a better story? Lay it on me. All of these isms, atheism, agnosticism, humanism, postmodernism, materialism, idealism, naturalism. You say, what is all that about? Trying to get around what I just told you. Your founding fathers were godly, so am I. You say, Phil, you're like George Washington. Yeah. You're like Thomas Jefferson. Yeah. I'm just saying they were godly. They founded the greatest nation on earth, for crying out loud. And we're sitting around here, dilly-dallying around. You say, well, Phil, what's your overall thing? Love God. Stand on the Word of God, His Bible. Hold on with both hands the Constitution of the United States. Hold on to your weapons. That's what brought us here. That's what will keep us here. If you mess with that, GOP, if you don't have spiritual men like the guys I quoted, and all of them, I could have been here 3 hours quoting. You say, if you don't have spiritual men making political decisions, you're going to lose this country. We are sliding at a scale like I have never seen in my lifetime. You say, this thing is in danger. I haven't given up on it, but the times are getting desperate. We're going to have to suffer through the next 2 years, GOP. We're just going to have to suck it up and suffer through it. You say, but unless we get spiritual men in the White House to help turn this thing around, we're going to lose it. Our nightmare is just beginning. You see what I'm saying? By the way, if you run out of options, you say you want to, Phil, would you gut these bureaucracies if they elected you? Yeah. Would there be any IRS? No. EPA, gone. Somebody says, what are you going to do with the EPA? I figure about 4 or 5 hands out there smoking Winston with some pickup trucks in each state, seeing if somebody's dumping pollution in the river. That's it. That is the EPA. I'd let the states educate our children, and I would kick the federal government out of our every waking moment in our life, and I would tell them quit blowing our money. God help us. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's great to be here at CPAC again. Tell me, y'all having a great conference? Are you ready to leave here and go out and make a difference for your country and your freedom? You know, in November's elections, we made a difference in this country. We really did make history. But I know that right now, it's the future that's on your minds. We as Americans are wary, we're despairing, and we're sad. Because so much that we care about, we see slipping away. I know you feel it. The threats are all around us. Russia's advancing. The Islamic State is consolidating power with beheadings, rapes, murders, and atrocities. They're carving a bloody trail that leads to our doorstep. They're already here. How much longer before the horrors that we've witnessed in Paris or in Copenhagen come to the supposedly gun-free zone of the Mall of America? Think about that. Or for that matter, the mall in your town, wherever you live. It's not if, it's just when. With fires breaking out around the world, is war on the horizon? As Americans, we feel vulnerable in other ways too. Our economy is staggering. Our debt is astronomical. Politicians, they look at you and they insist it's all okay. But I'll tell you this, I've been on the road for the past 2 months all over America, and everyone I talk to knows it's not okay.
They see their freedoms taken away. You can't say this. You can't do that. And you know what? You can't ask why. If you do, you'll be shouted down, shamed, accused, audited, investigated, your motives condemned, and you'll be told to shut up. Our right to privacy is unlocked, analyzed, mined for data, cataloged, cross-referenced, and filed away for future use faster than you can say the words Big Brother. Freedom of speech is being smothered under everything from political correctness to blackouts on political speech during election campaigns. Freedom of religion faces cultural war, especially if you're not of the right religion. I'm not just talking about the Christians beheaded by Islamic jihadists this month. I'm not talking about Mosul, Iraq, where they beheaded children for simply being Christian. I'm not talking about the kosher deli in Paris, where people were gunned down for simply being Jewish. I'm talking about here at home, where if terrorists release a video of a mass murder of Christians called a message sign with blood to the nation of the cross, the leader of the free world refuses to even acknowledge their motive, their mission, or their movement. If so-called gun-free zones supposedly save lives, why doesn't Obama simply declare Iraq, Syria, and Afghanistan to be one big, happy, gun-free zone? I mean, and have you heard about their latest, jobs for jihadists? I'm for bullets for jihad butchers. They can call us bitter clingers to guns and religion all they want, but they will never shake our faith in who we are and what we believe. Our society is changing. It's common now not to know your neighbors. Not long ago, kids were embarrassed if mom stood at the bus stop. Now, it's normal in our country. Even at home, you got to watch out for your kids. Hackers, identity thieves, and genuine monsters are just a click away. You tell me, is there any doubt that if someone or some group wants to, they can read your email, listen to your phone, or track your car? Really? Authorities tracking license plates of law-abiding citizens? Our health histories, our entire lives are available online, just waiting for someone to cash in on it all. And there's a sense that it's all become an inside game. The rich get richer, the poor get poorer, the powerful take more power, Wall Street rocks and rolls, and even when they're caught lying and cheating and stealing and running our entire economy with a Ponzi scheme that's so big even Bernie Madoff wouldn't have the spine to try it, nobody goes to jail. Everybody gets a pass, nothing changes, and the business of politics as usual goes on. They give speeches they know aren't true. They sign bills they don't read. And when the law blows up in their faces, they give themselves another pass. And the media, they're in on the con. They're on the gravy train. Today, you ask Americans, they'll tell you they don't trust the media. My question is, why would anybody, where could you find anyone who still believes the media? Folks, Brian Williams isn't the exception. He's exactly what they've taught us to expect from them. It's not journalism anymore. It's entertainment. It's celebrity. It's agendas. And it's money. And all too often now, a lie is an acceptable way of communicating. A lie has as much value as the truth. We can't trust government to tell us the truth. They've already shown us that. The government evidently doesn't trust us. Their surveillance and their oppression through a weaponized IRS just proves that. Yeah. And people, they don't look to this town for answers anymore. Our leaders lie to us. The media swear to it, as if their freedoms weren't under attack as well. But I've got news for the media. Your First Amendment right is not a license to kill the Second Amendment with lies. Your freedom is just as endangered, and your lies endanger us all. Every day the media tells us we just need one more law, just one more gun ban, just one more restriction on the rights of law-abiding gun owners to prevent violent crime. The story they should be telling is how few of the laws already on the books are enforced against people who actually do us harm, armed, violent, dangerous criminals. Instead, politicians waste their time and your tax dollars pushing nanny state social schemes and gun laws that only disarm good people. In other words, not only do they refuse to protect us, but they also want to deny us the ability to protect ourselves. And every day of every year, innocent, good, defenseless people are beaten, bloodied, robbed, raped, and murdered as a direct result. Folks, when a criminal attacks, politicians aren't there to protect you. Laws can't protect you. And the media lies, they can't protect you either. You're on your own. But you know what can protect you when no one else can, when no one else will? The ironclad, absolute safeguard of the Second Amendment right to keep and bear arms. You know, we live in a time when increasingly the most vulnerable group among us is American women. We fear for our moms. We fear for our wives, our sisters, and our daughters because we know how exposed they are. They can be spied upon, stalked online, set up for attack through social media or through a kick-down door. How about empowering women to protect themselves by making them stronger? The NRA's Refuse to be a Victim program teaches women how to protect themselves with or without a gun. What have the New York Times or Hollywood celebrities or the anti-gun lobby, what have they done to empower women? All they've done is try to make women weaker by scaring them, shaming them, or flat out denying them the option of owning a gun for their own protection. You don't empower women by leaving them defenseless. And you don't strengthen a nation by taking away its freedoms. We live in a nation where our freedoms are increasingly vulnerable. From terrorists that are crossing our borders or embedded already in our communities, to the mentally ill who roam our streets, to a criminal class unleashed upon us by those who refuse to protect us. The failure and false-heartedness of those in charge of our safety are going to get more and more of us killed. Let's face the truth right now. We individually are in charge of our own security. We are in charge of our own family's security. And along with law enforcement, we're in charge of our neighborhoods, our schools, our towns, our cities, wherever we live. Over the past 25 years, while dozens of states have restored the right to carry a gun, violent crime has fallen to the lowest level in decades. You don't hear that in the media, do you? Nope, you're not going to turn on the evening news and hear that. But too many states refuse to recognize right-to-carry permits that are issued by other states. And honest, good, peaceful people often go to jail as a result. Law-abiding right-to-carry permit holders don't pose a threat to anybody except the bad guys. Good guys shouldn't be forced to break the law to exercise their God-given constitutional right to protect themselves and their families. It's time for Congress to act, pass national right-to-carry reciprocity for the entire United States, and pass it today. Even if you don't own a gun or don't care about the right to do so, if you care about your freedoms in any of its forms, you belong in the National Rifle Association. Why? Just look at history. Over the past decades, by every measure, the Second Amendment right to keep and bear arms has gotten stronger than ever. Even as our other freedoms have been slowly, progressively diminished. The credit for rescuing firearm freedoms goes to the 5 million members of the National Rifle Association. Those 5 million members share something really important in common. We share a determination to stand up, speak out, throw the liars out of office, shield the innocent from the lawless, and defend all the freedoms that we hold dear. So I challenge you, tell me where you find people like that, who are absolutely determined to turn this country in a different, freer, and better direction. We talk hard truth. We stand on principle. We never waver. We fight, and you know we win. We are Charlton Heston vowing from my cold, dead hands. I hear people say to me all the time, Wayne, what the First Amendment needs is its own National Rifle Association. I hear them say what the economy needs is its own NRA. And what our nation's military and police deserve is their own NRA. They're all saying, here's what they're saying. They're saying we need someone to stand up for the things we care about and consider most valuable in our lives. For the NRA, that always includes our firearms and our freedom to own them. But to defend firearm freedom, we need more than just firearms freedom. One right depends on another. They're all cut from the same cloth of what it means to be free people. So the NRA fights for freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, and the right to privacy too. We fight for the entire Bill of Rights because it's all connected. Where do you think America's safest place is? In the news media? The New York Times? MSNBC? One of the political parties? How about 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue? The safest place for American freedom is the National Rifle Association. The safest place for American freedom is in the hearts of our members. So take back our country from the liars, the cheats, the press, and the political elites
who want to take away our ability to define our own destiny. Join us. Join the NRA. We truly are freedom's safest place. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Governor Jeb Bush and Sean Hannity.
Guys, thanks for being here.
Well, we got a packed house. How y'all doing? We're going to have a Q&A with Governor Bush. And by the way, as a lot of, I got to start with, are you mad at your mom because she did say, well, I don't know if we need another Bush in the White House? What is your reaction to your mom?
Well, I saw that actually, Sean, on the Today Show when my brother was opening up his presidential library and my mom unleashed this on me on national television instead of telling me directly. That was a little difficult. But since that time, she's had a change of heart.
Yeah.
And that's all right by me.
Well, we've had your dad and your brother as President of the United States. You made a statement the other day. You said, well, wait a minute, I am my own man.
Yeah, so if I go beyond the consideration of the possibility of running, which is the legal terminology that many of the people here coming to CPAC are probably using to not trigger a campaign, if I get beyond that and I run for president, I have to show what's in my heart. I have to show that I care about people, about their future. It can't be about the past. It can't be about my mom and dad or my brother, who I love. I love them all. It has to be about the ideas that I believe in to move our country forward so that we can have high sustained economic growth where more people have a chance at earned success, because in America today, more and more people don't think that system works for them anymore. And for conservatives to win, we need to give them hope that if we create the field of dreams, that people can rise up again.
Let me ask you, the last time you were at CPAC, this was picked up, was in, I think, the Washington Post today. You said, all too often, I think you were talking about conservatives, we are labeled and associated with being anti-everything. Way too many people believe Republicans are anti-immigrant, anti-women, anti-science, anti-gay, anti-worker, and the list goes on. I want you to expand on that.
Sure. So, look, I think the conservatives in Washington have been principled in opposing the overreach. And they've actually done a pretty good job. The president jammed down the throat Obamacare, the Affordable Care Act, and Dodd-Frank, and the stimulus. But we have fought in a principled way, increased overreach. He's now using his executive power to try to carry out his agenda. But over time, we have to start being for things again. And I think what we need to be for is a strong national defense where we are committed each and every day to protect the homeland with these new asymmetric threats that exist that are real. It's not a joke. These are threats that not just have an impact in the neighborhood in the Middle East or certainly have an impact on Israel. It impacts us as well. And so we need to stand for a strong national defense and the defense of the homeland. And we need to give people a sense that if we started growing our economy again, the middle would start having rising income again. And what you would do to do that is offer compelling alternatives to the failed tax policies, the failed regulation policies, a broken education system, and making sure that people know that we're on their side to rise up. So it's good to oppose the bad things, but we need to start being for things.
Yeah.
And Sean, here's the deal. Here's the deal. Obviously, there are a lot of committed conservatives in this room, and this is why it's such a spectacular gathering. There are a lot of other conservatives that haven't been asked. They don't know that they're conservative. If we share our enthusiasm and love for our country and belief in our philosophy, we will be able to get Latinos and young people and other people that you need to win to get 50. This is...
Governor, every article I have read talks about you and a divide with the conservative movement over two issues. I want to deal with...
I read about it.
You saw it once in a while?
Yeah,
and it has to do with immigration and Common Core. So let's directly deal with this. Now, you said, yeah, they broke the law. It's not a felony. It's an act of love. You also said that you support a pathway to citizenship. And when you were governor, two other things. When you were governor, you supported driver's licenses for illegal immigrants, and you supported in-state tuition prices for those children of illegal immigrants that weren't citizens. Wait a minute, hang on. I want to give you an opportunity to address that.
Sure. So, on immigration, I wrote a book about this, and instead of people opining about what I believe, they might want to read the book. It's called Immigration Wars. You can get it on Amazon for probably $1.99. It's probably deeply discounted. And in that book, I talk about, first and foremost, the need to enforce the borders. A great country needs to enforce borders for national security purposes, public health purposes, and the rule of law. First and foremost, we have to do that. Secondly, we need to narrow family petitioning so that it's the same as every other country, spouse and minor children. Not this broad definition of spouse, minor children, adult siblings, and adult parents that crowds out what we need, which are economic-driven immigrants. Those that want to come here to work, to invest in their dreams in this country, to create opportunities for all of us. And that's what we need to get to. And so and the plan also includes a path to legal status. I have not seen anybody, and I know there's disagreement here. Some of these people are angry about this, and look, I kind of feel your pain. I was in Miami this morning. It was 70 degrees. So the simple fact is, there is no plan to deport 11 million people. We should give them a path to legal status where they work, where they don't receive government benefits, where they don't break the law, where they learn English, and where they make a contribution to our society. That's what we need to be focused on.
Okay. A lot of reaction. Let me do a follow-up. We had Senator Rubio, a friend of yours from Florida, and I asked him the same question. We always hear about spending cuts and tax increases. We always end up getting the tax increase. We never get the spending cut. The Congress has tried comprehensive immigration reform, and it has failed. We now have a crisis going on with the Department of Homeland Security, the President's executive orders. My question is, why not secure the borders first, once it's verified, secured?
Let's do it.
First.
Let's do it, man.
And then talk about...
I mean, so instead of having a political argument about this, the President did use authority he doesn't have. The courts are going to overrule that. I've been consistent about that. Let's control the border. There's nothing wrong with that. That's what a great nation has to do. There's nothing that holds back the Republicans to put a comprehensive plan in place to do that. But the simple fact is, this nation needs to start growing at a far faster rate than we're growing today. We have to be young and dynamic and aspirational again for all the young people in this crowd to be able to get a job of purpose and meaning. We need to begin to change the subject to high sustained economic growth.
let me ask, I don't want to spend all our time on immigration, but I want to go through some yes or no scenarios with you. Number one, for example, do you agree with conservatives that say Congress should not pass a Homeland Security funding bill that would fund the president's illegal and unconstitutional amnesty?
I think the Congress ought to pass a bill that does not allow him to use that authority.
And they should stand
We
their
should
ground.
not, look, I don't know. I'm not an expert on the ways of Washington. It makes no sense to me that we're not funding control of our border, which is the whole argument. I'm missing something.
agree
So
that
I'm not
the
an
borders-
expert on that. The simple fact is the president has gone way beyond his constitutional powers to do this, and the Congress has every right to reinstate their responsibility for what law is about.
Yes or no? 100,000 people came from Central America. We all watched over last summer.
Right.
Should they be sent home?
I thought they should have been sent home at the border, to be honest with you, because it would have created, here's the deal. The humanitarian thing to do would have been to consistently say from the beginning, don't risk your lives crossing as young people. Don't pay the gangsters in Central America money from your family members in this country to come all the way across and just get into the country and be processed. And now with our broken system, it may take 3 or 4 years to even begin to process them. Send a clear signal that this was a dangerous thing to do and a wrong thing to do, and it would have stopped the flow. We did that as it relates to in Miami, in Florida. That was exactly what Bush 41 did as it related to Haitians, and it stopped the flow of people, and people didn't lose their lives trying to come to this country.
Let me ask you this, okay. I mentioned this earlier when I had an opportunity to speak to this great crowd here, and that is, right now at this point in the country, at this moment in history, we have 50 million Americans, nearly 50, in poverty, nearly 50 million Americans on food stamps, the lowest labor participation rate since the 1970s. I want you to connect it to immigration. Shouldn't Americans have the opportunity for those jobs first? You say go to the back of the line. No, but if they go to the back of the line, they still get to stay here and compete for those jobs that are available.
Sean, here's the deal.
Yeah.
You either believe that this pie is static, that's the left's point of view, and many on the right don't agree with that, but by their policies, they imply it. And therefore, we're splitting it up. Someone's benefit is someone else's detriment. I believe that what we ought to be focused on is growing the economic pie, and growing it at a rate that looks more like the 80s in America. Growing it closer to 4%, not 2%. If we stay in this anemic economic rate, then your argument becomes valid. But if we grow at 4%, there's going to be opportunities for all. It's not a zero-sum game.
Yeah.
That's not how Republicans and conservatives think. We don't think that it's just all about the government divvying it up for us to get our crumbs. We believe we should pursue our dreams as we see fit, and the more people doing it with the capacity to achieve earned success, the more economic growth will take place for all of us.
My last question on immigration is going to be, as governor, do you stand by the decision, driver's licenses for
It didn't
illegals?
happen.
Didn't happen, you tried. And the other decision about in-state tuition breaks for children.
I do. In fact, that was the in-state tuition was passed this year.
All right.
By one of the most conservative state legislatures, I might add, and a conservative governor, signed into law this last year.
Let me ask you the second big issue.
Not by me.
That always comes up when you read about Governor Jeb Bush is the issue of Common Core. It was interesting. I didn't know until I was researching you that you were the first governor to institute vouchers in the country. It was eventually overruled by the Supreme Court of Florida. But you were the first governor to allow a voucher system. I think a lot of conservatives believe in vouchers. I want you to address the Common Core issue.
Well, I'll do it in the context of comprehensive reform, because high standards by themselves aren't meaningful. They're helpful. They're better than lower standards, but by themselves, if there's no accountability around this, if there's no consequence between mediocrity and failure or excellence, then the system won't move forward. In Florida, we took a comprehensive approach. Yes, we did have the first statewide voucher program, and we have more school choice in Florida, both public and private, than any state in the country. And we have the largest virtual school. We have the largest corporate tax scholarship program. We have 30,000 students that if their parents, that if their child has a learning disability, they can take the dollars, the state and local dollars, and send them to any private school of their choice. We have all of that, and that's improved public schools.
Right.
We eliminated social promotion in 3rd grade, which was a pretty difficult thing to do. We did all of this, and we raised standards. And my belief is our standards have to be high enough where a student going through our system is college or career ready. And that's not what's happening right now.
Is Common Core a federal takeover?
No,
It's
and it
not.
shouldn't be. And here's where I think conservatives and myself, all of us are deeply concerned with this president and this Department of Education. There's a risk that they will intrude, and they have as it relates to race to the top. What we should say quite clearly in the reauthorization of the K-12 law that is just, I think it may have actually been on the floor in the House of Representatives today, is to say the federal government has no role in the creation of standards, either directly or indirectly. The federal government has no role in the creation of curriculum and content. The federal government should have no access to student ID or student information. That the role of the federal government, if there's any, is to provide incentives for more school choice. Take the Title I money and the IDEA money, and if states want to innovate with their own programs, give them the money to let them create their own programs. That is a better approach.
Yeah. I want to give you an opportunity to talk a little bit about your record as governor.
Yeah.
And in as much as you privatized state jobs, I did see you veto $2 billion in spending in 8 years as governor. You cut taxes $19 billion as governor. I'm doing my research. You ended affirmative action. I want to give you a chance to explain, for those that earlier today I was surprised, I was mentioning candidates, some people, ooh, when I mentioned your name. I want to give you a chance to talk about your record directly to the people here at CPAC.
Well, first of all, for those that made a ooh sound, is that what it was?
Well,
I'm marking them down as neutral, and I want to be your second choice if I decide to go beyond this. But here's the record, and it's a record that may be hard for people to imagine because it's a record of accomplishment of getting things done, of taking conservative principles, running on them for starters, and having the courage to say I was for a statewide voucher program, that I believed that we should cut spending, that we needed to take on the trial bar, and all the things we did. So we created a world-class business climate. 1.3 million net new jobs were created in 8 years, more than any state but one. Don't tell Rick Perry, but more than Texas during those 8 years. I left the state with a 3% unemployment rate. We made Florida business friendly, and they came, and they created jobs. Our economy grew by something like 3.9% when the rest of the country was growing at 2.6%. We reformed our education system, as I mentioned, and Florida, it wasn't just the fight that mattered. We actually have led the country in rising student achievement. Kids in poverty now are the leaders in Florida. They outperform all of their peers in most of the categories in other places. Florida is a place where conservative principles have helped not just Republicans, but everybody. We eliminated affirmative action, Sean. I know there are people that come here and talk about the courage, legitimately so, of their efforts. I eliminated affirmative action by executive order. Trust me, there were a lot of people upset about this, but through hard work, we ended up having a system where there were more African American and Hispanic kids attending our university system than prior to the system that was discriminatory.
All right.
One more thing.
Yeah.
I left the state with $9.5 billion of reserves. No drunken sailors were around. They called me Vito Corleone because we did veto 2,500 line items in the budget totaling $2 billion. We left my successor $9 billion plus of cash for a rainy day. And then we had the financial meltdown. And so conservatives need to be focused on not spending everything that they have, of cutting taxes to stimulate economic growth so that more revenue comes in people's pockets and the government gets their fair share as well.
Do you think you can lower taxes with $18.1 trillion in debt that we have now, $100 trillion in unfunded liabilities?
You can lower taxes and create more economic opportunity that will generate more revenue for government than any of the most exotic tax plans that Barack Obama has.
Right.
Yes, I believe that.
I'm looking at the clock. Let me ask national security, national defense.
Your brother predicted in 2007, unfortunately with pinpoint accuracy, what would happen if we left Iraq too early. We didn't keep intelligence on the ground, training forces on the ground. Now we have ISIS, people being beheaded, burned to death, a war on terror that is being waged, Coptic Christians, simultaneous beheadings. My question is, what would you do if you were the commander-in-chief to defeat ISIS?
By the way, and Mitt Romney was right in the debate about Putin. And Mitt Romney was right about a lot of things that the president just left off about not having a strong military. And so our position needs to be to re-engage with a strong military and a strong presence. We can't disengage in the world and expect a good result. As we pull back, voids are filled. Iraq is the best example of that. So where to from here? We need to reestablish relationships with countries that we have managed to mess up. I mean, we've managed to mess up almost every relationship in the world, if you think about it, including Canada, which is hard to do, but we've done it. But Egypt, we got it wrong 3 times in a row in the last few years. Jordan, the king comes asking for support. I've yet to see. Perhaps it went covertly, but I haven't heard anything.
Israel?
Israel, for sure. Turkey, all of these countries have doubts about America. We need to be engaged in the world, build a coalition to isolate and then put ISIS around a noose and take them out. And that can be done not by ourselves unilaterally. That has to be done with American leadership.
How would you do it? Specifically, what would be your first steps?
I like the idea that Senator Corker's talking about creating a safe zone for the creation of a Free Syrian Army, which we should have done 3 years ago, but begin that process. I like the idea of not putting conditions of boots on the ground so that we could have the intelligence capabilities and the special forces capabilities to make a difference. I like these ideas, but all of them require re-engaging with the neighborhood so that they consider it a high priority for their own interests to be able to participate in this. And the negotiations with Iran make this far more complicated. The idea that we're going to be tripping over, finding a deal, negotiating downward, creating an unsafe world, and basically legitimizing the Ayatollah and his nuclear capability is really troubling.
All the reports are that this deal that is being negotiated, that negotiations are going on now, that in fact the mullahs of Iran, who have threatened repeatedly to wipe Israel off the map, will in fact be allowed to enrich uranium. They have the delivery system.
Exactly right.
As president, what would you say to any deal that was struck before you took office as it relates to a...
Well, first, I hope that Congress acts on this and requires that this deal go back for approval in the United States Congress. I think that is the first step so that we don't get to the point where the next president, because it'll be done by executive order, is forced to undo that by executive order as well. That would be the best thing to do. But we need to be clear that there should be no light between us and Israel, and we need to be clear that other discussions as it relates to Iran need to include their strategy of using surrogates to destabilize the region. Simply focusing on whether or not Iran has a weapon, and then now negotiating down where we're going to regulate it, is just bad policy.
What is your reaction to a president that can't acknowledge radical Islam or the Islamic State is Islamic? What is your reaction
that
to that?
That this is all about economic uncertainty, and if they could just get jobs.
A jobs program for jihadis.
Yeah, so the jihadi, by the way, that was identified in London was a college graduate.
And
rich.
And wealthy.
Yeah,
Bin Laden was rich.
This total misunderstanding of what this Islamic terrorist threat is very dangerous because it doesn't allow you then to have the right strategy to deal with this. We need to heighten awareness of what this threat means and be honest about it, which is why I think Prime Minister Netanyahu's visit is going to be really important. He's going to be able to tell the truth on this, and the American people, I believe, are going to reject what President Obama is trying to do in Iran.
All right, I'm running out of time. I've got to wrap up in a minute. I've asked every other candidate that I've had an opportunity to interview real quickly.
Boxers.
That was not the question.
Oh, checking.
The top
Thank
five,
God it wasn't.
I'll leave that for NBC News. The top 5 agenda. If you become president, what are your top 5 priorities in the first 100 days?
Undoing by executive order, undoing what the president has done, not using authority he doesn't have. Creating a regulatory reform agenda that allows for investment to take place in our country. Presenting to Congress a plan to reform our tax code so that we can see Inversions happen the other way, where companies invest in our country to create high-wage jobs. We need to get back to high sustained economic growth and then send a signal to the rest of the world that we're going to be their partner for peace and security.
All right, I'm going to do our lightning round, but before I do that, a lot has been written about Terry Schiavo. You used to have a license plate that said "Choose Life."
Yeah.
Any regrets over the Terry Schiavo fight?
No, we were the first state to have a Choose Life license plate that helped with crisis pregnancy centers around the country, around the state, and I'm pro-life. I also believe that the most vulnerable in our society need to be protected. And in this case, here was a woman who was vulnerable, and the court, because of our laws, didn't allow her, they were going to allow her to be starved to death. So we passed a law, Terry's Law, that was a year later ruled unconstitutional. I stayed within the law, but I acted on my core belief that the most vulnerable in our society should be in the front of the line. They should receive our love and protection, and that's exactly what I did.
Where you stand today. Okay. There was an indication in an article today, gay marriage. Are you changing your position at all?
No, I believe in traditional marriage.
Okay. There are numerous reports that you're telling people privately that you are a moderate, but then public. How do you I describe myself as a Reagan constitutional conservative. How would you describe yourself?
I would describe myself as a practicing, reform-minded conservative, that I've actually done it.
Marijuana in Colorado, legalization, good or bad idea?
I thought it was a bad idea, but states ought to have that right to do it. I would have voted no if I was in Colorado.
Okay. I'm going to mention a few names. We've gotten some very interesting answers on this question. Hillary Clinton?
Foreign fundraising.
Okay.
We're supposed to do a word association?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
Okay.
You did good.
How'd that work compared to the
very
other
good.
ones? Okay, just checking.
Bill Clinton?
Bubba.
All right, that's pretty funny. I do an impression. How you doing? I want to say hi to the cute chick in the back there. All right. The governor's not responsible.
Let me get a little bit over here.
Yeah, I know. Stay away from these radio and TV talk hosts. Barack Obama.
Failed president. Failed president.
You know, there's been such a big debate now about the issue of American exceptionalism.
Yeah.
In your view, do you, A, believe America's exceptional? And why do you love this country enough that you are going to go through the difficulty and the trials and tribulations of running for office? And that's our last question.
Well, I do believe in American exceptionalism. I got to be the chairman of the National Constitution Center for a couple of years. It's the center that honors our Constitution. It's a museum in Philadelphia. I urge everybody to go. And I fell in love with the Constitution again, being there in its presence. And this president has trampled over the Constitution. And put aside whether you like his beliefs or not, I imagine no one in this room does, the fact that he is disrespecting our history and the extraordinary nature of our country by doing what he's done is deeply disturbing to me. And so I think restoring a love of our country and its heritage and its tradition and expanding that love in a way that gives people confidence that they can rise up, that they can live the American dream, has to be one of the prime responsibilities of the next President of the United States.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, CPAC, Governor Jeb Bush.
Thank you all. Thanks.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is John Solomon, and I'm the editor of the Washington Times, and I'd like to welcome you to Washington Times Idol. Yes, it sounds a little bit like American Idol, but for journalists. We've got two distinguished guests here today, Congressman Steve King of Iowa and Congressman Dennis Kucinich of Ohio. And they have agreed to be our victims, our interviewees today. And on our right here, we have three judges from the Washington Times, three professional journalists that are going to grade our students, and we're going to have 10 students from the National Journalism Center here in Washington. They will come out one at a time, and they'll spend 5 minutes interviewing, and we'll have a winner announced tomorrow night on the main stage when we announce the straw poll results. So I want to thank you. I hope you all read the Washington Times, and I hope you enjoy what you see here today. At this moment, I'm going to turn our festivities over to our MC, Rusty Humphries, our talk show host, radio talk show. A lot of you have probably heard him, and he's going to take over from here and run the show. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. Thank you. All right, we're supposed to have a little bit of fun here. There are some ground rules I want to start off with, and that is yelling, screaming, heckling, cheering, and animal noises are all heavily encouraged. Don't be afraid to get a little rowdy, okay? Here we go. We're going to start off with our two people we're going to be interviewing. Representative Dennis Kucinich has long been an idol of liberal Americans, rising from mayor of Cleveland to become a member of Congress who has served his Ohio constituents in the House of Representatives from January 1997 through January 2013 when he formally retired. He ran twice for the Democratic nomination for president in 2004 and 2008, and today he is active in many policy and political activities and can be found regularly on television in places like Fox News. He was also one of the star players in the Washington Times' recent investigative series exposing that the U.S. at Hillary Clinton's urging went to war in Libya on false pretenses over the wishes of both our intelligence community and military leadership. Please welcome Representative Dennis Kucinich. Representative Steve King is here. He has represented his congressional district in the great state of Iowa since 2003 and has long been described as the conservatives' conservative. A champion of less spending, less taxation, less government. This Republican was Tea Party cool even before there was a formal Tea Party. When he took office, he vowed he would try to move the center of political gravity in America to the right, and anyone who has watched him since knows he meant it. Representative Steve King. Our judges. Ian Bishop is the managing editor at the Washington Times and the chief editor for the digital edition. He has a story editor as a reporter, an editor taking him from Boston to the halls of power in Washington, Judge Ian Bishop. Thank you, Ian. You can clap for Ian. He's a good guy. Kelly Riddell is here. She joined the Washington Times a little over a year ago, has quickly become one of its most recognized reporters and editors. Her investigative work, including on the Libya series, has captured the attention of readers worldwide and inside of Congress as well. She serves as the multimedia enterprise team editor at the Washington Times. Kelly Riddell. And Ralph Hallow, you will not forget this guy. He needs no formal introduction. To many in politics, he is the embodiment of the Washington Times. He has been its longest-serving political correspondent, whose probing interviews and political exposés have often put the fear of God into politicians. He's also one of journalism's great mentors, always willing to offer advice and encouragement to the next generation of reporters, and has promised to keep his comments down. No, he didn't. Okay, you ready? Washington Times Idol. Here we go. We're going to bring up our contestants. We're going to go two at a time, and they're going to have an opportunity to interview our interviewees. We're going to start off with John Scott Cook. John Scott Cook, please come up. He is from Newport Beach, California. He went to UCLA. He graduated September 2014 with a major in history. He has he was an intern for the Blue Lifestyle radio program. He was a pole vaulter at the UCLA track and field team. Also on the way up, Rudy Takala is coming up. Rudy is with Pine City, Minnesota. He is with American University, and we're going to get him coming up on deck. Go ahead, John Scott Cook. And you're going to ask for Dennis Kucinich.
All right, Congressman Kucinich. As a Democrat, do you feel that President Obama has kept all of his promises?
The Obama presidency was
was expressive of great promise, but failed to deliver. Failed to deliver with respect to the economy, failed to deliver with respect to control of sharp practices on Wall Street, failed to deliver with respect to American interventionism, failed to deliver with respect to fair monetary policies, failed to deliver with respect to trade policies.
How about health care?
And with respect to health care, myself, I have been the author of a bill that would establish a single-payer system, not for profit. And the president's plan was reformed within the context of a for-profit system. Unfortunately, even though I have to admit that I did vote for it, it has not lived up to the promise that it offered for so many Americans. So Americans are still wanting delivery of something better on health care. And I just want to make one comment and then back to you.
Sure.
Government can't really give us health. Individuals have to take responsibility for their own health. That doesn't mean that when you get sick, you shouldn't have some kind of a backstop. But we need more of attention to what each of us can do with respect to diet, exercise, nutrition, things that enable us to take more control of our own lives with respect to our own health.
All right, and as you mentioned, you voted in favor of the Obamacare legislation in 2010. If Obamacare was to be brought up again, exactly the same, would you vote yes on it?
I would hold out for the public option. The fact that the public option was not in there really left Americans at the mercy of the pricing practices of private insurance companies. Let's face it, for many Americans, insurance rates keep going up. And the government hasn't really been effective in monitoring that. And so one of the problems of for-profit health care is that 1 out of every $3 goes for the workings of the system without really providing health care delivery. I want to see Americans have access to health care, but at the same time, as I mentioned earlier, we need to change the philosophy of health care in America so that through diet, nutrition, and exercise, we take more responsibility. I'll give you an example. When I was a young person, and right up until mid-adulthood, I had a very bad case of Crohn's disease. And I went through all kinds of medical treatment. And it was only when I took responsibility and changed my diet and worked at it religiously for years that I was able to see some reversal of the symptoms. And so, you know, government couldn't do that for me, nor can government, as I said, give people health. We need to understand the role of individual responsibility with respect to health care, and then we can have a discussion about what about people who, despite their best efforts, have illness. How do we make sure they don't go broke and lose a lifetime of savings when they have a medical crisis in the family?
Moving forward, do you think that President Obama's executive action on immigration was within the scope of the law?
There are legal questions in it. I mean, we still have to be aware that there is an immigration challenge in America, which we haven't met. One of the things that I'd like to see worked out is we have 5 to 10 million people who are involved in this. There are many people who have been paying taxes here. They have been part of the economy. We have to recognize that our trade laws have opened up the door for people to seek jobs in America because the wages maybe were depressed in their home countries. That is a problem. We got to look at trade. The other problem is, on the other end, for those who are advocating the deportation of 5 to 10 million people, who's going to pay for that? You have to realize that we're looking at a cost. Some people said it'd take $18,000 per person to go through the legal process of deportation. Others have said that it could take billions and billions of dollars in total. We have to be smart about the economic impact of any kind of immigration activity inflow and any change that comes if we decide to go to deportation. Personally, I favor an immigration policy which is welcoming, but I also favor protecting our borders.
What do you think are the moral implications of the president's plan?
Gentlemen, we are out of time. Sorry about that. Great job. Thank you very much. Let's turn it over to the judges. Ian, what did you think of John Scott Cook?
You know, one thing I would recommend is don't let yourself get filibustered. I think he got, 3 questions in? And, you know, feel free to stop him and then try to elicit a little bit more news from him when you can.
Yeah, definitely. This is Ralph.
Ralph, go ahead.
That, yeah. And I knew that. But what you got to do is jump in when you see it's going to be a filibuster instead of a response. You're actually helping the respondent, your interviewee. He's got a lot to say about a lot of things. He knows a lot. He's one of the few genuinely serious members of Congress. Get the most out of him by probing, keep probing. You push him, he'll respond. Am I right? Am I right, Congressman?
Pardon?
Am I right that if you're, yes, just say I'm right.
Kelly Riddell?
I'd say overall, you did a good job. You're being put on the spot. But I would focus in a little bit more. You opened with such a broad question. You could go anywhere with it. I'd focus on Obamacare and the public option. That's interesting. A lot of people disagree with that. It's too left of this audience. So I would have delved in a little deeper there and kept it focused on a singular topic.
Congressman, how would you suggest he done a better job interviewing you?
Yeah. I think that it's okay if you redirect a question if I kind of trail off.
Great, thank you. I appreciate that. And judges, thank you so much. I appreciate
John
the
Scott
advice.
Cook, very good. Thank you very much. Give him a big hand. John Scott Cook, Newport Beach, California. Rudy Takala is next. He is from Pine City, Minnesota. He's going to American University. He is a senior class of 2015. He has got a major of political communication. He has written opinion for Newsbusters, United Liberty, WorldNet Daily, and he grew up on a farm. Rudy, you ready to go? Take it away.
Congressman, 2 years ago, Jeb Bush told this gathering that conservatives were often seen as anti-women, anti-gay, and anti-immigrant. Do you think that's accurate, or do you think that Jeb Bush is just anti-conservative?
Well, I would suggest that he be asked the question, why don't you go to the original source and pick up the quotes that you're addressing rather than labeling people? That puts the responsibility back on him.
In this gathering, there is a perception that Republican leaders in Congress are too liberal, that they work too often with Democrats on things like immigration and Obamacare. At the very worst, that's true, or at the very best, Republican leaders are just bad at messaging to their own party. If they can't message to their own party, how can they be expected to message to Americans? Which do you think it is, and how do you respond to that?
Well, it could actually be both, Rudy. You didn't offer that option there, but I think that the grassroots Republicans, the full spectrum constitutional conservatives, the people that I know all across this land that come out and do things for God and country every day and ask for nothing except to be left alone or have the rule of law so they can be protected from the enemies without and the enemies within, they're further to the right from where the political center is, and I think are reflected by the decisions of the leadership in Congress. And I'd say we need to brace them up and we need to move them to the right. And I'm sure you listened to the introduction. That has been my goal to do that since I was elected to the United States Congress, and well before that, to move the political center to the right. I took a break from that to come here today, but I've been doing that every day.
On that note, what policy issues do you think that Republicans should emphasize going into 2016?
I think that the issues of 2014 are going to be pretty much the issues of 2016. And there were two issues, the full 100% repeal of Obamacare and the anti-amnesty, secure our borders, restore the rule of law. Those were the two issues that Republicans rode to victory with, picking up 15 seats in the House and 9 in the Senate. But I would add to that a strong national security. And as I've looked across the candidates for about 2.5 years, I've been saying to them, go get your traveling in now. Go meet the world leaders. Become experts on foreign policy, because we've been weak on that, and we're going to have to restore a lot of foreign policy in the next presidency.
What members of Congress do you think are doing a good job in that respect?
Well, that is a tough question, Rudy. You might have stumped me here. But no, I build relationships with people that I trust a lot on the foreign policy component, and that's what you addressed, I think. And I sit next to Trent Franks on the Judiciary Committee. I put a lot of stock in his judgment, and Randy Forbes is on the other side of me on the Judiciary. They're both Armed Services Committee. They're my two go-to guys. But we have good people across the board on our side of the aisle at a minimum on foreign policy and on national security issues with the Armed Services Committee. And so I go to them, but I also do a lot of travel myself because you cannot substitute the things that you can see and do in foreign countries and looking foreign leaders in the eye with reading the newspaper or however much wisdom comes out of the Washington Times.
Ted Cruz said yesterday that he would support abolishing the IRS. Do you agree with him? And beyond that, what other governmental departments do you think might be doing an especially poor job?
Well, I have the constitutional amendment to repeal the 16th Amendment, and that is the legal foundation for the very existence of the IRS. And I have also, since 1980, I have been for the fair tax, which abolishes the IRS and replaces it with a national retail sales tax, takes the tax off of production, puts it on consumption. You know, we have this, Uncle Sam has the first lien on all productivity in America. And when you walk in and you punch your time clock or you go to work, his hand comes out. And he's not going to put it back in his pocket until he gets all he wants. And then you get to work for the governor. Then you get to work for you and your family. We can turn that all around. We are punishing productivity, and we're letting the consumption side of this thing off the hook. So I want to tax the pimps, the pushers, and the prostitutes. I want to tax the black market. I want to end the IRS, and I want to give people back their freedom. There's no reason for them to be looking into our bookwork.
Final question. Who do you like for president in 2016, or alternatively, which candidates are non-starters for you?
Well, since I am a member of Congress from Iowa, I am committed to the caucus process. And we held.
And we're out of time. Okay, thank you very much, Congressman. Let's go right to the judges. And Ian, what did you think of Rudy Takala?
I like the fact that he came out with a loaded question right out of the gate. Sometimes that works. Sometimes you can ask a wrong question. You just got to be careful of the medium you do it. It's great if you're print or online, but if you have video of it, you don't want to, have your question come out that way. But I thought you had a good pacing throughout, and you had a pretty good grasp of the issues, so I thought it was pretty good.
I liked that you were enjoying yourself, that you were smiling, you were looking at your respondent, and that made it more fun. But again, you let them run too long. Nobody has that much to say ad infinitum. Get in there.
Kelly?
I thought the most interesting question was the last one, and we unfortunately got cut off. So I would prioritize based on who you're interviewing, where he's from. He's in Congress now, and we want his opinions on those things. So
that's the moderator's fault.
Great.
Yes, probably.
All right.
Thank you. And Congressman, do you have any tips for Rudy?
Well, I would. I thought you did a good job, and I thought you had good questions. You let me get my commercials in while I was answering the questions that you asked. I took advantage of that. I'm sorry, Rudy. But something that really works good is when you say with your body language and your eyes that you'd like to ask another question. For me, that slows me down and gives me a pause and an opportunity for you to get that question in before I filibuster you. So that would be my advice.
Rudy Takala, everyone. Rudy, give him a big hand. Thank you, Rudy.
Nice
Alicia Hesse is next. Alicia, come on up. Alicia is from Lake Parsippany, New Jersey. She is she graduated James Madison University with a major of journalism. She has been a news feature writer and columnist for The Breeze, freelance editor writer for BSMG, and digital media producer for Extreme 15. Also, she can walk on stilts. So, Alicia, welcome, and you can start your questions for Congressman Dennis Kucinich.
Congressman Kucinich, how are you?
Very good.
What do you think will be the impact of the president's executive action on immigration?
I mean, obviously, it's a legal question at this point in terms of where a court might take it, and you could find that the question of whether or not the president violated Article 1 responsibilities of Congress could end up eventually going to the Supreme Court.
Do you think that he did?
I think I wouldn't be surprised if it went to the Supreme Court. That's right.
Mm-hmm. And why is that?
Because Congress does have a role to play under Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution in making decisions, legislative decisions. It also has the authority under appropriations. The president, even though there's been delays by Congress in immigration policies, may find that a court would decide that he's exceeded his constitutional authority. Now, having said that, I'm very much in favor of a new approach to immigration, of a path towards legalization, of not separating families.
So what do you see as the path towards immigration?
Well, you have to look at people who have been here, giving them a chance to have a form of amnesty. If people, without a punitive approach. America's, most of us here in this country have immigrant roots. And we have to remember that's what always has made America great. And so the fact that the immigration system isn't working is the problem that government should be fixing, but not punish people who have tried to do the right thing, to try to play by the rules, have essentially been able to try to get their families involved in supporting American ideals as well.
So what do you see as one of the biggest flaws
of the immigration system? The fact that all the problems with respect to immigration have been let go for years and years and years, and now all of a sudden here we are with people who have been in the country for 10 years or more being told that they have to start thinking about leaving. Well, that's not fair. It's not fair on a number of counts. It's not fair to the families. It's not fair to the taxpayers of the United States of America.
Yeah, so how does it affect the economy?
Well, it affects the economy in that if we have a massive deportation, that's actually going to be a drag on the economy. That could cost the economy billions of dollars a year in lost economic activity. That's one example.
And how would it affect the economy with them staying? With having, several million people staying and being legalized.
Well, they're already contributing. They're already, most of them are contributing and they're working. Now, let's face it. The fact of the matter is that people who aren't documented, they're at the mercy of people to work in low-wage jobs where they don't have any rights at all. And so I think that's, a disadvantage that human beings who choose to come to this country because our trade policies are so rotten, we need to deal with the human factor and deal with this in a humane way and have a path towards legalization.
So what is the humane way? Can you give me a specific example?
A humane way is not separating families, not telling people who have essentially paid their way here that all of a sudden, because we haven't been able to come to grips with a sane immigration policy, that they're going to have to pay a price and just have to leave because the government hasn't come up with the right solution. I'll go back to this. We have to protect our borders. We have to get a grip on immigration. We have to look at the inflow here, and we have to see who's coming in and making sure they have the capacity to contribute and that there's no criminal elements.
When you say get a grip on immigration, what exactly do you mean?
What that means is that you actually pass an immigration act which looks at the people who want to come into the country, establishing limits on how many, making sure that the people who are in or have come in don't represent any criminal element, making sure that people who are here, if they're working, that they're paying taxes, making sure that workplace laws are being enforced, reviewing the impact of immigration on trade policy.
So what about security? How would the executive action on immigration affect security?
Well, it's basic. I mean, Homeland Security has the obligation through INS to screen people who come into the country. Unfortunately,
but is that working effectively?
Well, it is not, because
people
come in across the border in many different ways, or they're being brought in by individuals who are profiting from moving migrants.
And we're saved by the bell. All right, Congressman, thank you very much. Alicia, very good job. Let's go to the judges. Ian, what did you think of Alicia Hesse?
Well, she certainly didn't have any trouble jumping in, or didn't get filibustered, but I don't know if any news was committed there. So
I know what your problem is. You were thinking of the question and then the next question instead of listening to him. There are dozens of times where he tripped himself up, gave you an opening to say, well, wait a minute. In your head, you should have said, that makes no sense. What you said orally is, wait a minute, that leads to such and such, and you don't want that, do you, Congressman? That's what you need to do. Is listen carefully. When you see an opening, and it'll come in the first 8 words of any response, a mistake will be made, jump in, point out the error, and go for it, okay?
Kelly?
I like the fact that you picked a singular topic, immigration, but when you do that, you need to be an expert on it, right? And you need to know exactly what points you want to hit home and what the counterpoint is to every point that he's making, because you know in public record what he's going to say to these answers. I don't think he said anything different than what he said before, and that's where some writing notes down and examining the issue and coming up with counterpoints and specific examples would benefit you.
Congressman Kucinich, did you feel like she was tripping you up, or is there any thing that you could suggest to her?
I thought it was fast-paced. I thought that you tried to keep it moving and tried to focus in on some of the details of what I was talking about. I thought that was very positive.
And Congressman King, you can.
I just wanted to say, Alicia, your best moment was when you jumped back in and said, "And why not?" That was good timing. It was picking the moment, and it was a good sign.
Alicia has a great job. Give her a hand, everybody.
Thank you.
Vivian Hughbanks is here. She is from Signal Mountain, Tennessee, attending Hillsdale College. She is a junior, class of 2016. Her major is politics and German. She's been an assistant editor of Hillsdale's student newspaper, The Collegian, freelancer for the Heartland Institute School Reform News and the College Fix. She has just finished spending 3 weeks living in Kenya, in the largest slum in Africa. So Vivian, welcome, and start your questioning for Congressman King.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us, Congressman. I'd like to talk to you about 2016 and some possibilities there. The latest Iowa caucus poll from Wednesday shows Governor Scott Walker with support from 25% of caucus participants. And that means that puts him 10 points ahead of Senator Rand Paul and former Governor Jeb Bush. Now, the crowd out here at CPAC really enjoyed Governor Walker yesterday, so I was wondering if you think he has a chance in 2016.
Well, I'm very confident he has a chance in 2016, and I saw the drama on January 24th at the Iowa Freedom Summit that was put together by Citizens United and myself, and that was credited with launching Scott Walker up at the top of the field. But I would remind people that we had 6 different leaders during the caucus season almost 4 years ago, and when someone would soar up to the top, then they would get scrutinized by the media and the press. They'd find out that we are all human, and then they try to pick somebody else that was ultra-human. So it's early, but there's no question he has a chance.
Now, I've noticed a trend. There seems to be a trend in the Republican Party of choosing kind of quote-unquote the next in line for the nomination. Whoever comes in second place tends to go on to become the next nominee. We saw this with Senator McCain and Governor Romney. Now, last go-round, former Senator Rick Santorum came in second after Governor Romney. So I was wondering, do you think that Mr. Santorum has a chance this year?
Of course he does. Rick Santorum did more in an Iowa caucus than I have seen since Jimmy Carter came in 1976. He did 385 meetings in the 99 counties in Iowa. That's a lot of shoe leather, and that's a lot of tire wear. And he's built a network across the state. Now, that goodwill doesn't always just transfer 4 years later. And of course, we may have Governor Mike Huckabee in that with the previous record on this. And so I just, at this point, everybody's a viable candidate, but I do think that we know of the most likely candidates to emerge now.
He hasn't been polling very well recently. How do you think he should campaign more to get up in the polls, do you think?
I really don't want to tell him. He won the Iowa caucus. And I remember that we went down in 2011. We did an event in Columbia, South Carolina on Labor Day. The presidential candidates came out on the stage, and I had the privilege to be part of the panel then. And Rick Santorum didn't poll well enough in the polls to have a slot on that stage that day in Columbia, Labor Day. But then by the end of January, he'd won the Iowa caucus, and by the end of the nomination process, he was the last man left before the last man was standing, and he won 11 states. So I don't think I want to try to tell him. He has earned it, and he could pull it out.
Now, talking more about what we would have to overcome to clinch the White House in 2016, do you consider former Secretary Hillary Clinton a possibility for the White House?
Well, she's a possibility, but I don't think she's a shoo-in for the nomination. That's a zone that I don't know as well as I do the Republicans, but I do know Iowa. And I just remember her coming back to Iowa for the first time in, I believe it was 7 years, to Tom Harkin's steak fry. And she stepped up to the podium and she said, "I'm back." And, that was fingernails on the chalkboard to a lot of people. So she may not have it as a shoo-in.
I did see that she...
Sorry, Dennis.
I did see that she garnered 60% of Iowa support in one of the polls a few weeks ago. Who else would you think would be a viable candidate?
Well, that is out of my zone. But, you know, Elizabeth Warren is spoken of as a potential candidate. Joe Biden has come back to Iowa a number of times. They're the two most likely names that I hear in the news. But, you know, she is presumed to be the nominee, and so the competition hasn't really emerged yet. And I think that, you know, she's maybe one or two bad news stories away from stimulating some competition.
Now, Republicans have chosen more moderate candidates for the past 2 elections, and both times failed to capture the White House. What does this mean for potential candidates such as Jeb Bush and Chris Christie?
Well, I want to strengthen the grassroots, and I think the grassroots people need to have more to say about who will be the nominee. And I don't like the idea that, you know, there's an effort sometimes to engineer that nominee, and you've referenced some of that going back. You stopped before you got back to Bob Dole, but in the inheritance process that you referenced early. And so I've been trying to avoid it. I want to have a broad, you know, a broad political spectrum for the Republican Party, and I'd like to have us all engaged in this. Everybody needs to have a voice, and we all need to be together in the end. But it seems like there are divisions that are being driven in, and they seem like they're usually initiated from the establishment side of the party.
Do we need a conservative in the White House in 2016?
I'm going to be working to get a conservative in the White House in 2016.
All right, we are out of time. Vivian, nice job. Ian, what do you think of Vivian Eubanks?
Oh, I really like the topic she picked. She has the guy from Iowa here, 2016. It's what a lot of people are very interested in. My one piece of advice is don't make every question so open-ended, like does so-and-so have a chance? I mean, anything has a chance. Every once in a while, get a sharp one in there if you can.
You needed to do what you don't have the experience to do, but I'll tell you, when you get the experience, you'll look at this guy and you'll say, he said that before. Come on. So you push it and say it either a different way or do something different. But you don't want to let your respondent, your interviewee, keeps repeating himself so that your interview is no different from everybody else's interview. And then what was the point of your doing it in the first place? All right?
I thought, you know, overall you did a very nice job. I like the topic that you picked. You asked him a few questions that were a little bit out of his wheelhouse that he didn't really have a good, like with Hillary Clinton, for example. It's a little bit out of the wheelhouse. Of course she has a chance. With how Rick Santorum should run his campaign. I mean, come on. Like those aren't, he doesn't have a good, instead you should focus more on the caucus and like why are Iowans a good barometer for the rest of the United States of America, for example, would be something more I'd focus on.
Representative King, do you have some suggestions for her?
Well, I think you're an engaging personality, and you look and you listen to those questions. I would suggest that if you're talking into a microphone, then keep that close to you, because I can see that pause, and I know I've got a while to finish what I've got to say. So be ready to jump in there. And I think all of the critics here, they were all accurate. I agree with all of that. The pointed questions are better, and it was some of them out of my zone. More Dennis can answer those on what the Democrats are going to do better.
Right.
Thank you.
Vivian Eubanks of Signal Mountain, Tennessee. Great job, Vivian. Thank you. Christina Sandich is here. She is from Amherst, Virginia. She's attended Wake Forest University and the University of Miami. She graduated in 2011 and 2013 with majors in communications, journalism, and education. She has been the co-host of Say It Loud, Wake TV News, WSET News, and she studied abroad for a semester in Spain, where she had the opportunity to live with a host family and travel within Spain and other European countries. Christina, your questions for Representative Kucinich. Go ahead.
Good evening, Congressman Kucinich. You spent some time on stage with President Obama in 2012. When was the last time you spoke with him, and what was the nature of that conversation?
The last time I spoke with President Obama, if I remember this correctly, was St. Patrick's Day in 2011. Right after we were together to welcome the Taoiseach of Ireland in a room right behind the House of Representatives, and the president had indicated to me that he had a big foreign policy matter he had to attend to. That was the weekend that members of Congress learned that the president had decided to move forward against Libya.
Okay, speaking of foreign policy, President Barack Obama, he won the Democratic nomination in large part because of the MoveOn.org people and because opponents to military intervention policies rallied to him against then Senator Clinton. Has he disappointed you in any way with his foreign policy, and if so, how so?
Yes, he has. It's been a disappointment. We can go back to Libya. There was an attempt to run right over Congress. I was instrumental in helping to work with people on both sides of the aisle to create a debate. And now we've learned later on, thanks to the enterprising journalism of the Washington Times, that the whole reason why we went to war in Libya was not based on truth. Now, beyond that, we stayed in Iraq a lot longer than we should have. We stayed in Afghanistan a lot longer than we should have. I think that President Obama, like other U.S. presidents, has been in a grip of a kind of interventionism which doesn't serve this country well. And that, to me, is the biggest complaint, that it seems to me that our first obligation is to America, not to be the policeman of the world, not to take care of all the countries around the world, but take care of things here at home first. That's what I think.
When you were mayor of Cleveland, the city was in penury and bankruptcy. How could you ever deal with the economy the U.S. has now, and how would you deal with the deficit?
Well, I'm proud of the fact that I told Cleveland Trust Bank on December 15th, 1978, that I would not sell the city's municipal electric system to a utility in which the bank had a financial interest. And the bank then told me they weren't going to renew the city's credit. That was December 15th, 1978. So to me, the essence of being a public official is taking a stand to protect the economic interest of your constituency. And Cleveland has had a municipal electric system that's provided businesses with an opportunity for lower utility rates, provided homes with an opportunity for lower utility rates, provided competition, and it fell to me to take a stand to defend that. Now today, the economy is the relevancy is this. I think people want leaders who are not afraid to challenge powerful corporate interests. If the corporate interests are acting in an insular way and are not taking on the general interest of the public, but looking at their narrow interests. And so today's economy, jobs, healthcare for all, education for all, retirement security, protecting investors, and reducing taxes through eliminating the corruption in the government.
Why should your own political party, why should they give you another look as a presidential candidate?
Well, I'm not a candidate for president, so I wouldn't ask them for another look.
If you were to be.
But if I was to look at that, I have real doubts about the two-party system. I have to tell you that. You know, the Democratic Party in 2006, Steve, you probably remember this because you were on the other end of some of the attacks, promised the American people that if we were given control of the Congress, for example, that we would end the war. Came back in, got the votes, and then we came back in, took power, and kept the war going. Both political parties have had shortcomings. They haven't delivered for the American people. And so what I look at is, and I brought this issue inside the Democratic Party, and I don't hesitate to do that. But my concerns are that both parties aren't really delivering for the American people. And the kind of debate that gets where people tear each other up, that's no good for the country. Steve King and I there's probably no two people who are farther apart in politics than Congressman King and myself. But you know what? We found a way to work together because out of respect, and that's what you have to establish in politics. The respect is lost right now. It's all smash-mouth politics. It doesn't serve the interests of the country at all.
All right, that's time. Christina, thank you. Congressman, thank you. Ian, what did you think of Christina Sandage?
Well, I mean, she certainly got him fired up, which was good, but I think I'd recommend just a little bit better knowledge of the person you're talking to. You asked him if running for president, and he said, I'm not. So you know what I mean? Just make sure you're well-versed in the person you'll be talking with.
Just because it's my way, I'm going to disagree. It's more fun than agreeing. I think that was a good question to ask because it can launch you into a different direction that nobody expects. How does he answer, no, I'm not going? Or does he say something that even he doesn't expect? So questions that seem obvious could lead to really interesting things. And I think you have something in your approach. I think you've got a feeling for what you're doing, and it was nice to watch.
I loved your first question. I mean, it automatically gets to an answer that none of us really know. And could lead to news. I wish you would have stuck on foreign policy just because we wrote the story on foreign policy and Dennis has a lot to add there. And there's a lot of great nuggets, but I overall thought you did a really nice job.
Congressman, what would you suggest to Christina?
You obviously spent time preparing for the questions. You could tell that. They weren't stock questions. Mm-hmm. And that's really important. And also, in the interaction, I could see you were listening carefully, which is another thing that was important. So I thought that the way that you participated in the interview, now for my part, what I always have to watch is, I tend to go on, but I came right out of the box and tried to give you an answer immediately, a yes or no answer, which is what you were looking for so we could frame it. But I thought your approach in giving someone a chance to answer does work.
From Amherst, Virginia, Christina Sandage. Give her a hand, everybody. Thank you. Great job, Christina. Andrew Leaf is here. He is from Merrick, New York. He's attending SUNY New Paltz. He's a senior. He graduates May of 2015. He has been a sports copy editor, a sports editor, a managing editor, and editor-in-chief of the New Paltz Oracle. And he likes to believe he brought milkshakes to his local Five Guys burger place after a back-and-forth Twitter war. So, Andrew, go ahead, take it away with Congressman Steve King.
Congressman King, how would you define the word leader?
The word leader? A leader charges the hill without looking back to see if anybody's following. And you can confirm he's a leader if people follow.
And how should the president be a leader?
Nate's next.
How should the president be a leader? Well, I don't want to characterize it with the one we have today because he's leading from behind, and that would be the antithesis of what I've described as a leader. But a president has to have vision, and today a president has to be able to look into the camera and connect with the people on the other side of that camera, and they've got to understand that he or she believes in this country, that they're rooted in the pillars of American exceptionalism, they have a vision for where America needs to go, that they're going to protect us from enemies without and restore us within, and to fix the soul of this country.
And how do you think President Obama fell behind as a leader?
Time after time. Really, philosophically, we are so far apart, the two of us. But on our foreign policy, when he said he was going to lead from behind, that began a series of foreign policy calamities, and it's a long list of them. I cannot name a country in the world that we have a better relationship with today than we had the day that he took office 6+ years ago. And when I brought that up a while back, somebody said Iran, somebody else said Cuba. Well, they were probably right, but they're not the countries I think we should have had better relations with.
Which countries do you think we should have?
Everybody else. Throughout the Middle East, we should be a lot stronger with Egypt. We should be stronger with UAE. We really ought to restore the relationship we have with Israel, we had with Israel, and we need to strengthen our foundation within the NATO countries so that Putin understands that we're going to keep our agreement with NATO. I could go on and on around the globe, but our relationships have eroded with nearly every country in the world.
And how do you hope, with the new president coming in 2016, how do you hope we can improve that?
We have to improve it with vision, and we have to be able to lead boldly and be confident that the United States of America is the unchallenged greatest nation in the world. They look to us. I mean, you can go, the people that our military that flew the hump in Burma clear back during the Second World War, they remember that yet, even though they're 3 generations down the line. The world reveres the United States of America, and we can't be pulling our power out and leaving that power vacuum. If we do, we're watching as it's filled by dictators and despots and people that are the antithesis of our ideology. So we have to stay strong and be confident. And when we go in someplace, and it's a shame when we have to do that, when we do, we've got to be proud of who we are as Americans, and it's not happening in that way, and I regret that.
And which president in the past do you think has been our country's best leader?
Well, there are 3 of them in that running, in my mind, be George Washington and Abe Lincoln and Ronald Reagan.
Why?
First, George Washington set the standard for everybody that came behind him, and he stepped down after 2 terms, but he set the standard. And Abraham Lincoln was about saving the Union. Without Lincoln, we wouldn't have the Union, and if we didn't have the Union, we wouldn't be the unchallenged greatest nation in the world. And Ronald Reagan gave us back our soul, at least for a time.
And which 2016 candidate do you think can be our country's best leader to bring us back up?
I am working this Iowa caucus, welcoming and inviting every candidate to come in, Republicans and Democrats, and I'm going to do my best to provide a level playing field for all of them. And I believe this, that here's really an important part that is an answer to your question, and it is this, that the nomination process brings out the best in our candidates. Some of them don't make the grade when they get into that arena. Some of them get a lot better. but it sorts out the ideas, the ideology, and the candidates. The process makes a better president. So it's too early to say, but I'm going to be there with that process, and hopefully it makes the best president.
You don't think there's a front runner right now, though?
Well, there may be, but as I mentioned a little bit earlier in the program, that there were 6 front runners coming through the Iowa caucus nearly 4 years ago. Each one of them soared to the top and dropped back down again. So it's a contest. And I'd add to that you could pick the best possible raw material for President of the United States and take that individual off their tractor or their law office or wherever it might be, set them down in the Oval Office. They wouldn't be near the president that they will be after they go through the process, both the nomination and the general election.
And is there anything else that you think is important to know about 2016?
I need you to talk just a little louder in that microphone.
Do you think there's anything else that's important to know about how a president should go about leading the country?
Well, a lot of things. But I want to make sure that they understand American history and that they understand how we got to where we are. I want to make sure that they have a sound understanding of the economic approach. And that's actually easy compared to understanding the culture of America, the American civilization.
All
What
right,
makes
that's
us distinct
time.
from everybody
Andrew,
else.
good questions. Thank you very much. Ian, what did you think of Andrew Leaf?
I thought he did a nice job. He got a lot of questions in, and some of the questions, it was like looking at a young Ralph Hallow out there. What do you think?
Your name again? You had an opportunity to take Mr. Republic, one of the longest-serving Republicans in Iowa, and ask him, well, so what's the point of the Iowa straw poll and then the Iowa caucuses? Because there doesn't appear to be any correlation between the outcome of either and the nomination and then the presidency. That would have led to a very interesting and unusual, because no reporter has the guts to ask a simple question like that. Am I right, Steve?
I want to answer that question now.
Oh, good.
But I don't think we have time.
Right. You are good. You're fine.
You're fine. This is a tough thing to do. You need to speak a little louder and not be so mumbly. I know it's hard with a microphone, but a lot of times you were so I couldn't hear what you were saying.
Is that a technical term, Kelly?
Well, that's what I heard. That's what I'm saying. And then I thought you stuck on leadership, and we all want to know what a leader is, but you needed to kind of take cues from the congressman and delve into some other topics, like Ralph said.
Congressman, any suggestions for Andrew?
Once again, I agree with the recommendations that they've made, and you knew it was hard for me to hear you. I was leaning forward, I was training to try to hear, so that was a piece of it. But maybe I'd say that if one question followed another, when I respect what a reporter does, it's often when they hear my answer and that redirects their question to a place we hadn't gone. I think Ralph's question was the best one, but we're not going to get a chance to answer it because we're down to 4 seconds.
Andrew Leaf from Merrick, New York. Andrew, great job. Thank you. Give him a big hand, everybody. Nate Madden is on his way up. Nate is from Anderson, South Carolina. He has attended the Citadel Military College of South Carolina. He graduated in May of 2014 with a major of political science and German. He has been a politics and opinion editor of the Brigadier, freelance contributor to the Pathos and the Center for a Just Society. He's worked as a lay preacher and an agricultural researcher in rural Uganda and helped raise goats on his family farm in Anderson. Good luck, Nate, for your questions for Congressman Kucinich.
Well, Congressman Kucinich, how are you doing today?
Very good. How are you?
I'm doing quite well. So I'm curious, looking back on your congressional record, how do you feel about it overall?
Good.
Good. All right. So we talked about Libya earlier, and we talked about the pretenses under which the U.S. went to war in Libya, and I kind of want to go back a little bit further than that. So you filed articles of impeachment against former Vice President Cheney and President George W. Bush. Can you tell me about the impetus behind those articles of impeachment?
Yes. With respect to the articles of impeachment and George Bush, they're based around this, that Iraq had nothing to do with 9/11. Iraq had nothing to do with al-Qaeda's role in 9/11. Iraq did not have the intention of attacking the United States. Iraq did not have the capability of attacking the United States. Iraq did not have weapons of mass destruction that were usable against the United States. Now, when you look at that, America was sold a bill of goods that resulted in a cost of anywhere, depending on who you talk to, $3 trillion or more, And that's why, based on that, I brought forth articles of impeachment. And there were dozens of articles that were involved.
Right, so what was the empirical evidence that would have put the impetus or put the blame upon the president and vice president to result in high crimes misdemeanors?
Their own statements. Remember, when you are the top official in a country, your statements have the ability to mobilize public opinion and to set public perceptions. And the White House has the ability to cause the media to broadcast its information as though it was fact. And Americans were not given the facts, and that's why I challenged it.
Are you familiar with the Pentagon Inspector General's report released in February of 2007?
Tell me about it. I've read many of those reports.
So the Pentagon Inspector General released a report in February of 2007 that said that it was not the president or the vice president who was responsible for the mishandling and misrepresentation of that intelligence. It was rather the Office of Special Planning in the Pentagon. Are you familiar with that one?
Well, I know the Office of Special Planning was involved in helping to incite, but let's not just, Harry Truman had a sign on his desk that said the buck stops here. And when the President of the United States is involved in getting information out and doesn't recant it, that means that he stands by it.
Right, but in that situation, if the president and vice president through the intelligence pipeline are being fed mishandled and misrepresented information, why at that point is the Office of Special Planning not brought before Congress, not brought before your Committee on Government Oversight?
Well, actually, there were many hearings brought before government oversight. Right. And I want to go back to the original question you asked. Why did I move forward with articles of impeachment? It wasn't because I had any animosity towards the President of the United States. I happen to like him as a person. But what I saw is that we were led into a war based on misinformation, and that intelligence was being shaped to fit the policy, which is a dangerous thing to do.
Right, but if bad intelligence is being handed to the president, why does that result in his own impeachment as opposed to, say, a special prosecutor being assigned to handle the allegations made by the Inspector General?
It wasn't just about what came out of intelligence agencies. It was about people who the president appointed who were right next to him and were encouraging him to go into war, and there wasn't enough questions asked. I've met with President Bush many times on education matters inside the executive office there. And the president is a quick study on what goes on in the moment. So I would not be convinced that the president wasn't asking questions at the time in those meetings that were taking place. It was his responsibility.
Fair enough. Now, moving on to the next point. The result of what U.S. intervention in Iraq and the subsequent mishandling following the U.S. withdrawal has led to a power vacuum, which has created the current state with ISIS, ISIL, the Islamic State, what have you. What is the best way for the U.S. to handle the current ISIS situation?
Well, first of all, the power vacuum that was created was first for al-Qaeda. Al-Qaeda didn't have the presence in Iraq. It had it after the U.S. invasion. Iraq was a huge mistake for the Americans. Now, as far as ISIL, the last thing that we should be doing, if you've got a group that has an apocalyptic vision and wants us to get into a dance with them towards the end of the world, that's not a dance we need to get into. Right now, ISIS needs the United States.
Is this going to be another Rwanda before we close? Is this going to be another Christian persecution?
We have to make the decision about the terms of which we engage. And we need to engage not with platoons of soldiers, but with platoons of accountants who can go after those individuals in Gulf nations who are funding ISIS, cut off their funding. You can deal with them in the cyber space.
That's
but we've got to be very careful about the idea of boots on the ground.
Congressman Kucinich, thank you. Nate Madden, what did you think, Ian, of Nate?
I really liked how he came out and shook everybody's hand, great eye contact. You clearly had a good understanding of the questions you were asking. Your first question was kind of a throwaway. How do you feel about your record? And he hesitated and said, good. You could have jumped in with, really? So you could have had a little, well, anyways, but nice job.
I understand why you asked that silly question, the first one, because you wanted to think that you're silly. Then you started going with some serious questions. You were listening to what he said, and you were picking up where you should challenge. That's the best interview I've seen to date.
I agree. I thought it was great. You clearly did your homework. You had your facts, and that's what you need when you go toe-to-toe with these guys who know this information. The only criticism I would have is at the end you cut him off with, is this going to be the next Rwanda, which I didn't see how that was applicable to ISIS in the context, and he was going off on a good tangent about, I think, isolationism a little bit there, and I think that would have been more interesting.
Congressman, he seemed to have gotten you a little bit, under your skin a little bit. Did he get you?
Not at all.
No? What would you,
I don't
what
think
would you
anybody's ever
suggest
gotten
to
under
him?
my skin. But I will say that I felt that you were well prepared, that you established a real pushback, and you came, it was a great exchange. And I think it was a very solid interview, and I thank you.
Thank you, Congressman.
Nate Madden from Anderson, South Carolina. God bless you both. Our next contestant is from Chicago, Illinois. His name is Jackson Rickman. Jackson is attending George Washington University.
All right.
As a sophomore, he's majoring in journalism and mass communication. He's worked at WRGW District Radio and has interviewed Pulitzer Prize winners Thomas Frieden of the New York Times and Charles Krauthammer of the Washington Post and Fox News. Jackson, you're on with Congressman Steve King.
Representative King, thank you very much for your time. My first question is, what makes the Iowa caucus attractive? Why is it important in that it creates a lot of headlines?
Did you get that question from Ralph? Okay. But the Iowa caucus is important, and it's important to the nation, because it's really, it's of course the first in the nation contest that measures the strength of a candidate. It makes a recommendation to the rest of the country. It doesn't bind any other state. But what it is these candidates are yet to be known by the just regular people. They might come to a picnic there. They might call it the rubber chicken circuit, but you're out constantly shaking hands, meeting people, and we get to know people from the stage, from behind the curtain of the stage, in their personal life, in their daily lives, and it turns into sometimes thousands of narratives, and the grapevine of Iowans are talking to each other, and now we have modern media, so that party line that used to be part of this now gets expanded clear into everybody's Facebook and all of these comments. So if we don't have an Iowa caucus to get that personal knowledge of them, what will happen then instead is the candidate that will get nominated will be the one that has the money to buy a media personality, and nobody will really get to know the president again.
What platform or issue, in your opinion, has dominated...
And I forgot to put in Iowa values. Okay.
No problem. What platform or issue, in your opinion, has dominated the past two Iowa caucuses?
Okay.
Well, health care. The Obamacare issue has dominated the last one dramatically, and then if you would dial back from that to 2008, I think that Obamacare was essentially created in the Democrat caucus. If you remember, Hillary Clinton was the one who came in as first lady. We got 2 for the price of 1, and we had those meetings that were behind closed doors, and they created this national health care plan with this massive flow chart that I had laminated and put on my office wall clear back then, and it scared the living daylights out of me. But because Hillary had the health care credentials, Barack Obama had to create some to compete with her, and I think out of that grew this monster called Obamacare today.
And which issue will dominate this upcoming caucus? Which issue will dominate this upcoming caucus?
I think the issues, I think there'll be 2 or 3 of them. And it'll remain the full repeal of Obamacare. If you look at the House has passed my repeal on Obamacare. It's over in the Senate now. Ted Cruz has that bill, and he's added a 180-day delay extension to it as all. That will be one. The border security, unless something happens dramatic in the next couple of years, which I don't predict, we have to restore the rule of law. And we're going to get a constitutional education going through this. And the third thing is foreign policy, because the nation's in a precarious position today, and the world is in an unstable condition. So I'd say those 3 things. We've got to get this health care right, and then we've got to restore the rule of law, and we have to remain the strongest nation in the world.
Can the Iowa caucus be a serious indicator in forecasting the GOP nominee?
It has been, and I believe it will be. And I say it has been because of this, that since Ronald Reagan, there have only been 2 Republicans that have ascended to the presidency. And each of them had to first win the Ames straw poll and the Iowa caucus. They happen to be Bush 41 and Bush 43. And so it's a good, strong indicator. And if I go to the Democrat side, Barack Obama would not have been nominated if it hadn't been for the Iowa caucus. Jimmy Carter, of course, I know I'm not helping out the Republicans when I say that, but that's a reflection of the effectiveness of real people getting to know the candidates and making it. We punched 2 or 3 tickets for New Hampshire, and then New Hampshire makes a recommendation tied with Iowa's that goes to South Carolina. If you could win in all 3 of those states, you're on the way to the nomination.
And how does one become successful at the Iowa caucus? If you had to give advice to a potential candidate, what would it be?
Well, be yourself, be genuine,
and it shows through, especially with HDTV, it shows through. And so make sure that you convey your convictions, make sure that you understand the issues and the agendas, and if you're, on the Republican side, if you're a natural, full-spectrum constitutional conservative that believes in life, in marriage, and the Second Amendment, and free enterprise, and the Constitution, you're going to do pretty well. But that'll be the competition that's there. And then the next thing you have to bring is that deepest conviction. They want to know that if you're in the Oval Office and the time comes that you've got to make that horrible decision where you know it means life or death, they want to know that if at some point you'll kick all of the advisors out, close the door, and ask God for counsel.
Do you think that's been the case, your advice that you would give in the past two Iowa caucuses?
Jackson, fortunately, we're out of time.
Yes.
Great job. Ian, what do you think of Jackson Rickman?
Nice job, and just my one suggestion would be don't be so married to your questions where you read the next one, just be able to jump in and organically go with the conversation. Don't be so tied to, the preset questions you came in with.
I have several suggestions. When you come out to meet your interviewees, don't bow. They do that in other countries. You're a journalist. You're an equal. You're about to rip them apart. You should be growling back there. You should be going like this. I can't wait to get out there. Then when you get out there, go for it. Go after them. And then you could be friends later, maybe. Right?
Kelly?
I wish you inserted a little bit more current events. Talking about the caucus, are they even relevant anymore? There's a lot of people feel that there's a disproportionate amount of power that's given to Iowa and Iowans, and is it fair really in the nomination contest? And you should delve into those questions. I know the South wants to move up their primaries so they can have a little bit more say in things, and touch on those issues and what the RNC debated earlier this year, and get it a little bit more current.
All right, Congressman King?
Well, I would agree with each of the comments that were made, but I thought you had good questions. They were well phrased and well worded, and most of the rest of that is just style. And I would like to say to all of the young people that come out here too that you haven't had all of those years to learn foreign policy and study mannerisms like some of the rest of us have, and a lot of that will come just with time and experience. Thank you. Nice job.
Jackson Rickman, thank you very much. And Congressman King, you've got to go do a vote, so thank you very much. You can get out of here and vote the right way, okay?
I'm gone.
All right. Thank you very much, Congressman. Very nice job. And Jackson, very good as well. Taylor Waters is next. Taylor is from West Long Beach, New Jersey. School is George Washington University. She's a sophomore, class of 2017. She has been a columnist for the Inkblot, host of the Right Side of Politics radio show, campus reform contributor, press intern with the New Jersey Assemblywoman Mary Pat Angelini, and Taylor, you're on with Congressman Dennis Kucinich.
Hi, Congressman Kucinich. I wanted to ask you, in a recent interview with Alan Combs, you mentioned that you're currently writing a letter to Congress to ask that they deny Obama's request to them for military intervention against the Islamic State. And I'm wondering, why is that? Do you not believe that the U.S. has just cause to interfere in these issues?
My concerns are as follows. Number one, that if you study ISIS, you realize that they're expanding, trying to expand a caliphate. They are involved in helping to spur a global jihadist movement. But they need the United States to do that. So if the U.S. comes in and makes ISIS the focal point, we have essentially helped to make ISIS the key factor in Islam and help them gain even more recruits from the global jihad movement. You know that there are already over 20,000 people have joined ISIS from 90 different countries, and we need to be very careful about encouraging them to move towards this caliphate.
But with the beheadings that have been happening of Americans and some of our allies, we have, I think, 23 captives right now between the United States and Europe. At what point would you say it's America's job and prerogative to interfere when the lives of Americans are at stake?
Well, first of all, there were negotiations, as we know, and America should be involved in negotiations to try to rescue Americans in one way or another. But to start a war a war that could go global over some deaths that have occurred that have been horrible, absolutely horrible.
Right.
We've got to be very careful because you weigh the deaths of a few with the potential for the slaughter of millions of people. You've got to be really careful about the circumstances where you advance a global war.
And another thing I would like to ask is, the Obama administration has been extremely careful with its wording around these issues. They've used the term armed insurgency. Are you willing to acknowledge ISIS as a terrorist Islamic radical threat?
Of course it is. I mean, of course. Why would that be difficult to do? I know there's been some difficulty in the White House there, but I don't have any difficulty with that. But what I say is this, just to go back to it. We have to be careful that we don't participate in causing ISIS to suck us in to a new version of the Crusades. Now, the White House has said, well, there's not going to be any ground troops. Yet the president says, well, it might be limited. The Secretary of State says, no way. But, you know, they're not clear on that. The resolution itself, the authorization for the use of military force, is not clear. It's very vague and would give them the ability to carry a war anywhere. This administration, which messed up so badly in Libya, shouldn't have the confidence, doesn't deserve the confidence of the American people to take us into another global war.
And another thing I would like to ask you, we've heard recently Marie Harf propose a, quote, nuanced plan which would be viewed as a more modern way of dealing with the problem, which would be creating jobs for these people. And I just would like to mention what you said in your interview with Alan Combs, that a more modern way of solving this problem would be to send platoons of accountants rather than platoons of soldiers. Can you elaborate on what you mean by that?
We know there are people in the Gulf states who are funding ISIS to the tune of tens of, if not hundreds of billions of dollars. So we should be looking at cutting off ISIS's money. And anybody who is involved, either a state actor or an actor within a state in the Gulf region or anywhere, we should go after their money, go after their banking, limit their ability to do commerce. The U.S. has the ability to do that. We should also make sure that anybody who's involved, that we may want to go beyond sanctions. Any Gulf state country that says they're a friend of ours and is giving money to ISIS is not a friend of the United States.
Okay, and given the recent events of the Libya war being based on false pretenses, do you have any confidence in Hillary Clinton as a president in 2016?
No. No, none.
And do you also think that the Obama administration has any credibility left in its in the next year, that it will still be in office?
We're out of time. Taylor, very nice job. Ian, what do you think of what Taylor Walters did up there?
You had him right there at the end. He was almost going to make some Democrat on Democrat.
I know.
Crime right there. You let him off the hook. But just one other thing is, short questions can be your friend. Not every question needs to be a long wind-up question.
Ralph?
I just want to hear you say Ralph. You were fortunate in that you had one of the greatest interviewees around, and he gave some really interesting answers. I think the questions were fine, but even though the answers were really good, they were substantive, comprehensive, intelligent, you could have jumped in every once in a while just to break up the length of the, but the answers are great. Congratulations.
Kelly?
That was for you.
You did a nice job. You did a very nice job. You did your homework. If anything, I think you were a little too married to your questions in the fact that you did all the homework. You should feel free then to go off script and think when he's answering you back, okay, where should I go off of this? Because you've done it. You've done the work. So overall, very good job. But he also, I think, took you by surprise at the end with his remark with Clinton. You don't ever be taken so surprised you're flat-footed and can't think of something else to kind of draw out a little bit more.
Congressman, any suggestions for Taylor?
You were well prepared. And as a matter of fact, what was interesting about your questions is they were not necessarily predictable. So you helped to shape them in a way that was uniquely your own, which I thought is an important thing for a reporter.
Thank you.
Taylor Walters of West Long Branch, New Jersey. Great job, Taylor. Thank you very much. Jeremy Beal is up next. He is from Junction City, Kansas. He lives in Dale City, Virginia. He's going to Liberty University, actually graduated in 2014 with a major in journalism, specializing in print and digital media. He has been a featured reporter at Liberty Champion newspaper, a tour reporter for Golf WRX. He's a blogger. And due to being the son of 2 Army veterans, he's lived all over the nation, in some parts of the world, and considers himself a pretty well-rounded person who knows a little about a lot. Jeremy, you're on.
All right, so just talking about Iraq and ISIS, you've mentioned a lot of key points, and I want to ask the question, what do you believe about the idea of the American nation still being a superpower?
We need to be super for our own people. We don't need to be super for people all around the world. I think that the era of American interventionism needs to come to an end. And this is why. Because we are spending scarce resources all around the world while we're letting some of the key problems here at home go unaddressed. We are also building up our national debt. We end up with a debt-based economic system that's driven by foreign interventionism. That's really dangerous. And while that's happening as well, the other thing that's happening is this is a national security state that's happened here that's undermining our civil liberties. So those 3 areas are dangerous.
I just want to ask another question before we just get on a long tangent. If it's not the Americans' job to go into ISIS, whose job is it?
It's the job of the people in the region to handle their own problems. It's not America's job to be able to deal with all the problems in that region or anywhere else in the world. We have to come home. We have to stop this interventionism. This is going to ruin our nation, and we're going to be in more and more of these conflicts. This authorization for the use of military force is a blueprint for being involved all over the world in military activity. That's not what America was supposed to be about. We need to go back to what the founders thought about in terms of you protect the country, but you don't get involved in foreign intrigues.
Okay, so just as far as domestic terrorism, what is your opinion on that?
That we protect this homeland, and we do that. We make sure that we're strong at our ports. We make sure we're strong at our borders. We make sure that whatever needs to be done to strengthen domestic law enforcement, that we do that. That's our obligation. But to take that and say we're going to protect the whole world, no, 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 no. America shouldn't be about that. America has to take a more conservative approach in our international relations, which involves stopping this impulse towards interventionism, thinking that with all of our good intentions, we can solve the problems of the world. We can't, and we can't buy friends either.
Okay, so in light of the Boston bombing trial that's going to take place next week, how do you think the outcome of that will be?
I don't want to get into making a public comment about something that's not a settled matter. You know, I won't do that, except to say that we need to be vigilant within our borders about law enforcement matters. We need to make sure that local law enforcement is fully equipped to be able to deal with the different levels of challenges, and if they need help from federal level, fine, but we've got to be careful that we still make law enforcement a local matter.
Okay, so how will we educate the public about these matters?
American people already know. The thing that we don't want to do is cause our country to be filled with fear. Americans aren't, really fearful people. The essence of America is courage. If you look at the Star-Spangled Banner, land of the free, home of the brave, we can never give up that bravery, which is an essential part of who we are as Americans. And we've got to be careful of a government that keeps trying to drive fear into people and make them afraid to go anywhere. We have to live courageously, but also make sure that our law enforcement mechanisms have what they need to do, the job.
So we're here at CPAC. What is the one idea that you want to drive home to the audience right now?
That we need to look towards a classic definition of conservatism. And if you look at a classic definition, it involves protecting your resources financially, protecting your resources militarily, protecting your resources in terms of the social capital of the country, and making sure that you have ability to control events within your own borders. Protecting the air and the water and the land. I mean, these are all conservative values. So I think that in connection with your question, we sometimes get misled by labels. We pigeonhole people with labels. And we've got to listen to the import of what people say rather than to the label they wear in terms of the implication of their policies. Then we'll know where they stand. Not if somebody puts a label on themselves saying, I'm a conservative, I'm a liberal, whatever.
So in closing, I just want to know, what might you have to say to just aspiring young Americans?
And we're out of time. Sorry about that. Jeremy, great job. Ian, what do you think about Jeremy Beal's performance?
I think he did a nice job. He certainly had no problem jumping in. Just be careful you don't want to offend the person, because one person's tangent is another person's good point. So the wording, that's it. But otherwise, good to go.
Ralph?
I'm very much impressed. You looked at him throughout the interview. You didn't look at your notes. I could see your mind processing what he was saying. So right now, I'm just really, really pleased with your. I have nothing to add to it. Just keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you.
I thought you did.
Kelly.
I thought you did a very nice job as well. It's a tough setting. And I like how you ask questions about Dennis Kucinich being at CPAC. That's interesting, and the message of getting into the message of labeling conservatives as progressives and all of that. So I thought that was very good. He had one really good, on foreign policy, had one really good quip saying we can't buy friends either. And I thought that was that could have been a really good point for you to kind of bring in some other things and interject there. But other than that, I thought you did a really great job.
And Congressman Kucinich?
You were in the moment. That eye contact is so important because you're actually getting deeper into an exchange with somebody. And because of that, you create a moment that's independent of every other moment around it. It's really good. Good job.
Thank you.
Jeremy Beal, great job. Thank you very much. I want to thank Congressman King, who is out voting now, but Congressman Dennis Kucinich sat in the fire and did a great job. Please give him a big hand. Yeah. Congressman, great job. And I'd like to call up John Solomon from the Washington Times to kind of close this out. Thank you, everybody. John?
All right. Well, thank you very much, Congressman. Thank you for spending so much of your day today investing in the future of our profession. Thank you. If you want to find out who won, tomorrow night, tune in between 5 and 6 o'clock when we announce the straw poll results. We'll announce the winner of this competition. I want to thank our judges. If you like what they did today, or if you like fearless reporting, American values, conservative thought leadership, check out the Washington Times at washingtontimes.com. And if you like what you saw with your students today, go downstairs and visit booth 212, Young America's Foundation, National Journalism Center. They're training the next generation of journalists. So thank you very much and enjoy your rest of your time at CPAC.
My goal is to destroy the New York Times and CNN. I always thought that we could be their friends, and I'm talking not just them or New York, that they would take our criticism and our acting as their checks and balances, the fifth estate on the fourth estate, and that they would correct themselves, that they would become better citizens. They've chosen not to go that route. And I really believe, and I'm committed to, the destruction of the old media guard. And it's a very good business model. But I believe that from that, something better will come, because nothing can be better than a group of people that collectively sneer, think that it's an obvious joke that when people want to have redress for their grievances, that they're called teabaggers, and everybody has a great laugh at it. That we have to defend ourselves for having this conversation is despicable. The media class is the wall that we have to climb over in order for our voices to be heard. Once our voices are heard, then democracy will happen.
Oh, we don't have too many.
I'll be there, yes. Grab this one.
Jump up first.
Okay, great. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alexander Marlowe, and I'm editor-in-chief of Breitbart News and Breitbart.com. Thank you for having me today, and I'll be moderating a Strong America, Protecting Opportunity for All. I've been told this is the anchor point of the whole conference. We're going to be talking about so many themes today: what it takes to be a strong America, why strength is important, how we get there, and whether or not it's been deteriorating over the last several years. The thesis: a strong America is dependent on a healthy society, free market capitalism, and a national security apparatus sufficient to protect our interests. We're going to talk about the who, what, when, where, and why of security, and we have an incredible group of people today who will be doing that with me. Senator Jim DeMint, Dr. Arthur Brooks, and KT McFarland, and I'll be bringing them each up individually. It's going to start off with each of them is going to have a chance to give a speech to address you for 5 to 10 minutes or so. And then we're going to have the second half of the hour will be dedicated to a panel where we're going to discuss, get them communicating back and forth and answering some of these questions, and perhaps most importantly, why it's even necessary in the year 2015 to have a panel where we are defining American strength and making a case for why it's important. Why is it even necessary? So without further delay, I'd like to bring up Senator Jim DeMint. He rose from a modest South Carolina roots and a career in marketing to build and lead a resurgent conservative caucus in the United States Senate. In 2012, he left the Senate to become president of the Heritage Foundation, the nation's leading conservative think tank. As president, Senator DeMint has been an influential voice in the national debates over health care, immigration, spending, the national debt, and my personal favorite, the dangers of cronyism to American freedom. Senator Jim DeMint, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you, folks. Doesn't this feel like a family reunion? I mean, the whole CPAC event, just meeting people from all over the country. And I've seen a lot of you as we've traveled around working with states on different issues like education choice, but it's great to see you here, and I appreciate so many of you who are active in the conservative movement at the state level and helping what we're doing here at the federal level. So thanks for being here. Outside of Washington is fine, but inside of Washington there seems to be a lot of confusion about who actually won the election last November. There really is. Obama thinks the people who didn't vote won the election, and that's who he's told us he's listening to. But even worse, the Washington establishment, K Street, and all their big government cronies think they won the election last November. They think they vanquished the Tea Partiers and conservatives in the primaries and basically won the election with the folks who would do what they said they were going to do. But folks, we know the Republicans who took the House and the Senate, who took the majority for the Republican Party, ran against the status quo, ran against the big cronies. And if you listen to what their campaign said, they ran against amnesty. They ran against Obamacare. They ran against things like the internet sales tax. On the other side of this, the K Street guys, they want their payback. They want their amnesty for cheap labor. They want their internet sales tax. They want UN treaties. The list goes on and on. But the bottom line is that the Washington establishment wants to continue the status quo. But the Republicans who won promised to serve as conservatives. And they won because conservatives turned out to vote when the moderates and the liberals stayed home. As a conservative movement, we need to make sure that they continue to hear the voices of freedom-minded Americans all over the country so that they're not co-opted by the chattering class here in Washington. And all of us need to be a part of reminding all the American people, the media, K Street, and the elected politicians, that they were elected because they won as conservatives, and they need to remind everyone that our ideas and our policies build a stronger America, a more prosperous America, and create opportunity for everyone. And we do it, as Alex said in the introduction, in the three key pillars of American strength: a strong society, a strong economy, and a strong defense. These make up the foundation of all of our conservative ideas. They're inseparable. You can't have a strong economy without a strong society that produces people with the character and the capabilities to succeed. And KT will tell us later why you can't really have a strong defense unless you have a strong economy and a government that's limited, out of debt, and focused on the constitutional priorities to protect and defend our country. Folks, who won the election last November? It was conservatives. We won it. We worked the grassroots all over the country. And we need to make sure that the folks inside the Beltway know that we know they campaigned and talked like conservatives. Now we need to make sure that they follow through and really fight for the ideas that they said they believe in. Thank you. The conservative promise to America is opportunity for all, favoritism for none. All the policies we look at, you can really categorize under one of those areas. And we've talked to millennials, we've talked to Hispanics, African Americans, we talked to people all over America. And they're not looking for some special program. They don't want to be part of a minority group. They want to be Americans, and they just want a fair shot at American opportunity. And if we as conservatives can just convince them that our ideas are not only better for the country, but create opportunity for everyone, that's how we get people to vote conservative. But these people deserve a party in Washington that's not handing out political favors, that's not picking winners and losers, making excuses of why they support big crony programs that hand out goodies to the big guys here in Washington. Programs like the Export-Import Bank, that basically all the money goes to big corporations. But they never had a government bank for me when I was in my small business, and all of you out here probably that have businesses have not experienced an Export-Import Bank or some kind of government favors like that. Opportunity for all, favoritism for none. The enemy to opportunity is big crony capitalism. When the government is up here behind closed doors handing out favors to the politically connected. And generally it's the bigs helping the bigs. And that's where we really need your help, to keep the parties accountable to these ideas of let's don't divide the country into a bunch of different groups and play one against another. Let's recognize that Americans want to be Americans and they want a fair shot at the opportunities that this country can offer. And they really concentrate around these three areas. Let me just say a few things about the culture itself, and then I'm going to leave it to Arthur and KT to talk more about economics and about defense. But everything begins with the character of the people in your country. You cannot have a strong America if we don't have people that have that strong character, those values, and understand what American exceptionalism is. And opportunity for all begins with the opportunity to be born. That's something that needs to continue to drive our consciences here in America, the right to be born. And folks, there's still a lot of disagreement about parts of the life issue around the country, but the large majority of Americans now recognize it makes no sense to be taking the life of children over 5 months into this. And the House has a bill. We need to insist that Republicans bring it back up to make sure that there are no abortions after 5 months of pregnancy. This is the least that we can do at the federal level. And the states are making a lot of progress on that issue, but we need to keep the importance of the individual and the right to life in front of all Americans. A strong society also depends on strong families, and that begins with marriage. Our policies here at the federal level need to encourage marriage rather than what it does now. It discourages marriage. It pays people not to be married. Folks, we need a strong marriage. We know that a child that grows up in a home with a married father and mother in America has almost no chance of living in poverty. That goes across the board. It doesn't matter where you start. If you want an anti-poverty program, let's create programs that encourage and support marriage in America. And we need to make sure that no group of unelected judges here in Washington take away the rights of people in the states to define marriage as a union between a man and a woman. Just one other area of the culture of the society that I'll mention, and it's so important, is education opportunity. If a child does not get the proper education, it's hard to take advantage of all the opportunities in America. The federal government has had its chance the last 40 years or more at trying to direct America's education system. And it just hasn't worked. Whether it's No Child Left Behind or Common Core, we cannot manage the education needs of all of America's children from Washington. But we see what's working. We see states that are expanding charters and all kinds of education choices. And the data is in. What the left told us 10 years ago is not true. Education choice does not hurt the poor or the disadvantaged or the minorities. It is quite the opposite. It helps everyone. It creates opportunity for everyone. And when you have states like Arizona that I think have hit on just the right formula with education savings accounts, parents can put together the education system that works best for their children. And it's working. We don't need to pass another No Child Left Behind here in Washington. We don't need another Common Core. We need to create education and opportunity for all. So folks, thank you for being here. I look forward to being part of the panel. And Alex, we'll put you back on here.
Thank you, Senator. That was a great table setter talking about the three pillars: society, capitalism, economy, and then finally defense. To cover the second pillar, we have the great Dr. Arthur Brooks. He's the president of the American Enterprise Institute, where he's also the Beth and Ravenel Curry Scholar in Free Enterprise. He's the author of numerous books, including the 2012 New York Times bestseller, The Road to Freedom. His next book, The Conservative Heart, will be published in July, and he comically notes he's also a recovering French hornist, which I also find fun and amusing, an old symphony guy back from high school. Dr. Arthur Brooks, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Alex.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. What a delight to be here. Jim DeMint said this is like a family reunion. Yeah, unless you're from my family. I didn't come from a conservative family, but I'm delighted to be with all of you here today. What an honor it is to be with you. How did you get to the conservative movement? Every one of you has an answer to that. You have a personal explanation for what brought you here to CPAC, what brought you into activism, what made you ready to be a warrior for the conservative movement. Think about it. I'm going to tell you how I got to this movement. See, I just told you I come from a background that's not traditionally conservative at all. But what I care about the most is what brought me into the conservative movement. And it wasn't economic efficiency. I'm an economist, but that's not it. It's not millions of dollars for rich people. It's not trying to be a tax accountant for the billionaires. No. What brought me into the conservative movement was fairness. And I'm going to tell you why. When I was a little kid, I'm going to take you all the way back to 1970. A lot of you weren't born yet, but some of you were. In 1970, I had an experience for the first time. See, I grew up in a lower middle class neighborhood in Seattle, and I thought I knew poor people. There were people on welfare around, but that's not real poverty, as I found out when I was a little kid. I remember the first time seeing a picture in the National Geographic magazine of a kid in sub-Saharan Africa, a little boy. You remember this picture, a lot of you do, with flies on his face and a distended belly. You remember that? That was the first time that many of us in the United States saw real poverty. And the thought that I had was, that's not fair. See, he didn't do anything wrong. He was just born in a poor country, and there was nothing I could do. Yeah, there was alms for the poor on Sunday morning. There was prayers that I would offer up for that boy, but there was nothing that I could really do, and that was the point. The point of the picture in the magazine was to tell me I couldn't help him. And I guess I forgot about it. I grew up, and so did you. Sometimes you thought about that image and you wondered what happened to him, what happened to those people. But you went to school and you got married and you started your family, and life kind of went on for all of us. Ask yourself now, what happened to that boy? What happened to a lot of those people? I'm going to tell you. Now, to begin with, if you ask Americans what has happened to the poor around the world since 1970, 70% of Americans will tell you it's gotten worse. There's more hunger around the world. That's wrong. That's wrong. Here's what happened between 1970 and 2012. The percentage of the world's population living on $1 a day or less, that is starvation level poverty, adjusted for inflation. The percentage of the world's population living on $1 a day or less since 1970 has decreased by 80%. An 80% decrease in the world's worst poverty. Now, I care about fairness, so I'm really impressed. But I got to ask myself, why? And how can we replicate that? See, 2 billion people have been pulled out of starvation level poverty since I was a kid. Now, if you walk around here in Washington, D.C., which I don't recommend, but if you do, and you ask people what pulled all those people out of poverty, it's the United Nations, or U.S. foreign aid, or some World Bank or International Monetary Fund program. Those things are good or bad depending on your point of view, but that's not what did it. You know what pulled 2 billion people out of poverty since I was a kid? 5 things, okay? If you've got a pen and paper, you can write them down. Number 1, globalization. Number 2, free trade. Number 3, property rights. Number 4, rule of law. Number 5, American-style entrepreneurship that started to spread around the world when I was a kid. It was people around the world who, through the means of mass communication, see, we saw them for the first time. They saw you for the first time. You know what they said? I want their freedom and I want their stuff. If you are your brother's keeper, if you love the poor, it's good to give alms, do it more, but you also have to have a system that works while you sleep. That system, those 5 forces together, you know what it's called? Free enterprise. That, my friends, is your gift to the world. You are lifting up the poor in America. You're lifting up the poor around the world for the first time in the history of humanity. Here's the problem. We're walking back from it. The reason that fairness leads you and me into this conservative movement is the same reason we have to be warriors for this system on behalf of those who can't be with us here today because they're still poor. And we have to be outraged by the fact that every government policy that we see these days is militating against this system here and abroad. Are you your brother's keeper? Then fight for free enterprise. Are you your brother's keeper? Don't lose another argument. Don't give an inch. This is our opportunity again and again to lift people up. Fighting for people. So here's my examination of conscience that I do each night and I recommend to you. It's, believe it or not, it's about free enterprise. Because I ask myself this, not did somebody in the press say something mean about me or my organization, the American Enterprise Institute, or you conservatives? Because of course they did. That's okay. I ask myself this, that all of my work go for the benefit of people with less power than me. If the answer is yes, it means I'm working for free enterprise and I'm lifting people up even while I sleep. And that, my friends, is worth fighting for. This is not about the money. It's about the global brotherhood. It's about the morality. Next time somebody tells you the conservatives only care about the rich, say that's wrong. If it weren't for conservative values, the world would stay poor. And if they have their way in Washington, they're going to get poorer again. When you fight, you're not just fighting for some conservative American political ideas. You're fighting for everybody around the world who needs you today and deserves your support. So for being here, for your activism, for your warrior spirit, for free enterprise, God bless you, and thank you.
Okay, we're off to a great start. We've got a strong society now, and everyone understands the value of capitalism, and we've strengthened the economy not just here, but all the way around the world. The last pillar that we need to solidify, national security and a strong defense. And here to talk about that is Fox News analyst KT McFarland. She is their national security analyst and appears regularly on all Fox shows. She's held national security posts in the Nixon, Ford, and Reagan administrations. She received the Defense Department's highest civilian honor for her work in the Reagan administration. Ms. McFarland wrote the groundbreaking Security of Defense Weinberger Principles of War speech, which said America should only go to war to protect our vital national interests and then only to win. I'm also pleased to announce she will be receiving the CPAC Woman of the Year Award tomorrow at the Clear Booth Loose Luncheon. Ladies and gentlemen, to talk about national security, KT McFarland.
Thank you. Thank you, Alex. And what he forgot to mention is that I am the proud mother and grandmother and wife of just 30 years. My husband, Alan McFarland, and I've got one of our 5 kids here with us and none of my 5 grandchildren. But what I do have is 2 gentlemen who have just articulated why America's exceptional. Now, Jim DeMint just talked about our exceptional national character. You know, we're the land of opportunity, we're the melting pot. We have redefined what it means to be a great nation. We write our own laws, we conquered a continent, we all came here from someplace else. Arthur talked about the second reason we're an exceptional nation, and that's because of our strong economy, our free market, our ability to reinvent ourselves every generation, to be the strong economic power that the world looks to with envy and admiration. I think of them as really 2 of 3 legs of a 3-legged stool. I'm the 3rd leg. The 3rd leg, a strong defense, doesn't stand unless it has those 2 legs. Because unless we have a strong national character, unless we have a strong economy, my stuff, national security, we're just collateral damage. That's why it's so essential that we have to rebuild and rediscover our national character and also to revive our economy, which we are, I think, on the cusp of doing, largely led by cheap energy. But the 3rd thing that makes us great, the 3rd thing that makes us different from every other country in the history of the world is when we have had a strong defense, we have used it differently. You know, there's something called, Reagan used to call it peace through strength. But because when we have had that moment, when we have had the strong economy, we've had the strong national character, the strong military, we have done something that no other country in history has done. With that much power, instead of going to conquer colonies and to create an empire, we stayed our hand. We think of our national defense and our strong military not because we want to go and conquer countries or seize peoples. We do it because we want to preserve the peace. Reagan said it probably best in modern times. He talked about it as peace through strength. Now, anybody who's been here to listen to these politicians, how many of them have said, I'm for peace through strength, right? Every one of them. Look, it's a catchy phrase. Who's against peace, right? Who's against strength? Peace through strength, though, has a very specific meaning, and Reagan meant it in the following way. He said, ours is not the peace of conquest. Ours is not the peace that comes from surrender. Ours is the peace of being stronger militarily than anybody else to deter anyone from attacking us. He knew that if we had a strong military and the will to use it if we needed, that anybody would look at us would say, you know, we're not going to take advantage of this. We're not going to attack America. We know we're going to get beat. And if they were dumb enough to attack, we had the ability to meet that attack and crush our enemies. There's nothing new about this concept. It was known in Roman times, and it was say to guarantee the peace, prepare for war. It's called deterrence. We have in the past used that power to defend our interests and defend the interests of others. We have been accused, however, by others of using that power to build empires. The Archbishop of Canterbury said to the American Secretary of Defense at the beginning of the Iraq War, he said, you know, you guys say you're great, but you're just using this as an excuse to build an empire, a colony in the Middle East. And the Secretary of State looked at him and he said, Mr. Archbishop, America has sent our sons and daughters abroad to fight. And in exchange for that, the only piece of territory we've ever wanted is a plot in which to bury our dead, who died defending your freedom. And that's what makes us truly exceptional. The problem, though, is that we're in a new era. We enter that era in September 11th, and that's the era where deterrence isn't enough anymore. Deterrence worked in Reagan's time. It kept the peace. It kept the peace, and we were able to defeat communism, and we won the Cold War without firing a shot, and our economy has thrived and succeeded for over a generation of prosperity. But deterrence doesn't work in the age of Islamic radical jihad. Why? Because we're up against an enemy now which looks at us and says, we want to destroy Western civilization. They don't even want to conquer Western civilization, they want to destroy Western civilization. And they look at us and say they believe that they have been given their given right by their supreme authority to conquer, to kill, to do whatever it takes to establish their caliphate. And they don't think they just have the right to kill. They think they have the responsibility to usher in the caliphate. And that means they're willing to kill Christians and Jews and atheists and religious minorities and other Muslims in order to establish the caliphate that they believe will conquer the world. You don't deter that. We didn't deter September 11th. You don't deter a suicide bomber. You're not going to deter ISIS. You can't deter Al-Qaeda. You can't deter violent, radical Islamic jihad. You can only defeat it. You can only destroy it. So how do we destroy it? We've tried. We've spent over a decade trying to destroy it. And here's what we've tried. We've tried 2 wars in the Middle East. Now, we can all find fault of who made what mistake and pass around the blame, but the reality is after 2 wars in the Middle East, we have not destroyed Islamic jihad. President Obama came in and his plan was really to ignore it. That hasn't worked either. President Obama's plan was, well, have you ever heard him talk about, you know, the international and global community? His theory of leading from behind is that America takes a step back and somehow this global community is going to emerge and everything will be just fine. That didn't work out very well either. So then he has a new doctrine, announced just a couple of weeks ago. It's called the doctrine of strategic patience. That doctrine says the great arc of history will eventually take care of all of our problems. Now, to me, I look at that and say, the president of hope and change, he's changed America's national security policy, and he's rested it on the hope that it's all going to work out well in the end. That's like saying America's security is going to be based on a new policy, and that's fingers crossed. That isn't going to work either. But President Obama, I used to think that, well, they just don't quite understand it, and when they're in office a little longer, they'll figure it out, and they'll get it, and they'll come up with a good plan. They're not going to do that. I think the president is either unable to see the problem, or he's unwilling to do anything about it, or he's in over his head. And they don't have a clue how to stop radical Islamic jihad, which in fact is in more places and in greater strength than ever before. It's in the Middle East, it's in North Africa, it's even in certain neighborhoods in the civilized world. So don't expect President Obama to take on this fight. He's checked out on this. It's going to happen in 2016, hopefully with new leadership. What would a plan look like? I don't think a plan looks like another war in the Middle East, but I sure don't think like it should look like let's just give up and hope that the great arc of history will take care of it all. I think a plan to defeat Islamic jihad has to be the kind of plan that my old boss Ronald Reagan had to win the Cold War without firing a shot. It has to have an economic component, and that economic component is to bankrupt radical jihad. How do you do that? Frack. Push the price of oil down, bankrupt the Middle East, because that's where their money is coming from. Bomb Bomb ISIS's oil fields, destroy their refineries. If there's a tanker on the 7 seas taking ISIS oil to market, sink it. Once they don't have the economic wherewithal to carry on that war, they're diminished. There has to be, though, a second component, and that's an ideological component. We have seen in the last couple of weeks where some of the Muslim leaders have stepped forward to say, we have to reform from within. President Sisi of Egypt, he's done a very courageous thing. On New Year's Day, he went to the equivalent of their Vatican, and he said to the religious leaders, sitting like you're sitting now, and he said, you have to reform. You have to reform from in. Radical jihad is your problem because you never called it out. You've got to change. Fell on deaf ears until this week, when the Grand Imam of Al-Azhar Mosque went to Saudi Arabia, and he gave the same speech. He said, we have to reform from within. We have to take responsibility for those who are perverting our sense of our great religion. Now, you would think that we, America, would have said, wow, we've been waiting for moderate Muslims to come forward for 6 years, for 10 years. We didn't do that. We didn't say a peep. In fact, our president welcomed in there the Muslim Brotherhood into the White House, and he had the Emir of Qatar, guy who supported ISIS and gave it its seed money. He was sitting in the Oval Office. I think our policy needs to have, in addition, an alliance component. We have to go to those countries in the Middle East and say, time to step up, guys. If you're not willing to put your boots on the ground, if you're not willing to put your people into the fight, don't come running to us when it doesn't work out. We need you to step up to the fight. And that may mean we twist their arms. It may mean we give them a lot of friendly encouragement, but we have to get them into the fight. The other thing is, we got to start standing tall and proud of who we are. No more of this moral equivalence. You know, radical Islamic jihad is not morally equivalent to Western civilization. So forget the apology tour. Stop talking about ISIS as if it's the same thing as the Crusades. It's not. But in the end, we also have to have a military component. I said a few minutes ago, we've tried that. We did. We had 150,000 troops in the Middle East, and it wasn't enough to stabilize, and it wasn't enough to ultimately defeat this enemy. So we need a military component, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's American boots on the ground. Now, maybe it's American special forces on the ground, but the primary military responsibility is going to have to be the Muslims in the Middle East who put their boots on the ground. And we have seen this starting to happen. Just in the last, again, several weeks, King Abdullah of Jordan, he put on the jumpsuit and he sent the planes. ISIS picked the wrong king to pick a fight with. The other person who stepped up is the president of Egypt, who again, he went to bomb ISIS in Libya when he saw his own Coptic Christians, not Muslims, Coptic Christians who were beheaded. So the Middle East is starting to wake up. We have to encourage that. Again, whatever they need to do, we have to help them do it. But at the end of the day, it's got to be their boots on the ground. And if we had a president who was able to stand up and lead, and you said to the Bahrainis, to the Saudis, to the Jordanians, to the Egyptians, and maybe even to the Turks, you put your boots on the ground, that's over 1 million boots on the ground. Now, that many boots on the ground with American assistance, and as I said, maybe with a little help from some friendly American special forces, you are now having a military solution to this. So I look at the problem in the Middle East and I say, for the rest of my life, we are going to be dealing with radical Islamic jihad. It's not going to be this president who takes up this cudgel and wins the battle. It's going to be the next one. And that's why it's so important that you're all here. I worked for President Reagan. I was a young foot soldier in the Reagan Revolution. And I look at today and I say, we're in a 1980 moment again. In 1980, the President of the United States, then Jimmy Carter, he talked about a national malaise, that we had sort of lost our sense of purpose. The economy was in the tank, double-digit inflation, very high unemployment. We also had American diplomats held hostage in Iran for hundreds of days with no prospect of getting them released, and we had let our defenses crumble. Ronald Reagan came into office in 1981, and I've got to tell you, when we came into the Pentagon, we were stunned by what we saw. We had ships that couldn't sail because there was no fuel. We had planes that couldn't fly because we didn't have enough pilots who had enough training hours to be certified to fly. And we had tanks. For every one tank that worked, we had one sitting right next to it that we cannibalized for spare parts. But more importantly, we found that we had junior enlisted military personnel who qualified for food stamps. And the whole American attitude towards who we are and who our military was had sunk to such levels that we were ashamed of ourselves. 8 years later, Ronald Reagan gave his farewell address from the Oval Office. And you know what had happened by then? The economy had turned around. We had created 19 million new jobs. We had set in place the military policy that ultimately led us to win the Cold War without firing a shot. And what Reagan said that he was most proud of that he had done as president was he restored Americans' faith in ourselves and the world's faith in our country. We're at that 1980 moment again. The economy is lousy. President who doesn't think we're anything particularly exceptional about us, and a military that can't seem to win a war isn't given the tools to win the war. So I would say to every one of you out here who's young and eager, you want to change the world, get out and do it. We did it once before in 1980, and you can do it again today. Because 30 years from now, I will be looking down from heaven, or up from wherever, and I will be looking at you, and I will be saying to you, you have a chance now to go out and change everything. My generation did it. Yours can do it again. And if you don't, I'm going to haunt you to the end of the earth, because you will have taken the greatest gift that the world has ever seen, a strong democracy, a vibrant economy, and a national defense that has not used our power to exploit or to conquer, but only to lead. So every one of you get out and do your thing, because you don't want to be haunted by me. I got 5 kids, and they'll tell you, you don't want to be haunted by me in 30 years. Thank you very much. Thank you.
That's great. That was wonderful, KT.
Thank you.
Well done. Well done.
Wonderful speeches, panelists. Let's get right to it. Is America strong?
You talking to me?
Open it up to the panel. Are we strong now?
Since you're tired, I'll jump in.
Yeah, we'll let Senator Demand. We want to get a national revival.
It's a good week to ask someone from Heritage that question, because we've produced the first ever index of military strength. And maybe there's been something like it in the past, but nothing now that I know from being in Congress that we can actually look at the threats around the world and measure our capabilities against it. And what this report shows that on most measures, America is marginal as far as our ability to defend ourselves in the way that we had laid it out. That doesn't mean we don't have great people in the military, still have superiority in a lot of ways, but if you go through this report, you just realize we have let this administration decimate our military in a lot of ways, and our morale is probably back to or worse than it was, despite the great people who are giving their lives to serve us. But there's a lot we can do to improve there. KT?
Okay. Do you know that the majority of the American people think that we're an empire in decline? I mean, the statistics are just phenomenal. It's like 65% of the people in America think that their children are not going to have as good a life as they have, and it's all over, and we've got a president, doesn't think anything's particularly exceptional. And if you pick up the newspaper, you see any one of our leading mainstream media people talking about, if only America could be like China, if only, we had our mojo back again, but we don't, because after all, we're not terribly exceptional. I'm going to pull something out of my pocket. See what this is? This is an iPhone. Actually, it's an old iPhone. And this iPhone didn't exist 8 years ago. This iPhone has changed the world, and we invented it. We are on the cusp of having a dozen iPhone-like technologies. We're going to have, let me tell you what it's going to be like in 8 years from now, okay? We're going to base this economic renaissance and revolution on the cheap energy that, despite the president's vetoing the Keystone Pipeline, despite the fact that he really is standing in the way of energy independence, we're going to do it. And when we do it, that cheap energy is going to marry up with a number of new inventions. It's going to be things like 3D printing, nanotechnology, robotics. It's going to be wearable medical devices. I've got an old digital watch. I'm going to buy a new Apple Watch the minute it comes out. You want to know why? Because it's going to register my cholesterol. Actually, it's probably not so good. It's probably going to give my pulse. It's going to be a wearable medical device. Everybody in the world is going to want that. I'm going to probably, 8 years from now, have a self-driving car. Honey, you're going to be so happy when I don't have to drive that car. We are developing these things. We're going to make them here in America, too. And guess what? We're going to sell them to the whole world. So when people say, oh, our best days are over, we can't seem to do anything right, I used to be our glass half empty person. I mean, my graduate work was at MIT. I'm a nuclear weapons analyst. I was always looking to think, oh my God, this is going to go wrong. This is so terrible. I am now a totally half full person because I look around and I say, American ingenuity, American inventiveness, the free market system. Even Barack Obama's not going to be able to stand in the way of the economic renaissance that is just around the corner. So America's strong. You guys haven't seen anything yet. We're on the verge of the second great American century.
Well, let's talk about this, because this is one of Dr. Brooks's bread and butter topics. You've talked about an economic recovery. Are we on the verge of an economic recovery? Are we on the verge of an economic renaissance? And let's pause and discuss this current recovery, and I'm doing the bunny ears, because we have a record number of people either underemployed or have opted out of the workforce. And if you look at it, it's funny how the left always talks about the gap between the rich and the poor, when it seems like it's increased since we've had Barack Obama as president. So are we on the verge of that economic renaissance? And if so, what can be done to facilitate it moving forward?
So if all of us in this room put our heads together as diabolical right-wingers that we are, and
if only there was a convention to do that.
Yeah, and if we decided we were going to come up with an economic system that made the rich as possible and the poor stagnating at the very bottom, we'd invent an economic system called Obamonomics. It's like a practical joke on poor people. I mean, you can't believe when you look at the data. Sure, we're going to grow at 3%. You know what that means? That means 7% growth for the top 10% of the income distribution and 0 for the bottom half. That's a huge scandal. The people who can't be here, frankly, the people who are not voting like a lot of you, are suffering and nobody's working for them. That's what's really going on. Are we in an economic recovery? Sure, if you're in the top quarter, 10%, 5%. Oh, you want the data? The stock market has increased by 140% in inflation-adjusted terms since the day Obama took over as president, right? 81% of those gains have gone to the top 10% of the income distribution. I don't begrudge them their gains. That's great. I want people to be able to retire. But at the same time, we've seen none of it for people in the bottom. Unemployment has stayed high, has stayed at shockingly high rates. Do you want to know the scandals that are going on in this country? Think of the most wrenching social scandal that we've seen over the past year. That was Ferguson, Missouri. It doesn't matter what side you are on politics. It was terrible for this country that this happened. You know the story of Ferguson, Missouri? 37% African-American youth unemployment. That's the story of Ferguson, Missouri. Are we in an economic recovery? Yeah, if you're lucky. If you're on the side that the Obama administration is really helping, but not if you're on the other side. Is America strong? Absolutely, but it's not sharing that strength with everybody. That's why we need to think more creatively. That's why we need politicians who, no matter how people vote, are actually going to be in the fight for every single American, including the entire bottom half. And that starts with education reform, where education systems are not working for grown-ups, they're working for kids, which I know is a crazy idea, right? I mean, Number two, where you have politicians who are radicals for work, who will do anything. They're nuts. Education is important, but when we talk about setting the economy free through tax reform and energy reform, it's so that people can work and not just people with college degrees. So we have good paying jobs for everybody. And number three is pushing entrepreneurship all the way down to the bottom. I know most of you are not from Washington, D.C. Let me give you one statistic that I hope is going to make you even more of an activist. Here in Washington, let's say you're an ordinary entrepreneur. That is to say, let's say you're a mom and your kids have grown up and you want to become a realtor, right? You got to go to school to do that, to get your license. How long do you have to be in school? 135 hours. Lot, little, I don't know. Now let's say that you're poor, single mom with kids at home, and you want to braid hair and do nails in your living room for money. You know how much schooling you need? 1,500 hours. You need to go to school full-time for a year, or the government of the District of Columbia will shut you down and fine you. Do we have an economic recovery? Not when we're doing that to poor people, we don't. Not an economic recovery that's just and fair to all with favoritism toward none.
All right.
That's exactly Senator DeMint's talking point, ensuring opportunity for all and favoritism toward none. Senator DeMint, what are some policy issues that we can pursue that would help create American opportunity and then strength?
Well, we've all mentioned a couple of them, and the big one really is education opportunity. And it brings America together. I mean, 10 years ago, the left was saying that more education choice would hurt the poor, when in fact the statistics show it's completely the opposite. Wherever states have expanded choices of all kinds, you see it helping the poor the most, the minorities the most. And if kids can get a good education, and Arthur said it right, the federal education system is a jobs program for union bosses and union members, and it hasn't worked for the states. We don't need to pass another No Child Left Behind or something like Common Core. But we see amazing things happening at the state level, and KT's right. If you look at the things that are working at the state, your glass can be half full, because there's some great things happening around the country, but Washington doesn't want it to happen. Because when you decentralize, the teachers' unions don't like it. The big companies that do all the testing, they want one format for the whole country, and it goes back to cronyism. We can change that if Americans get engaged. And part of what we want to do at Heritage, I know AEI is the same way, is not only talk about the programs like education choice and energy independence. I mean, two big uniting ideas that build a stronger society, a stronger economy. But the left can't go there. At the same time, we need to point out every time, whether it's a Republican or Democrat, they support some crony program that brings more power to Washington. I mean, we just need to scream bloody murder and point it out, and that's what we plan to do over the next couple of years.
Good for you.
KT, I want to ask you a question about national security. While in recent years in America, we've seemed less concerned about keeping our strength and growing our strength, particularly abroad, a couple of our foes overseas have had different ideas. ISIS is strengthening, Putin's strengthening. Who can stop Islamic Jihad, and who can slow down Putin, and how do we do it?
Well, it's not just ISIS. I mean, that's the sort of headline of the day. Radical Islamic Jihad has various varieties and flavors. It's ISIS, it's Al-Qaeda, it's Al-Shabaab, it's the Al-Nusra Front. That's radical Sunni jihad. There's also radical Shiite jihad. There's Hezbollah terrorists. So it's a whole sort of mindset, and their mindset says we want to destroy Western civilization. Now, what can we do to stop that? I mean, what can we do? As I've just said, we've tried the military thing alone. That didn't work. President Obama's tried the head in the sand thing. That didn't work. And so I think the United States, and only the United States, can lead a coalition. Only the United States can lead the ideological revolution. Only the United States can lead the economic revolution. I mean, just yesterday, again, the Egyptians have come forth and said, please, America, lead. When you go around the world, I travel around to, hot spots, right? And so all I hear is, where is America? When I met with President Sisi a year ago, he said, we're not looking for anything from you. It wouldn't have cost you a nickel. It wouldn't have cost you a penny, is what he said, if you only would come out and endorse what we're trying to do. And you won't do it, and it would have made all the difference to us. It's American leadership which has stepped back. Some of that is just moral leadership and stand strong. President Obama is very fond of saying, well, if you don't like leading from behind, if you don't like strategic patience, then you must want to have another war in the Middle East. You must want to send 100,000 troops in the Middle East. Those are not the two alternatives. There's a whole lot of space in the middle. I mean, I look at conservatives today. I mean, we're not really a Republican Party, right? We're just a bunch of tribes. And the tribes, everybody sort of got their own part of the tribe. And the tribes are everything in my part of the world, the foreign policy world. It's everything from the people, the neo-isolationists, the people who want to withdraw from the world, to on the other extreme, the neoconservatives. They want to get involved in a lot of other parts of the world and really to promote democracy, sometimes with American military might. I think the United States can lead, but it should lead from the middle. the way Reagan led from the middle. We won the Cold War, not because we bested them on the battlefield, because we didn't have to fire a shot. We won that one economically, morally, politically. It was Reagan who went to the Eastern Europeans. And nobody actually remembers this, but on the day Reagan was shot, he was speaking before the AFL-CIO, and he had the labor union, and he had a speech, and in the speech, it was at the same time that the Polish dock workers were striking. And so Reagan had written into the speech, I'm speaking here to the American labor union, but I want to tell you, their brothers in Poland, you have the right to be self-determinate. Well, nobody remembers that speech because Reagan was shot about half an hour later and survived the assassination attempt, but the nation was focused on that. The Polish dock workers, they listened, they heard. That didn't cost us a nickel, it cost us a few words, and it sparked their revolution. The United States is the only country in the world capable of doing that, and the world is hungry for us to do it. They don't want America to invade. They don't want America to have colonies, but they want America to stand tall and be who we have always been in our history, and they will follow. But we must lead.
Very nice. And this connects to what Senator DeMint was talking about with the morality of a strong society. You're talking about how morality is essential to a strong defense. So, Dr. Brooks, is the size and scope of government, is capitalism a moral issue? When I hear the way economics is discussed in America today, it's discussed in terms of revenue generation. How do we maximize revenue? How do we get as many people on the government healthcare dole as possible? Not, is this a moral or a constitutional imperative for us to act in this way? You've written about this extensively. How is the size and scope of government when it comes to morality?
Well, we have it on the right, we have this tendency to talk about money when we talk about capitalism. And for that matter, we talk about military affairs as if these weren't moral issues as well. Why do we pass up the moral issues? The answer is we've won on economics for a really long time. I mean, if you look at what happened in the 1980s, by talking in exclusively economic terms, we changed the country, and it was better for people. But you know what? It's time to actually go back to the morals that matter most to people. Why do you want a free society? Why do you want the freedoms that we enjoy in the United States? Why are we willing to share these with other people? It's because it's our moral duty to make people free. Thomas Jefferson talked about empire for America, by the way, notwithstanding the Archbishop of Canterbury. Thomas Jefferson talked about America as an empire of liberty. What does that mean? That means that we don't want your stuff. We're not going to take over your country. We're not going to occupy you so we can pump out all your oil and get richer. We want to share the liberty that we have. That's a profound moral imperative. It's what sets us apart. The same thing is true when we talk about the free enterprise system. Sure, it's going to make you rich. That's great. The point is it's going to make you free. You're going to be able to express yourself. You're going to have a labor market that says, I'm going to match your skills with your passions. Look, I lived for a long time in Spain. My wife grew up poor in Spain. Nobody ever quits a job, even if they hate it in Spain. Why? Because you'll be unemployed for the rest of your career. If you're a postman, you don't like being a postman, tough, suck it up. You're going to be a postman until you retire. In America, I bet most of you have changed careers at least once. That's what freedom brings. It brings the ability not to just build a business, it builds the ability to build your life. And that's really a moral thing. Remember that, and don't lose an argument anymore by talking about money. When people say, oh yeah, tell me about your precious capitalist system, talk about the morality of freedom and what it means to you in your heart and what you want to share with others. And if you do that, you can prepare to win.
Yeah, that's good.
We're closing in on the end of the panel, and one of the things that I really admire the CPAC's done this year is they've made this convention about activism, not just about the ideas. I grew up, I have activist roots. I know Senator DeMint, Dr. Brooks, you're career activists. With the moments we have left, let's talk about what people can do, both watching on TV and people in the audience today, what they can do to get involved. And let's go from stage right, stage left.
From my side is what you're trying to say. Well, it's something foremost on my mind. I've found out in the Senate, you can elect some good folks, but unless you build more support around the country, they're going to get their legs cut out from under them once they get to D.C. I came to Heritage not only because of the research and policy capabilities, but the platform that we have to communicate to people all over the country, and because of our sister organization, Heritage Action, that actually is organizing across the country, putting people from, whether it be local Tea Party or local Republican, together, giving them ways to get informed and teaching them how to constructively engage in the political process, keeping Congress more accountable. But I just recommend to anyone who wants to get more involved across the country is to go to heritageaction.com. That they are built on the intellectual integrity of the Heritage Foundation. And to me, it's the 1-2 punch that we have to have. Actually, we talk about a 1-2-3 punch, Alex. The policy backed up by the research, the communication to talk to people and connect with them where they are, and the advocacy and organization. And we need all of that, and I'm convinced that the majority of Americans share our ideas if we just give them a way to get involved. And that's what I hear from them. I hear 3 things across the country. Jim, thanks for fighting. We're praying for you. What can I do? What can I do is what we hear all around CPAC. That's why people are here, and I'm very grateful for that.
Thank you, Dr. Brooks.
I endorse everything that Jim said. I've been so enriched personally by the work of the Heritage Foundation. As a matter of fact, I'm a donor to the Heritage Foundation. And I have to say, and I'm so proud that Jim is a donor to the American
Exactly,
Enterprise.
yes. They're partners.
That's exactly right. Here's the key thing in a society that's built on families, in a society that's built on institutions. Do you want to be an activist? Be an activist at home. You're going to change the hearts of the people who love you. This is it. And then get out of the house and go around people who will respect you, people who want to be with you, and be a leader. And to be a leader, you have to be pure of spirit, in a spirit of answering anger with love and being completely informed. You have a responsibility to not lose arguments. And the way you don't lose arguments is by practicing the best rhetorical techniques and being completely up on the facts. Our organizations exist so you don't lose arguments, quite frankly. You go to heritage.org or AEI.org, I guarantee you people are going to say, "Where'd you get so smart?" And that's the way that at your next Thanksgiving dinner, when your sister-in-law says, "I'm not so sure that the free enterprise system is helping poor people," or "I don't think that the American military should be any place around the world," you're going to say, "Oh, wait, I've got the facts." If you can, in a spirit of love, win arguments at the micro level with your sister-in-law, that's the best activism in which you could ever engage.
Amen.
That's good.
Well done. Okay, I've got a really easy answer, okay? Look to your right. Look at the person on your right. Now look to the person on your left. Chances are one of those 2 people isn't going to vote. And chances are in a primary, maybe of the 3 of you, only one of you is going to show up. So you want to have a revolution? Look to your right, look to your left. And come election day, make sure that they go to the polls. And if you really want to find out about the issues, obviously you go to the Heritage Foundation. Obviously you go to the American Enterprise Institute. But most obviously, you want to go to that cable news network that's fair and balanced. Thank you.
Fantastic. I love all those points. Scott Rasmussen always talks about how it's not necessarily the pundits that change people's hearts and minds, it's your friends and family. So we're giving you the arguments to take home and then engage the people who you know and already trust you, and that's how the votes change. Do we have a chance to fire up those slides? Because I know we're closing in the end here. The slides? Okay, so we're presenting 3 slides. The first one is going to be the important points to remember. These are things that we learned today that hopefully you can take home. One of the things we're going to get to in the next slide is about activism, and that's if you have a cell phone, you are a journalist. You're a citizen journalist, as Andrew Breitbart had dubbed you. Take a picture with that cell phone that you have. Okay, so the points to remember: 3-legged stool, democracy, free markets, and strong defense. Ensure opportunity for all and favoritism towards none. Free enterprise is the anti-poverty miracle. And Islamic jihad is the existential threat of our time, and it can only be defeated with overwhelming force. And it's conservative ideas that won the election in November, not K Street or Wall Street. And this is where you can find everyone, KT McFarland at ktmcfarland.com, Dr. Brooks at aei.org, and Senator DeMint at heritage.org. Of course, check out KT on Fox and read Dr. Brooks in the New York Times. And then you could check out everything that's on my mind at breitbart.com, and check us all out on Twitter as well. And then the last, our activism items, action items. Do we have that slide? Great. This is a cool one from Dr. Brooks. Practice making the case for free enterprise and a strong defense and American exceptionalism in 30 seconds. That's that Thanksgiving dinner conversation and being prepared for that. Engaging in the social web. This is the modern day digital dinner table, the modern day digital lunchroom. It is on Facebook, it's on other social media. Share content that has your values. And as I said, if you have a cell phone, it's not just for selfies, it's not just for texting while you drive, you should not be doing that. You're a citizen journalist. You're an expert in your own community. Make media contacts. We're here to touch base with you, and we can see what's going on in your communities. And then that makes you an activist as well. And as KT said, vote, vote, vote. And that's everyone's Twitter handles beneath that. Check us out to follow us in whatever we're doing. Thank you, everyone, very much for being a part of the Strong America panel.
Thank you.
Take these ideas and let's make America a little stronger than we are today.
Good to see you, Arthur. It was good to be on stage with you. It was really
Thank you.
1-6. 1-6. There you go.
I'll run the whole thing for you, so you know.
Might as well. And then, so what I'd say is,
I could do half here and half there if you want to hear this.
I would do half here and maybe half out there, so you can kind of see what the sound difference is and if we need to change anything.
Okay.
But there are probably tables this way, so I'd say the center is kind of your.
And most likely this is where I'll be anyhow, right here.
Most likely.
It doesn't really, honestly, it doesn't matter.
Probably somewhere. I'd say probably somewhere in here. I'd say
Okay.
let's do this and then
Okay.
we'll go from there.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. In the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land